Relax. We'll be here a while, so I'll tidy up the place. We'll sleep here at night, no need to go into the space, and you can still run wild in there during the day. You don't mind the house being small when you're asleep, right? Only then did Fugue relax a little. He grinned, tongue lolling, and snuggled up. You're the best, master. And Nan ignored his flattery and glanced at Laifu, warning, but you guys are not allowed to fight in there and ruin my crops. The three little ones all nodded in unison. Come on, let's go upstairs. And Nan waved her hand and put everything away into her space, just in case they ran into any neighbors and attracted attention. Then she and Gujiu headed upstairs together. As soon as they reached the third floor, they heard footsteps from above, along with a man and a woman talking. Man. We've already come here twice and no one ever answers. If you ask me, the person inside must be long dead. Let's not bother coming again tomorrow. Woman. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Maybe they went out to look for supplies. Let's come by at a different time tomorrow and check again. The man sighed. You're new here, so you just don't believe in this stuff. Anyone who's worked in the admin office for a while knows this place is seriously creepy. That girl is definitely dead. There's no other possibility. The woman's voice dropped a bit. But according to the rules, for annual rentals, we have to confirm at the 10-month mark whether the tenant wants to renew before we can put the place up for rent again. If we can't confirm their situation, we can't list the place. The man sounded a bit exasperated. Rules are dead, people are alive. Why make things difficult for yourself? Trust me, let's just put up the listing. Whoever was inside is definitely long dead, there's no way they're renewing. He paused, then added, don't be so rigid at work, or you'll wear yourself out. The woman was silent for 3 seconds before she continued, let's come one more time tomorrow. If there's still no response, then forget it. Man, forget it. I'm definitely not coming again tomorrow. That 601 apartment is bad luck. In 2 months, we'll have to come clear it out, and that's when the real trouble starts. His tone suddenly turned low and serious. Don't say I didn't warn you, be prepared. There are all kinds of dead bodies in there. As they spoke, they came face to face with a Nan. Both Nan and Gujiu were martial artists, and they were used to hiding their presence, so they naturally walked very quietly. The two people coming down the stairs had no idea anyone else was in the hallway. The moment they ran into Nan and Gujiu, the man was so startled he let out a yelp and almost slipped down the stairs. The woman was a bit calmer, but she was clearly frightened too. She clutched her chest and complained, oh my. How do you two walk without making a sound? And Nan looked them over. They were dressed warmly and appropriately, each with a conspicuous work badge hanging from their necks, the words administrative staff written in bold. She withdrew her gaze, smiled politely, and apologized. Sorry, we didn't mean to scare you. She paused, then added, maybe you were talking and didn't notice our footsteps. Are you both all right? The woman collected herself and realized she was being unreasonable. They had indeed been chatting the whole time, so she couldn't really blame them for walking quietly. She waved her hand. It's fine, we just weren't paying attention. She also apologized, sorry, I was just startled. Didn't mean to blame you. There was an unspoken rule in the official base. People living in apartment units were more respected than those in dormitories. The reason was simple. Most people chose the free dorms when they arrived at the base. Anyone who could afford to buy or rent an apartment had considerable resources. Especially this building, it was among the first batch of apartments sold, and except for 601, all the units were owned, not rented. The residents here were some of the most well-off in the base. Once the man recovered, he quickly apologized to Nan and Gujiu as well. Sorry, I overreacted. Hope we didn't scare you. And Nan smiled, it's all right. She was being so polite because she had something to ask. After she parted ways with Tang Chiyun last time, Fugue had mentioned that, based on Jue Feng's sense of smell, Tang Chiyun was probably the neighbor upstairs who used to jump rope and disturb everyone. That would be the 601 tenant these two had just mentioned. She had originally planned to tidy up her place and then go upstairs to visit and invite Tang Chiyun to move into the villa area with her. But from what these two were saying, Tang Chiyun seemed to be missing. And Nan looked at them and asked directly, I just heard you mention 601? What happened to the tenant there? The two staff members already felt bad about running into residents, and seeing how well-dressed and composed Nan and Gujiu looked, they immediately cooperated and told her everything about the haunted 601 apartment. After all, so many people had died there, it wasn't exactly a secret. That young lady rented the place for a whole year. We were just following procedure, coming by early to ask if she wanted to renew, but we haven't been able to reach her at all. After hearing their story, Nan nodded thoughtfully. I see. She didn't say much more, just bid them farewell and headed upstairs. A haunted apartment where no one lasted more than a week. It did sound pretty creepy. But Nan wasn't worried. According to what those two staff members said, Xiaotang had already lived there for almost 10 months. And just 3 months ago, Nan had seen her in person. Clearly, Tang Chiyun wasn't affected by the can't survive a week curse. But why had the staff come by 2 days in a row and found no one home? Could it be that Tang Chiyun was short on money and couldn't pay the rent, so she was hiding in her room and avoiding them? And Nan didn't dwell on it. It was late, so she decided to finish tidying up her place and check on Tang Chiyun upstairs in the morning. The two of them entered 501. They didn't let Fugue and the others out right away, letting them play in the manor a bit longer instead. That way, they wouldn't make a mess in the apartment and get in the way of cleaning and arranging the furniture. Gu Jiu did most of the heavy lifting, and Nan helped out, and after more than 2 hours of hard work, the dusty, cold room finally became warm and clean. It wasn't as spacious and bright as Villa Number 1, but it was cozy enough. Bed, sofa, table, chairs, everything they needed was there. It felt a bit like the first place they lived in at Maple Grove Residences. Once everything was in order, Nan let the 3 little ones out of her space and brought out some ready-made food. The 2 of them and their 3 pets happily enjoyed their first meal in their new home. After running wild in the space for a while and eating their fill, the pets didn't complain about the small apartment at all and soon went to bed quietly. The next morning, Nan was about to slip into her space to test the upgrade timing when she suddenly remembered Tang Chiyun upstairs. So she left the 3 little ones at home to watch the place and went with Gu Jiu to 601. After knocking on the door a few times, there was still no response from room 601. Instead, the door to 602 opened first. What is it now? Can you people give it a rest? Nan turned her head and saw a burly man with a scruffy beard, looking thoroughly annoyed. The man paused for a moment when he saw Nan's face, then muttered, "Not the same 2 as before?" Nan realized he must be talking about the 2 staff members she'd run into yesterday. She ignored him and continued knocking on the door. This time, she called out, "Tang Chiyun, it's me. Open up." But there was still no sound from inside. The bearded man hadn't left. Seeing how persistent they were, he couldn't help but interject, "Give it up." 2 people already came by and knocked for 2 days straight, no answer. I figure whoever was in there is probably gone. Nan shot him an annoyed look. Sensing her icy glare, the man instinctively shrank back a little. Then, as if realizing he was losing face, he raised his voice, "It's true. People die every day in the apocalypse. Besides, 601 is a cursed unit. 10 or so owners have died in there already." Nan thought for a moment, then asked, "When was the last time you saw the neighbor next door?" The man answered without hesitation, "Never seen them." Nan was surprised. "Never." He nodded. "Things aren't like they used to be. Neighbors used to be friends, but now everyone avoids each other, tries to go out at different times so they don't run into anyone, afraid someone might target them, break in, steal stuff." He pointed at 601's door. "And that family is especially low-key. Hardly ever goes out. If it weren't for the occasional noise, I wouldn't even know someone lived there." Nan pressed, "What kind of noises?" The bearded man had originally opened the door just to yell at them, but it had been a long time since he'd seen a healthy, curvy beauty like Nan, so he was willing to chat a bit more. Of course, it was also because the man beside her looked fierce, hands in his pockets, like he'd pull out a weapon and kill him if he didn't cooperate. The man narrowed the door a little before answering, all sorts of weird sounds. Banging on the walls, whipping noises, moaning and groaning, like someone was torturing a woman in there. Oh, and sometimes I'd hear a couple of loud dog barks. Those dog barks made his mouth water. He had plenty of supplies at home, including protein, but it was all expired canned food and dried snake meat. He hadn't had fresh meat in ages. If only he could make a dog stew. Imagine having a hot pot of that in this cold weather. But he hadn't dared to try anything. This was the only 100-square-meter residential building in the whole base, and all the most powerful people in Linbase City lived here. Everyone was polite, careful not to offend each other. After all these years of the apocalypse, who could still afford to keep a dog? And what kind of dog could still be so full of energy? There was only one answer. The owner was tough, and the dog was too. Never mind the owner. The dog could easily be a Tibetan Mastiff or a Rottweiler. He was tempted, but life was still decent for him, so he valued his safety. He wasn't starving, so there was no need to risk his life for a bite of meat. So he'd never tried to mess with them. And Nan knew he wasn't lying. Tang Chiyun had told her before that she'd been trying to induce a miscarriage. Those noises must have been from her attempts. She asked again, "When was the last time you heard anything from inside?" The man thought for a moment. "About 3 months ago, I think." And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged glances. 3 months ago, that was when they'd last seen Tang Chiyun. The man slapped his forehead. "Right, 3 months ago, I heard a baby crying. I actually heard a baby cry." He clicked his tongue. "At first I thought I was hearing things. In this world, what baby could survive to be born? But then I heard it a few more times, so I'm sure it was a baby. But after that, there was nothing." He speculated as he spoke. "I figure it was a couple with a dog. The man would abuse the woman now and then, and after the two had a baby, the whole family died. Maybe the woman died giving birth, the baby couldn't survive, and the man, devastated by grief, killed himself. As for the dog, probably died with its owner." Seeing how certain he looked, and how his story was getting more and more ridiculous, and Nan said nothing more and knocked on the door again. The man thought she didn't believe him and added, "I'm telling you, 601 is cursed. Anything could happen in there." Just then, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Soon, someone else arrived on the 6th floor. "Oh, it's you guys." And Nan saw it was the female staff member from yesterday. She really had come again. As the bearded man had said, her male colleague hadn't come with her this time. And Nan nodded at her in greeting. The woman was quite friendly. "You're here to see the resident of 601 too?" And Nan replied with a simple not offering any explanation. The woman craned her neck toward the door. Still no answer? Before Nan could reply, the neighbor cut in, "No one. Really no one. These two have been knocking for ages." He curled his lip. "Miss, if you ask me, you should stop coming. 3 days in a row and no response. Whoever was in there is dead for sure." All this disturbance was really annoying him as a neighbor. The staff member sighed. "Looks like they're really gone. I came at different times over the past 3 days, and every time nothing." She'd even gotten up early today, thinking surely no one would be out so early if they were still around. But still, no one was home. She knocked on the door a few more times, then turned and left. And Nan didn't linger either. She and Gu Jiu headed downstairs and went home. Back in 501, and Nan patted Fugue's head and told it to sniff around. Could it still smell the scent of Juefeng and Tang Chiyun? Fugue sniffed carefully and nodded. "There's a scent." Then quickly added, "But it's very faint, just a lingering trace. They're definitely not here now." And Nan nodded thoughtfully, then checked the time and took Gu Jiu and the 3 little ones into her space. Since Xiao Tang wasn't around, they'd have to deal with it later. For now, it was time to test the upgraded space. Everything in the manor looked the same as before. It seemed only the time quota had been upgraded. At 7 p.m., the 2 humans and 3 pets were kicked out of the space. And Nan glanced at the watch on Gujiyu's wrist. Exactly 12 hours. She felt both happy and a little disappointed. She was happy because the space had just upgraded by 15 minutes, an effect that would normally require a dozen top-grade jadeite pieces, but this one jade plate had done it effortlessly. But she was disappointed because she had once fantasized about the space eventually upgrading to a full 24 hours. That way, she could live in the space forever. No more natural disasters, no more terrifying beasts in the eternal night. Her whole family would never have to face those things again. But clearly, that hope had been dashed. The bracelet had already turned into a full-circle imperial green glass-type jadeite, the highest grade possible. The space must have reached its final form. It seemed she was destined to live in the real world after all. Gujiyu, standing beside her, seemed to notice her disappointment. He reached out his slender fingers and flicked her forehead. Contentment brings happiness. And Nan rubbed her forehead and gave an embarrassed smile. He was right. Greed knows no bounds. She was already very lucky and should learn to be content. 12 hours of hiding time, a 100-meter instant flash, a magical spiritual spring, a comfortable manor, vast storage space, unlimited water and electricity. That was already more than enough. Having thought it through, and Nan took out a bottle of red wine from the space. Come on, let's celebrate the space reaching max level. At least she wouldn't have to worry about finding more jadeite to upgrade the space anymore. The two of them enjoyed a little wine together, then locked the three little ones in a room and spent some alone time in the master bedroom. It wasn't until midnight, when the space's time quota refreshed, that Nan straightened her clothes. Let's go. We'll flash up to the floor above and see what's really going on at Xiaotang's place. Her legs were still weak from earlier activities, and she really didn't feel like climbing the stairs. They'd just take a quick look. If they happened to run into Xiaotang, they'd flash right back. At worst, she'd just think she was seeing things. No sooner said than done. The two of them closed their eyes and, in a blink, appeared in apartment 601. The layout upstairs was identical to theirs. And Nan had deliberately chosen to appear in the entryway, not directly in someone's bedroom, to avoid an awkward face-to-face encounter. The apartment was pitch black. Only a faint candlelight glimmered in the kitchen corner, and a broad-shouldered figure. The person was tall, at least 1.8 meters. Clearly not Tang Chiyun. It was a man. And Nan narrowed her eyes slightly and took 2 steps forward. Gu Jiyu grabbed her and shook his head, then pulled her behind him, signaling her to stay calm. And Nan nodded and stood quietly with Gu Jiyu, hidden in the darkness, watching the man to see what he was up to. They saw the man holding a candle, rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, searching every corner thoroughly. After a long sigh, he stood in a daze for a few seconds, then turned with the candle and headed toward the living room. He'd only taken a few steps when he caught sight of Nan and Gu Jiyu. Their expressionless faces, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, looked especially eerie. "Ah!" The man let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ghosts! Ghosts!" And Nan and Gu Jiyu both twitched their lips. It's been 4 years since the apocalypse. Are there really still survivors who are afraid of ghosts after all they've been through? But you couldn't really blame him. And Nan and Gu Jiyu happened to be dressed in black and white and had appeared out of nowhere. In the dancing candlelight, they really did look a bit like the legendary black and white impermanents. The man screamed for a while before finally recognizing Nan and Gu Jiyu, calming down. It's you two?" It was the bearded neighbor from 602. And Nan hadn't expected it to be him. She looked him up and down before speaking. "What are you screaming for in the middle of the night?" The man patted his chest, trying to calm down. "How could I not scream? You nearly scared me to death. Who stands behind people without making a sound like that?" And Nan ignored him and asked, "What are you doing sneaking into someone else's place in the middle of the night?" The man looked a bit speechless. "What else?" "The owner's dead, so I came to see if there's anything worth taking." He hadn't thought about it before. After all, everyone in this building was pretty capable, and there was an unspoken rule: don't mess with each other. If you wanted to rob or steal, go elsewhere. After the staff knocked on the door twice without response, he still didn't act rashly. But after 3 days with no answer, he was sure the resident must be dead. So he snuck in to see if there were any supplies left. Who knew someone else would have the same idea? He didn't feel guilty at all and said to Nan and Gujiyu, "You two are here for the same reason, aren't you? We're all in the same boat. No need to waste your time. I've searched every room. There's nothing here. The kitchen was the last place I checked, and it's empty too." He cursed, damn it. Not only are there no supplies, there's not even a corpse. He'd been hoping, at the very least, for some dog meat. He didn't know how long the residents had been dead, but in this cold weather, an uninhabited apartment was like a natural refrigerator. Even if the dog had been dead for a while, the meat wouldn't have spoiled. But there were no supplies, no corpses, the place was spotless, not even a hair left behind. He waved his hand in frustration. Let's go. We should all head back." And Nan and Gujiyu didn't move, planning to watch him leave. Seeing them standing there, the man rolled his eyes. "What, you don't believe me? We're all in the same business. Why would I lie to you? Who's in the same business as you?" And Nan looked at him, expressionless. "This is my sister's home." The implication, we're family, so we're staying. You'd better leave. But the man was stunned for a moment, then sighed, "Your sister sure took a beating." And Nan. The man said, "Seriously, really? I used to hear banging and screaming all the time. Her husband was a real piece of work, abusing a pregnant woman. I don't see any bodies here, so maybe your sister couldn't take the abuse anymore and ran off with the kid." And Nan, running out of patience, pulled out her gun and pointed it at him. "Are you leaving or not?" The man froze for a second. "Goodbye." Then he bolted. Once he was gone, and Nan closed the door, took out a powerful flashlight from the space, and searched the apartment thoroughly with Gujiyu. The place was indeed spotless, nothing left behind. From the looks of it, the residents had moved out a long time ago. And Nan frowned. She's always been so timid, where could she have gone? Gujiyu guessed, could she have already gone back to the Yu family? And Nan still frowned. But she specifically left a note on the box with the baby before, clearly only intending to drop off the child and not meet Yuchin. Why would she go back? Gujiyu thought for a moment. After all, an apartment building is different from the hillside. There are a lot more people around. Tang Chiyun probably didn't dare just leave the baby and walk away. And Nan nodded. That did make sense. If she'd done it like on the hillside, just dropped the baby and fled, there's no guarantee the child would have ended up with the Yu family. Some neighbor who heard the baby crying might have picked it up instead. After so many years in the apocalypse, a lot of people had become almost like wild animals, capable of anything. To them, a tiny baby didn't even seem human, more like a small, edible creature. If Tang Chiyun wanted to make sure the baby safely reached the Yu family, she'd have to wait in the hallway and only leave once she saw someone from the family take the child in. That would make it very likely she'd run into them. Long Tsongan had said that the Yu family had practically turned the place upside down looking for someone recently. He figured it must have been Tang Chiyun. If they found a crying baby, how could they not look around for the child's mother? After finally finding both mother and child, they probably wouldn't let her leave again. And Nan sighed. There's a saying, 3 parts affection just by meeting face to face. After all, they were together once. Maybe seeing Yuchin, and considering he's the baby's father, Tang Chiyun was persuaded to stay with the Yu family. After all, that girl really didn't seem like someone who could survive alone in the apocalypse. She looked just like a naive little girl. The fact that she'd managed to hold out this long and give birth was already impressive. Gujiyu glanced around. There's no luggage left in this room. It's quite possible the Yu family sent someone to pack up for her. And Nan thought for a moment, then said, well, whether that's the case or not, we'll know if we go check tomorrow. Gujiyu looked at her. You want to go to the Yu family? And Nan nodded. Tang Chiyun had special abilities, so she needed to keep tabs on her whereabouts. If she ever became useful, at least they'd know where to find her. Gujiyu said, Didn't you say you wanted to visit Zhao Ping'an and the others tomorrow, and Long Song'an's family, and check out that plot of land? They'd moved here but hadn't greeted their friends yet. And Nan thought for a moment. We've already moved, so the land can wait. We definitely won't be able to get any work done in the next couple of days anyway. Let's put that aside and go to the Yu family first. She paused, then added, there's no rush with Pei Pei and the others either. We'll only be able to see them in the evening anyway. A couple of days ago, when she'd asked Zhao Ping'an for some lab rabbits, he'd mentioned that they'd all found jobs at the official base now. So they'd definitely be working during the day and only free at night. And Nan made a decision. How about we invite them all over here tomorrow night for dinner? If we go visit everyone one by one, it'll be a hassle, and they'll have to go out of their way to host us. After work, Pei Pei and the others would need to eat and rest. If they went to people's homes, they'd either be interrupting dinner or disturbing their rest. It'd be better to have everyone over here for a hot pot, chat, and relax together. That way, they could catch up without making their friends go to extra trouble after a long day at work. Gu Jiu nodded in agreement. Sounds good. We'll do as you say. We'll visit the Yu family during the day and have dinner together at night. He looked around. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. And Nan nodded. Let's go. Before leaving, Nan took one last look at the apartment Tang Qiyun had rented. She and Zhu Feng must have lived here together and had their baby. It reminded Nan of the days she and Fu Gui had depended on each other at Maple Grove residences. But back then, she'd already been reborn once. She could see the future and had her own space. Compared to her, Tang Qiyun must have felt even more anxious and lost. The two of them flashed downstairs. As soon as they got home, they heard Fu Gui in the second bedroom banging its head against the door, thud, thud, thud. As it banged, it howled, "Awo, awo, awo." Sis, where did you two go? Are you all right? And Nan quickly called out, stop that. It's the middle of the night, you'll wake the neighbors. She paused, then added, we just went upstairs to check something. Go to sleep now and no more yelling. Fu Gui grumbled, then flopped back into its bed. How could it not worry? Earlier, its owner had suddenly locked them in, then she and the man had gone off to the master bedroom to blow pink bubbles. But just as it was about to fall asleep, the scent faded obviously. They'd left the house. Usually, after blowing pink bubbles, the humans would go straight to sleep. But tonight, they'd disappeared. Of course it was nervous. Of course, the so-called pink bubbles weren't real bubbles, just a special scent. That scent always burst out between its owner and the man, usually at night, sometimes during the day. With its sensitive dog nose, it could always smell it clearly. This was the first time they'd left after blowing bubbles instead of going to sleep. Fu Gui stretched its neck in its bed, sniffed around, and, once it was sure the owners hadn't left again and no strangers had broken in, finally relaxed and closed its eyes to try to sleep again. In the other bedroom, Lai Fu was gloating, saying to Rabbit Lord and Cricket, that dumb dog always brags about its nose, spying on the owners. Got scolded this time, huh? Because Fu Gui always complained that the house was too small and uncomfortable, and Nan had arranged for the three little ones to stay in two separate rooms this time. The biggest, Fu Gui, got a room to itself, while the smaller Lai Fu and Rabbit Lord shared the other. With Fu Gui gone, Lai Fu took the chance to mock it. Rabbit Lord, Fu Gui's loyal sidekick, immediately got upset and swung a fist at Lai Fu. Lai Fu cursed, "You toadie's toadie," and flapped its wings, flying up out of reach. Rabbit Lord jumped high, chasing after it. So the chicken and the rabbit started brawling in the room. But without wings, Rabbit Lord was no match for Lai Fu. After a while, not only did it fail to catch Lai Fu, it even lost several tufts of fur to Lai Fu's pecking. Furious, it started punching wildly, several blows landing on the wall. Next door, and Nan said, "Was that an earthquake?" Gu Jiu felt for a moment. "No." And Nan frowned. "Then why is the wall shaking? It feels like it's about to collapse." Gu Jiu felt again. "It's probably just a fight next door." Lai Fu. "Master Rabbit, what are you two doing up in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" From the next room came the sound of chickens clucking. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. And Nan frowned and replied, if you don't provoke it, would it attack you? Master Rabbit was always the calmest, never one to start trouble. Lai Fu, cluck, 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 cluck. And Nan, don't lie. Do you think I don't know you? Just then, Fugue from another room joined the commotion. A whoa. A woo a whoa. And Nan's brows knitted together. What's it got to do with you? Quiet. Stop howling. Then she shouted, all three of you. Go to sleep. Not another sound. If I hear even a peep, you're all going without food for 3 days. Peace was finally restored. Gu Jiyu, who hadn't understood a word the whole time. He really felt like an outsider in this household. So he reached out and pulled in Nan into his arms. Starting tomorrow, I'm drinking the spiritual spring water too. And Nan rolled her eyes. And you're not bothered by all this noise? She was already regretting drinking that water. Not only had she failed to gain any beast-taming abilities, but now she had to listen to Fugue and the others bicker every day. It used to be fine when she couldn't understand their language. If she didn't drink the spiritual spring water, she couldn't make out what they were saying. But now, after 3 months of drinking it, she could understand animal speech even without the water, and had to play judge for them all the time. No, not judge. More like the neighborhood committee auntie, constantly mediating their disputes and quarrels. Gu Jiu smiled. From now on, I'll take over this job. He was adamant. You can all understand each other, but I'm the only one left out. I feel like I don't belong here. And Nan pursed her lips, speechless. Suit yourself. Who would volunteer for tea? As kind of trouble? Well, maybe it was for the best. From now on, the title of Neighborhood Committee Auntie could be passed on to Gu Jiu, and she wouldn't have to be the household judge anymore. After all that fuss, it was almost 1 a.m. The next room had finally quieted down, and Nan pulled up the covers. Let's sleep. It's too late. Gu Jiu hummed in agreement. Good night. Just as Nan was about to drift off, she suddenly opened her eyes. Wait a minute. Gu Jiu was startled awake. What's wrong? And Nan frowned deeply. If Tang Chiyun packed up and went back to the Yu family, why didn't she cancel her lease? Those 2 staff members had come by 3 times to ask about renewing the lease, which meant Tang Chiyun definitely hadn't canceled it. And the last time the neighbor in 602 heard her was 3 months ago. If she really left 3 months ago, she'd only lived there for a little over half a year. There was still nearly half a year's rent left. Would she just leave it behind? That didn't seem likely. Gu Jiu thought for a moment. Maybe the Yu family is just that rich. And Nan shook her head. If it were you, would you cancel the lease? Gu Jiu considered. I would. Canceling a lease isn't a hassle. Just go to the office and get it done. No need to waste half a year's rent for nothing. And Nan agreed. Exactly. No matter how rich the Yu family is, could they possibly be richer than the 2 of them now? The wealthier you are, the more you value money. This is the apocalypse. Everyone is working hard to gather supplies. Who would throw away resources just to save a little effort? Besides, the Yu family had started selling off their heirloom jade a long time ago, and she'd even bought some of it herself. By now, their supplies should be even tighter. And Nan mused, why do I feel like Xiao Tang left in a hurry? She didn't even have time to cancel the lease. Gu Jiu pulled her into his arms. All right, stop overthinking. We'll go check with the Yu family tomorrow. Get some sleep. And Nan replied, okay. Good night. The next day. By the time Gu Jiu and Nan got up, it was already noon. They'd gone to bed so late the night before, it was a rare chance to sleep in. As soon as they opened the bedroom door, they were met with the resentful stares of the 3 little ones sitting in a row. And Nan jumped. The sofa's huge. Why are you all crowded in front of my door? The 3 little ones chorused, hungry. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll get you something to eat. The biological clocks of small animals were truly amazing. Even though they'd stayed up late the night before, they still woke up at their usual time the next day. They'd been up since early morning, waiting for breakfast, and now it was noon. No wonder they looked so resentful. And Nan took some ready-made food out of her space, making it extra plentiful as an apology. After that, she and Gujiyu washed up, ate, and then set out for the Yu family's place at a leisurely pace. By the time they left, it was already 1 p.m. It was the perfect time, not a mealtime, whether the family ate 2 or 3 times a day. In the apocalypse, eating had become a private matter that could reveal a family's supply situation. So visiting someone during mealtime wasn't just a matter of etiquette anymore, it was a serious taboo, as it could expose their food stores and privacy. And Nan made sure to leave the 3 little ones at home, just in case Yuchen, who loved doing experiments, got any ideas. Following the address Old Master Yu had given them, they only made it to the 5th floor before being stopped by an iron gate. It looked like the top 2 floors were private territory for the Yu family. And Nan didn't see any kind of doorbell, so she took out her trident and knocked on the iron gate with a loud clang clang clang. After a few knocks, there was no response from the 5th floor, but someone from 401 downstairs hurriedly opened their door and ran up. And Nan heard footsteps behind her and turned to see 2 men, one with a knife, one with a gun, running up the stairs. She immediately became cautious, and Gujiyu beside her pulled out his gun as well. But when the 2 men saw Nan and Gujiyu's faces, they relaxed and put away their weapons. Mr. Gujiyu didn't recognize them, but it was clear they knew him. They were bodyguards from the Yu family. Mr. Mrs. Hello. Mr. Yu told us that if Mr. and Mrs. ever came by, we should let you in. We just hadn't seen you before, so we almost didn't recognize you. The one in front spoke politely as he hurried to unlock the gate. The iron gate was quickly opened, and the 2 bodyguards led in Nan and Gujiyu to the door of 501. This time, they didn't have a key, so they knocked. Mr. Yu, madam, it's Lu Jian. Mr. and Mrs. are here. Soon, the door to 501 opened, and Yu Shihong greeted them with delight. What a surprise! What brings you here? It's such a rare visit. Please come in. Gujiyu didn't stand on ceremony. The old master gave us your address personally. How could we not come visit? With that, he led Nan straight inside. The 2 bodyguards didn't follow them inside. They dutifully closed the door from the outside and left. Old Mr. Yu led Gujiyu and Nan toward the living room, making small talk along the way. Ever since we moved to our new place, I've been hoping you 2 would come visit. But Nan and Gujiyu had barely settled onto the sofa when a faint sound of a baby crying suddenly reached their ears. It didn't sound like it was coming from this apartment, more like it was from upstairs. The stairway to the 5th floor was blocked off with an iron gate, which showed that both the 5th and 6th floors belonged to the Yu family. The baby crying upstairs must be Tang Chiyun and Yu Chen's child. Old Mr. Yu clearly heard the crying too. His hand paused as he poured tea, and he instinctively glanced up at the ceiling before finishing pouring the tea. It's been a year since we last met, but you 2 haven't changed a bit. In fact, you look even better than before. Gujiyu took the teacup and glanced at him. You haven't changed either, Mr. Yu. Still as impressive as ever. And Nan, sitting beside him, said nothing. She couldn't help but think to herself that her man was getting better and better at telling white lies with a straight face. Still as impressive as ever? If it weren't for this special visit, if she'd run into him by chance on the street, she might not have recognized him right away. Was this really the once mighty Mr. Yu? He looked more like a hunched, frail old man now. His back was bent, his posture stooped, and he looked much more haggard than before. He was thin, and even with all those thick clothes on, he didn't look the least bit plump. His complexion was terrible, pale, and bloodless, with dark circles under his eyes. At a glance, he looked much older. Was life not going well for him? And Nan glanced around, taking in their apartment. Originally, this place was a 60-square-meter 2-bedroom, but they'd renovated it, knocking through to the neighboring unit and turning it into a spacious 120-square-meter 4-bedroom, 2-living-room home. It wasn't as luxurious as their previous villa, but it was still bright and roomy. Unlike some families who kept the bare concrete industrial look from when they first moved in, the Yus had done some detailed decorating. There were paintings and calligraphy on the walls, wood floors and carpets on the ground. The place was packed with supplies, but everything was neatly organized and tidy. It wasn't as warm as her own home, but the temperature was comfortable enough. It didn't look like they were short on supplies or struggling to get by. So why did Mr. Yu look like this? Yu Shihong clearly knew what he looked like these days. He gave a dry laugh and said to Gu Jiyu, "You flatter me, Mr. Gu. In my current state, He hadn't finished when the tightly closed bedroom door suddenly burst open. A woman rushed out in a hurry. "What's wrong? Why is Zhuang crying?" And Nan looked up and recognized Mrs. Yu, who had attended her wedding. She and Gu Jiyu both stood up politely to greet her. Kong Xiai finally noticed the guests and hastily tried to smooth her messy hair. "Mr. Gu and Nan, you're here?" Then, a bit embarrassed, she straightened her rumpled clothes. "Sorry, I just fell asleep and didn't know we had guests. Please excuse me." And Nan replied politely, "We dropped by unannounced and disturbed your rest." "Sorry about that." But she couldn't help sizing Mrs. Yu up. She looked just like old Mr. Yu, pale, with dark circles under her eyes, completely drained of energy. She was nothing like the elegant, dignified lady she used to be. And Nan was puzzled. Their supplies were so abundant they couldn't even hide them all, the apartment was warm, and they were clearly living comfortably. So why did this couple look so worn out? Kong Xiai invited them to sit back down. "Oh, you're not disturbing me at all. It's not really nap time anyway. I'm just getting old, so I doze off here and there." She shot old Mr. Yu a reproachful look. "And you? Why didn't you wake me when we had guests?" Yu Shihong handed her a cup of tea. "You finally managed to get some good sleep. I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer." As they chatted, the babies crying upstairs didn't stop. Although Kong Xiai kept up a polite smile and made small talk with Nan and Gu Jiyu, she was clearly restless, her eyes darting around the room. And Nan noticed and took the initiative to ask, "That crying?" Kong Xiai immediately turned to Yu Shihong. "Where's Zhuang? Why is he still crying?" This was the second time she'd mentioned the name Zhuang. Anyone she cared about this much had to be her eldest grandson. And Nan thought of Tang Qiyun's baby, the one she couldn't miscarry no matter what, and how loud he'd cried the last time they met. Looks like the little guy was still as strong as ever. Who named him Zhuang? It fit him perfectly. Zhuang means strong or sturdy. Was he called Yu Zhuang or Yu Da Zhuang? Yu Shihong replied, "He's upstairs. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I asked Yu Chen to take him up." Kong Xiai shot up from the sofa. "He's so clumsy. How can he take care of a baby? Where's Nanny Wang?" Seeing her lose her composure, Yu Shihong apologized to Gu Jiyu, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, my wife's a first-time grandma. She gets a little anxious." Before Gu Jiyu could respond, he frowned at Kong Xiai. "What are you shouting for? We have guests." Nanny Wang just finished tidying up and went out to buy something. Kong Xiai, clearly distressed by the baby's crying, couldn't help but complain. "I told you we can't just keep one nanny. We should have at least two, one for cleaning and cooking, one just for Zhuang. But you just had to be stingy." To save money and because the place was small and didn't need so many staff, old Mr. Yu had decided to keep only Nanny Wang, who was experienced with children. She handled the chores and helped with the baby, and the three of them would take care of the child themselves, asking her for advice when needed. It seemed enough. The money saved was mainly used to pay for the bodyguards in 401, since security was most important in a crowded apartment building. But things hadn't gone as smoothly as they'd hoped. The baby was just too much to handle. Before Kong Xiai could finish complaining, Yu Shihong cut her off, embarrassed. "I said, we have guests. If you're so worried, go upstairs and check. Why fuss here?" He'd finally gotten a chance to see Mr. Gu, and he still had things to discuss. Kong Xiai seemed to realize she'd lost her composure. She gave Nan and Gu Jiyu an apologetic smile. "Sorry, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll go upstairs and check on things." And Nan smiled and nodded. "Please, go ahead." And Nan watched as she hurriedly rushed out, just about to turn and ask old Master Yu about Tang Qiyun's condition, when suddenly the door to room 501 swung open. It wasn't Kong Xiai who opened the door. She hadn't even made it to the entrance yet. The door was opened from the outside. At the same time, the baby's cries grew even louder and more piercing. And Nan and Gujiu followed the sound with their eyes, both momentarily stunned by what they saw. There stood young Master Yu, who used to be so glamorous and high-spirited, now holding a baby and looking like a homeless man, disheveled hair nearly down to his shoulders, a face full of stubble, gaunt cheeks, and sunken eyes, like a mummy brought back to life. He opened his mouth almost in tears. "Dad. Mom. Help me, please." And Nan clicked her tongue in disbelief. Was this really Yuchen? If not for the golden tips of his hair, she wouldn't have recognized him at all. The baby kept wailing, and Yuchen looked completely panicked. The old Yu couple rushed over in a flurry. "What's wrong, Zhuang? What happened?" "Grandma's here." The baby's crying was truly heart-wrenching. Did Yuchen drop him or something? And Nan and Gujiu exchanged a glance and got up to join the commotion. Seeing them approach, Yuchen hurriedly shoved the baby into Kong Si's arms, visibly relieved. "Quick! He's fighting himself." And Nan couldn't help but twitch her lips when she got a good look at the child. The baby was grabbing his own hair with his right hand, yanking it hard, and screaming at the top of his lungs. What the heck? Are his new limbs still unfamiliar with each other? Did his head and hand just get into a fight? Whether it was from pulling too hard or from the pain, the baby's little face was flushed bright red. It was both pitiful and a little funny. And Nan pressed her lips together. She'd always said this kid was a tough one. He was a fighter even in the womb. He was indestructible as an embryo, and now that he's a person, he's even fiercer. When he's unhappy, he beats himself up. Kong Si and Yushihong tried to pry his hand away, hearts aching. Zhuang, be good. Let go. But the little guy wasn't just strong, he was stubborn as a mule. The more they tried to persuade him, the harder he pulled. He seemed to be thinking, how dare you call reinforcements? I'll pull even harder. Of course, that only made it hurt more. The more it hurt, the harder he pulled. The harder he pulled, the more it hurt. It was a vicious cycle, and he cried so hard the whole house shook. Grandma was beside herself. "Oh, my poor baby, please let go." Old Master Yu was anxious too. Why is this kid so strong? We can't even pry his hand open. Yuchen, meanwhile, covered his ears in exasperation. "Please, just make him stop crying. I'm going crazy. Cry. I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown." The old couple glared at him in unison. "Shut up. Come help." Yuchen took a deep breath, reluctantly stepped forward, and joined in trying to pry the baby's hand open. But even with 3 pairs of adult hands, they couldn't all work on the tiny fist at once. They had to take turns. After more than a minute, they still hadn't succeeded. This stubborn little guy wouldn't let go for anyone. He didn't know the hair was his, or the hand was his. All he knew was the pain was his. The 3 adults, at their wits' end from his crying, finally turned in unison to look at Nan and Gujiu. The young couple simultaneously twitched their lips. "Why are you looking at us? We've never had a kid. And besides, the attacker and the victim are the same person. How are we supposed to mediate that?" Finally, Nan, driven half-mad by the endless crying, couldn't take it anymore. She went over to help. She gripped his little fist with one hand and pried it open with the other. At last, the tightly clenched hand loosened, and Nan let out a long sigh of relief. That wasn't so hard. Maybe Grandpa and Grandma were too soft-hearted to use real force. Or maybe Nan had stronger hands from working out every day. Thinking of this, she glanced a little guiltily at Zhuang. She'd managed to pry his hand open, but who knew if she'd broken any bones? Anyway, the kid was still crying. Wah. The 3 family members looked utterly helpless, rocking the baby back and forth. "Don't cry, sweetheart. Why is he still crying? Did he get hurt inside? When is Aunt Wang coming back?" Eventually, Nan, driven to distraction by the noise and forgetting all manners, sighed impatiently. "Stop crying." The baby finally quieted down. The 3 Yus and Gujiu all stared at Nan in amazement. And Nan herself was a bit stunned. Was she really that effective? Maybe it was because she'd threatened to kill him last time, and he remembered? She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he'd stopped crying, at least there probably weren't any broken bones. Before anyone could say anything, there was another knock at the door of 501. Sir, madam, I'm back. Kong Si's eyes lit up and she directed Yu Chen to open the door. The moment Yu Chen saw who it was, his whole body relaxed. Aunt Wang, you're finally back. Aunt Wang put down her shopping, greeted everyone with a smile, then warmed herself by the heater to make sure she wasn't bringing in any cold air before coming over to take the baby. Kong Si, still worried, followed her. You all chat, I'll go upstairs with Aunt Wang and the baby. And Nan and Gu Jiu nodded, watching them leave. And Nan couldn't help but sigh. Aunt Wang really had it tough working as a nanny for the Yu family. All three of them were used to having everything done for them. Never mind taking care of a baby, they needed help just looking after themselves. Aunt Wang had to care for the baby, serve the adults, and do the housework. She must be paid handsomely. After they left with the baby, Gu Jiu looked at the father and son slumped on the sofa like their souls had been sucked out and couldn't help but clear his throat. How's life treating you guys? Old master, you let out a long sigh. It's fine. After a pause, as if realizing his tone didn't match his words, he added, it's just that the baby is a bit hard to handle. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged glances. Their whole family looked like this just from taking care of a baby? My God, is raising a child really this terrifying? Is it because this baby is special, or have they just been pampered for too long? It made her even more reluctant to have kids. And Nan couldn't help but recall what some men used to say. Aren't you just staying home taking care of a kid? How hard could it be? They should really come and see the state of the Yu family. Tang Chiyun was so wise. She knew to send this little firecracker back to the Yu family early on. At that thought, and Nan paused. Wait, where was Tang Chiyun? Normally, with a child crying like that, how could the mother possibly not show up? Could it be that Tang Chiyun isn't at the Yu family's house either? Or has Yu Chen locked her up again for his experiments? And Nan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, the child's crying so much. Why haven't we seen Tang Chiyun? Old master, you didn't seem the least bit curious about how Nan knew the child's mother's identity. He just replied. Tang left the child behind and left herself. As he spoke, he sighed helplessly. Seeing that he wasn't surprised at all by her mention of Tang Chiyun, and Nan realized he must have met Tang Chiyun and heard about her plan to bring the child to Villa No. 1. So she pressed on, she left? Why? Old Master Yu was a bit surprised by her persistence. Judging by their attitude, were these two here today for Tang Chiyun? After thinking it over, he told them what had happened. After Tang left, we searched for her for a long time, but couldn't find her. Until 3 months ago, suddenly, we heard a baby crying outside the door. The Yus only had one son, Yu Chen, who still hadn't married, so they naturally cared deeply about the child Tang Chiyun was carrying. Ever since she disappeared, the old couple had worried every single day. The moment they heard the sound that day, they rushed outside. Yu Shihong had trouble walking, so Kong Si got there first. She saw a cardboard box outside the iron gate, with a baby inside and the words, your child, written on top. Kong Si immediately shouted. Not only did she alert Yu Chen upstairs, but also the bodyguards downstairs. Tang Chiyun, not wanting to just leave the child in the hallway, had deliberately pinched the baby to make him cry, then hid at the corner on the 4th floor to watch. Only after seeing someone open the door on the 5th floor did she feel at ease and turn to leave. But she happened to bump right into the bodyguard from 401 who'd come out to investigate the noise. Hearing this, and Nan thought to herself, just as I suspected. When she'd seen those 2 bodyguards earlier, she'd wondered, most people would assume the 5th and 6th floors belonged to the same family, who'd guess 401 was also theirs. The address Old Master Yu had given Gu Jiu only mentioned the 5th floor. If Tang Chiyun followed the address to drop off the child, she'd most likely run into someone from the 4th floor. And that's exactly what happened. The bodyguards and Tang Chiyun had worked together at the house, so they recognized each other. The bodyguards had been searching for her for months, so when they saw her, they were overjoyed and immediately stopped her. The old couple was ecstatic, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Who would have thought that after disappearing for so long, this little girl Tang Chiyun not only survived, but also safely gave birth to their grandson. Though the baby was premature, his cries were loud and strong. They happily welcomed mother and child inside. At this point, Nan asked in confusion, then why did she leave again? Old Master Yu sighed. She never intended to stay. She just agreed to a few things to appease us and then ran off at the first opportunity. That day, he'd tried to reason with her. Since the child was born, they were all family now. The old couple was willing to accept her as their daughter-in-law and hoped she would stay with Yuqin to raise the Yu family's only heir. They even forced Yuqin to apologize to her, promising never to force her to do anything she didn't like again, hoping the two could reconcile. At this point, old Master Yu glanced at Gu Jiu and Nan, deliberately avoiding any mention of animal experiments, simply referring to it as things she didn't like. He continued, "She didn't say much at the time and seemed agreeable, so we prepared a room for her on the 6th floor. But that very night, she snuck away, leaving only a letter. She never came back." "A letter?" And Nan asked curiously. "What did it say?" At this moment, Yuqin, who had been silent, finally spoke, his tone full of helplessness and exhaustion. "I don't know what got into her. She insisted she was some kind of protagonist, sent to this world with a mission, with special powers and a destiny to accomplish great things, not to be my virtuous wife and mother of my children." And Nan was momentarily stunned, shrinking her neck guiltily. She'd only given Xiaotang a pep talk before, hoping she'd have the courage to stand up when the mutant beasts attacked. She'd never tried to drive a wedge between her and the Yu family. This girl really was decisive, tell her to be a heroine, and she immediately cut off all ties and feelings. Gu Jiu glanced at her with a hint of amusement and picked up the conversation. "We actually ran into Miss Tang on the mountainside before. She probably mentioned it to you. She told us then that the pregnancy wasn't her choice, and she'd tried countless times to miscarry during her pregnancy, but in the end, it didn't work, so she gave birth to the child by accident." He paused, then summed up, "Maybe she really just didn't want to stay with you. There's not much more to it." Gu Jiu wasn't one to talk much, nor did he care to comment on Yu Chen's personal life or feelings. He just wanted to comfort his own wife. Sure enough, after hearing this, the previously guilty and Nan straightened up again. That's right, Xiaotang had left a note on the box, clearly never intending to return to the Yu family with the child. Yuqin being a single dad wasn't her fault. But Gu Jiu's words were a bit too blunt, and Yu Chen's face darkened. What did he mean? She just didn't want to stay with him. What was wrong with him? When he'd seen Xiao Yunkai that day, he'd already promised not to use her for experiments anymore. Yuqin frowned at Nan and Gu Jiu sitting together, his competitive spirit flaring up again. Why was it that Gu could live happily ever after with his beautiful wife, while he, Yuqin, couldn't even keep the woman who'd borne his child? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He took a few deep breaths, then stood up, muttered a casual goodbye, and went upstairs. He grumbled to himself, no matter what, even if he'd lost the mutant beasts and his girlfriend, he still had a child connected to him by blood. Did Gu have a child? No, he didn't. But no matter how he tried to comfort himself, Yu Chen's departing figure had lost the carefree air of the young master he once was. Whether it was the loss of his research to Dr. Qin, the exhausting work of raising a child, or the pain of being abandoned by a woman for the first time, he was now shrouded in a sense of desolation. Old Master Yu looked after him in dissatisfaction, then turned to Gu Jiu and explained, "Sorry, he's been looking after the child lately and is a bit irritable." Then he thanked them both. "We really have to thank you for guiding Tang, otherwise, Zhuang wouldn't have made it home safely." When the topic turned to that tough little rascal, and Nan asked curiously, "What's the child's full name? Yu Zhuang? Yu Zhuang? Or Yu Da Zhuang?" Old Master Yu gave an awkward laugh, then replied in a low, embarrassed voice, "He's called you Gozhuang." "And Nan? Gujiu? Gozhuang. That name is just awful." Seeing the shock on both their faces, even the always composed Gujiu couldn't keep a straight face. Old Master Yu hurried to explain, "I know the name isn't elegant, but a humble name is supposed to bring good fortune. These are hard times, and this child was hard one. It's better to play it safe. Once he grows up healthy, we can always give him a better name." By rights, as the eldest grandson of the Yu family, before the apocalypse he should have had a name fitting his status, something like Beichen, Tingchen, or Yanqing. But now, with so much uncertainty about the future, he worried that giving the child too grand a name would be tempting fate. Besides, there's no need for school these days, and he won't be around other kids, so there's no risk of him being teased or ostracized. They'll just call him this for now and change it when he's grown. No wonder the old couple had become so superstitious. After having a child, they'd rather err on the side of caution, believing it's better to be safe than sorry, and just hoping for the child's safety. What's more, their family had always been a bit into the mystical. Even the villa's renovation back in the day was done after consulting a feng shui master. After hearing his explanation, and Nan still couldn't help but remark, "It's really rare to see a name with dog in it." If you wanted a rustic, sturdy-sounding name, Yu Zhuangzhuang or Yu Dazhuang would do. Why insist on adding dog? She herself had dogs and didn't think there was anything wrong with them, but naming a child Gozhuang just felt too odd. At the very least, if she and Gu Jiyu ever had a child, they'd never call them Gu Guden or Gu Gaoa. But Old Master Yu just laughed. "The reason for the dog is that we hope his Uncle Go will watch over him and help him grow strong." Gozhuang is a very fitting name. And Nan was surprised. "Uncle Go." Yu Shihong nodded. Xiaotang said that when she was out there alone, she survived many dangers, all thanks to that dog named Chasing Wind. If it weren't for that dog, our Zhuangzhuang wouldn't have been born at all. As he spoke, Old Master Yu sighed. "Such a good dog, since it's done us such a favor, it deserves to be promoted to uncle status, so it can keep watching over Zhuangzhuang from above." From above? And Nan looked surprised. She knew about Chasing Wind. When Tang Qiyun brought the child to find his father, the dog was still alive. How did it end up above now? Yu Shihong explained. Xiaotang said that before Zhuangzhuang was born, Chasing Wind died protecting her from a group of bandits. And Nan quickly realized that Tang Qiyun must have lied. Probably to protect Chasing Wind, afraid the Yu family would take it back for experiments. From the way Old Master Yu described it, when she brought the child, she probably didn't bring Chasing Wind along. Most likely, after slipping out of the Yu house, she returned to her rental, picked up Chasing Wind and supplies, and fled in the night, so fast she didn't even bother to cancel the lease. She was probably worried about being spotted in a crowded office and dragged back by the Yu family. Who knew where she was hiding now? And Nan glanced at Gu Jiyu. The two of them were perfectly in sync. Neither mentioned that Chasing Wind was still alive. Meanwhile, Old Master Yu had moved on from talking about Chasing Wind to talking about Nan and Gu Jiyu. "If you two hadn't helped Xiaotang, Zhuangzhuang wouldn't have made it home. You're benefactors to our family, and I can't thank you enough." He looked suddenly excited. "If you don't mind, why don't we become godparent? T.S. Let Zhuangzhuang recognize you as his godfather and godmother. We've been neighbors for years, after all. It's only right that Zhuangzhuang remembers to repay your kindness." And Nan eyed him warily. Why suddenly all this talk of deep gratitude and ties? He was a businessman to the core, Old Master Yu especially so. And Nan didn't believe for a second that his intentions were as simple as he made them sound. He must be after something. So she refused outright. "Old Master Yu, you flatter us. It was nothing, really, no need for all this." When he still wouldn't give up and tried to press further, and Nan cut him off even more firmly. "We're not interested in being anyone's parents. We haven't even had our own kids. Why would we want to be godparents to someone else's?" Old Master Yu looked a little embarrassed. "It's just a godparent relationship." And Nan and Gu Jiyu both fell silent, making it clear they were firmly refusing. And Nan had heard before that becoming someone's godparent wasn't something to be taken lightly. Some even believed it could let others borrow your luck. Of course, to a staunch materialist, that was pure superstition, but old Master Yu was a superstitious man. If he knew about that belief and was still pushing for it, then his intentions definitely weren't pure. Even putting that aside, they simply weren't close enough with the Yu family for that kind of relationship. He was clearly trying to get closer for some other reason. The fact that he was being so patient today, explaining all his family's private matters, was already suspicious. He must want something. Sure enough, after dropping the godparent idea, old Master Yu chatted a bit, then got straight to the point. I heard, Mr. Gu, that you've built a villa community on official base land? And Nan curled her lips. So he had the same idea as Ma Qiangzhuang. Gu Zhi replied, Old Yu, your information is as sharp as ever. Yu Shihong laughed and praised him, not as sharp as you, Mr. Gu. Whether before the disaster or after, you've always been so capable. I'm in awe. His goal was simple. He wanted to move into Gu Zhiyu's villa community. No matter how well he fixed up his current place, it was still in a chaotic residential complex, surrounded by all sorts of people, with countless eyes watching every move, not safe at all. The neighbors were all hungry wolves, and all the security amounted to was a single iron gate. But moving into the villa community would be different. With Gu Zhiyu as a neighbor, not only would no one covet his supplies, but they could look out for each other. On this point, Nan and Gu Zhiyu were actually on the same page. With Tang Qiyun gone, leaving her son in the villa community was a good idea. Surely, as a mother, she wouldn't abandon her own child. Besides, Nan had already planned to place other people in the outer villas, so Ma Qiangzhuang's family wouldn't have a monopoly. After a bit of back and forth, the deal was quickly settled. Old Master Yu agreed to pay a high price to rent a villa on the outskirts. Once the deal was done, the old man was in high spirits, until Nan suddenly asked to take a look around his current residence. When Yu Shihong heard Nan's request, he was momentarily stunned. Asking to visit someone's home before the apocalypse, that would have been a normal request. But in the post-apocalyptic world, it was a rather abrupt and impolite thing to ask. After all, nowadays, a few kilos of rice or a couple of pieces of coal are as precious as gold nuggets. Every needle and thread at home is a valuable resource. Requesting to visit someone's home is no different from asking to see their cash box or safe, is it? But right now, Old Man Yu needed something from them. They had just reached a cooperation agreement, and Nan was going to be his future landlord, so it really wouldn't do to refuse. Of course, the most important thing was that Gu Zhiyu and his group were quite capable. Yu Shihong knew in his heart that they were unlikely to covet his family's supplies. So he smiled and agreed, of course. It's just that this place can't compare to the house over at Luoan Mountain. It's really a bit cramped. Please don't laugh at us when you see it. And Nan smiled back, not at all. Old Master Yu, your place is much better than mine. I just moved, and I wanted to learn from you, see how you've organized everything. Old Master Yu was a little surprised. You just moved? Where to? That villa district wasn't finished yet, so they couldn't have moved in there. And Nan explained, we moved to the official base as well. Otherwise, why would we suddenly come visit? As she spoke, she glanced around. But our place isn't as grand as yours. You bought so many units at once, while the two of us only bought one. Hearing that they'd also moved into an apartment, Old Master Yu felt much less self-conscious. He laughed heartily and said politely, it's just a temporary place to stay, 1 unit is enough. Anyway, it won't be long before we can move into the villa district. Then he started showing them around. Conditions are limited, so I didn't really do much decorating, just tidied up a bit, tried to keep it clean. And Nan replied, you're too modest, Old Master Yu. Gu Zhiyu quietly followed behind Nan, not saying a word. He knew Nan wasn't really interested in the house itself. She was still worried about Tang Qiyun. After all, everything they'd heard so far was just Old Master Yu's side of the story. If the Yu family had actually locked Tang Qiyun up, it wouldn't be surprising. Even though it was none of their business, Tang Chiyun had special abilities, and Nan still hoped she hadn't been imprisoned by the Yu family. Yuchen was a complicated person, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and prone to mental instability. Who knew what he might do? It was never good for someone to be in his hands. If the young couple were just peacefully living together and raising a child, that would be fine. But if he drove Tang Chiyun crazy, pushed her into developing an antisocial personality, and started commanding mutant beasts to cause chaos, that would be a real problem. The layout of the Yu family's place was fairly simple. Unit 401 was the security room. 6 big men lived in the 60-square-meter apartment, and the whole place was visible at a glance. Old Master Yu was willing to spend money here. He only kept 1 housekeeper, but hired 6 bodyguards. They worked in 3 shifts, 2 per shift, standing guard at the entrance to 401, keeping an eye on the hallway 24/7. They could rush out at any moment to block anyone lingering at the 5th-floor iron door. The 5th floor was where the old Yu couple lived. There were 4 rooms in total. 1 was given to the housekeeper. Besides the master bedroom for the couple, there were 2 more, one used as a study, with books and a wine cabinet, and the other as a storeroom, packed full of supplies. The 6th floor was Yuchen's place. Like the 5th floor, 2 units had been combined into a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. Yuchen lived in the master bedroom. In the next room, Aunt Wang and Kong Ci were taking care of the baby. The other 2 rooms were both storerooms. But what caught Nan's attention was that one of the storerooms was packed full of chemical materials and laboratory equipment. It was like stepping back into Zhao Pingan's lab. But unlike Zhao Pingan's lab, which was clearly in use, this room was just a jumble of stuff piled together, with a layer of dust on top. It looked like it was just being stored. Judging by this, Yuchen hadn't given up on doing experiments. He'd rather use up precious storage space to keep this stuff than trade it for points at the supermarket. Obviously, he was hoping these things would come in handy someday. No wonder Tang Chiyun ran away in the middle of the night. Just looking at this room, it was clear that young Master Yu hadn't let go of his obsession with experiments. If he were a professional, he'd probably be holed up in the lab himself. If Xiaotang really stayed with the Yu family, she might end up being used as a guinea pig by Yuchen again someday. After they'd finished their tour, and Nan quietly speculated, judging by the supplies in their storerooms, this clearly wasn't all the Yu family had. Never mind that they could afford to keep 6 bodyguards, just the things they'd taken from the mountains before were more than this. After the Yu family's villa was abandoned, and Nan and Gu Jiu had gone in out of curiosity, the place had been completely emptied. Even the sound system from Kong Ci's dance studio was gone, as well as all the gaming equipment from Yu Chen's esports room. Those things couldn't be traded for points. The only reason to take them was to keep them for future use. Since those things weren't here, it meant the Yu family, like Gu Jiu before, must have a hidden warehouse somewhere else. But although Nan guessed this, she had no ill intentions. She and Gu Jiu had enough supplies, they didn't need to covet the Yu families. After carefully touring the place, they didn't see any sign of Tang Chiyun. Given the limited layout, there couldn't be any hidden rooms or secret passages. Old Master Yu didn't try to stop them from seeing any rooms either. His attitude was open and above board. And Nan quickly confirmed that Xiaotang really wasn't here, so after a bit more small talk, she took her leave. After the 2 of them left, Yuchen mused, Gu isn't usually a tactless person. What was up with him today? He actually went from room to room, looking around. Old Master Yu sighed. They came for Xiaotang. I guess they were looking for her. Yuchen was taken aback. Xiao Yukai. Then he realized, they already know about the animal experiments? Old Master Yu grunted, I suppose Xiaotang told them. Yuchen's expression darkened. She tells them everything. Old Master Yu shot him a look. If you dared to do it, why wouldn't she dare to talk about it? It's already happened. Gu Jiu didn't say much. Even if he's upset, what's he going to do, arrest us and throw us in jail? From now on, everyone just needs to be careful around those mutant beasts, that's all. He spoke, glancing at Yuchen with a hint of annoyance. From now on, just focus on taking care of Zhuang and living your life honestly. There's enough in the house to last you a lifetime, so stop thinking about anything else. Yuchen was silent for a moment before asking, have you settled the matter of moving into the villa complex with them? Old Master Yu nodded. Originally, I planned to wait until Zhuang was a bit easier to handle, then go find them when I had the time. Who knew they'd come looking for us first? That's great, saves us a trip. Yuchen opened his mouth, about to say something else, when suddenly the sound of Zhuang crying came from inside. Father and son both sighed. Let's go see what's wrong with the child this time. This kid was a real handful, something new every day, and incredibly hard to take care of. Not only could he not be left alone for a moment, but it also took several people to soothe him at once. Auntie Wang said he was a high-needs baby, and even harder to handle than most high-needs babies. Meanwhile, Nan stepped out of the apartment building and let out a soft sigh. Gu Jiu took her hand. What's wrong? I don't know where Tang Qiyun has gone, and Nan said, feeling a little guilty. I hope my words didn't end up hurting an innocent girl. Actually, the Yu family was a pretty good place to rely on. At the very least, they could keep her safe for a few more years. Gu Jiu asked, if it were you, would you be willing to stay with the Yu family? And Nan replied without hesitation, no. Gu Jiu gave her a look that said, exactly, and continued. She may not be as capable as you, but she's got backbone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on the abortion, and even after the Yu family made their stance clear, she still decided to leave. And Nan thought for a moment. That's true. Then she added, tomorrow, let's go find Ma Qiangzhuang and have him assign someone to keep an eye on the Yu family for a while. Gu Jiu asked, you're worried the Yu family might have locked her up somewhere else? And Nan nodded. If that's the case, it'll come out sooner or later. Let's keep an eye on things for now. Gu Jiu nodded. All right. He hadn't expected that after just reaching an agreement with Ma Qiangzhuang, they'd have a use for his help so soon. After making their plans, the two prepared to leave. Just then, two men bundled up tightly came walking toward them, seemingly headed for the same apartment entrance they'd just come out of. And Nan stepped aside slightly to let them pass. But the two men suddenly stopped, and one of them greeted her. Missin, is that you? And Nan was taken aback. Who is this? The other man chimed in, it really is Missin. What a coincidence. As they spoke, both men pulled down their scarves, which had been covering half their faces. Only then did Nan recognize them. Jiang Tian, Jiang Weiming. It was the Jiang brothers who had done business with her a few times before. Last time, they'd even gone out of their way to show goodwill at Villa No. 1. The Jiang brothers were clearly delighted to bump into Nan. That's right, it's us. Missin, it's been so long. How have you been? And Nan smiled politely. I'm doing well. I still haven't thanked you for helping my friends buy their house. When Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were buying a house, and Nan had introduced the Jiang brothers to help them. Not only did they get a much better price, but the location was great too. Now, seeing them again, the brothers looked even thinner, but not haggard. Their complexions were still good, which meant life hadn't been too hard for them. Jiang Weiming said with a laugh, you're too polite, Missin. It was nothing, really. Surviving the apocalypse wasn't easy. Someone you saw last week might not even be alive this week, let alone someone you hadn't seen in ages. Though they weren't close friends, seeing a familiar face was a pleasant surprise for both sides. Back when they were hustling Banlangen during the pandemic and selling water during the heatwave, and Nan had realized these two were no ordinary guys, quick-witted, with survival skills far above average. But she remembered they'd once relied on the Yu family, hadn't they? She glanced back at the apartment entrance and asked, are you here to see old Mr. Yu? Or does young Mr. Yu need something? Jiang Tian was quicker to answer. Young Mr. Yu doesn't need anything. It's us. We have a favor to ask, so we came to see old Mr. Yu. And Nan nodded, noticing their hands full of bags. Definitely looked like they were here to ask for something. She hesitated but didn't ask what favor they needed. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian took the initiative. Missin, are you here to see the Yu family too, to ask about that new villa complex? At that, and Nan raised an eyebrow. Are you hoping to move into the villa complex? Jiang Tian nodded immediately. Of course. Anyone with supplies wants in, right? From what old Mr. Yu said before, it sounded like he was interested too. Jiang Weiming added, our abilities are limited. We couldn't find out who owns the villas, so we're hoping to get in through the Yu family. If they can move in, we're willing to pay them to put in a good word for us. And Nan thought about it. Since they'd already gotten this far, whether through the Yu family or later on, they'd find out who owned the land sooner or later. So she simply said, that villa complex is mine. According to her plan, the outer villas could be divided into a dozen or so units. Ma Qiangzhuang's family would take 8, the Yu family 1, and there were still several left. For Nan, since the outer villas were already being rented out, the more diverse the residents, the better. She wasn't afraid of chaos, she was only worried about everyone banding together, which would be problematic. These two brothers were highly capable, she might need them in the future. They were perfect for the outer villas. The Jiang brothers were both stunned by her words. Jiang Tian was the first to react, grinning from ear to ear. Wow, our luck is just incredible. We don't even need a middleman now. Jiang Weiming quickly caught on and added, if we'd known the villas were yours, Missin, with our friendship, we wouldn't have needed to ask anyone else. He pointed not far away. Our place is just over there, not far from here. Would you and your friend do us the honor of coming over for a visit? And Nan glanced at the time. She still had to prepare for a dinner gathering, so she politely declined. We have things to do, so we can't make it today. Seeing the brothers' disappointed faces, she added, but don't worry, we're old acquaintances. As for moving into the villa complex, that's definitely something we can discuss. The Jiang brothers' eyes lit up with hope. Jiang Tian said happily, Missin, you go ahead with your business. We're in no rush. Whenever you have time, you're always welcome to come over. And Nan nodded, made a note of their address, and left. Zhao Ping'an, Xu Peipei, and Long Tsong'an had all bought their apartments together. They lived in the same building, just across from Nan's place. Before heading home, Nan and Gu Jiu stopped by the building opposite. As expected, neither Zhao Ping'an nor Xu Peipei were home, not even Aunt Hu, she was out at work too. And Nan simply took out pen and paper, left a note on their door saying she'd moved to the base and inviting them to come over after work for a get-together. Someone was home at Long Tsong'an's though. He was out working, but his wife, Li Shihan, stayed home to look after their child. When Li Shihan saw Gu Jiu and Nan suddenly show up, she was overjoyed and hurried to invite them in. But since it was almost dusk and Nan was anxious to get back and prep dinner, she didn't go inside. She just told Li Shihan to bring her whole family over to her place after Long Tsong'an got off work, and they'd catch up properly then. After that, the two of them hurried home. After running around outside, both of them were chilled to the bone, their noses red from the cold. Once they'd warmed up inside for a bit, they started getting ready for hot pot, just as planned. On such a freezing day, Peipei and the others would surely be chilled through after work too. Gathering together for a steaming hot pot meal would be the perfect way to warm up and feel cozy. But now that they were living in an apartment building, they couldn't have a heavy, spicy beef tallow hot pot. The smell would disturb the neighbors upstairs and down. So they went with a light seafood broth base. Fresh seafood was never in short supply in Nan's storage space. Although she couldn't store live animals, she'd always put them in right after they were killed, so they stayed fresh. Still, bringing out fresh seafood would definitely raise questions. After all, they weren't anywhere near the sea, and with all this snow and ice, where would fresh seafood even come from? So she just took out a pack of dried seafood for the broth and added some frozen seafood for flavor. Zhao Ping'an and the others all knew Nan and Gu Jiu had been to Haicheng at the eastern base, so it was perfectly normal for them to have brought back some frozen shrimp, cuttlefish roe, or squid. Gu Jiu used the meat slicer to shave some frozen meat rolls, beef, lamb, and pork all mixed together. No one would ask too closely what kind of meat it was. And Nan minced shrimp into a paste to make shrimp balls, and added some frozen hot pot meatballs, so the spread was pretty complete. Those starchy, artificial-flavored hot pot meatballs would have been considered junk food before the disaster, but now their strong flavor was just the thing to satisfy cravings. After all, in recent years, people barely had any flavorings, not even much salt. As long as food was cooked, it was good enough. Everyone's taste buds had gone bland. Junk food like hot pot meatballs was just the thing to scratch that itch. Normally, when Nan and Gujiu had hot pot by themselves, they'd add lots of fresh vegetables. But with guests, they could only serve dried veggies. She figured Zhao Ping'an and the others wouldn't mind. With the harsh winter and limited fuel, almost no one could grow vegetables indoors, so dried veggies had become precious and expensive. And Nan had noticed when she'd gone to the supermarket before. There weren't any fresh vegetables at all, and only a few packs of dried ones, all at sky-high prices. Ordinary survivors couldn't even dream of eating them. Before the extreme cold, Zhao Ping'an and the others had grown plenty of vegetables, but by now, their dried veggie stash must be almost gone. Even if they had some left, they probably wouldn't dare eat much on a normal day. So Nan put out several extra plates, making sure everyone could have their fill. After a good while of bustling around, the basic ingredients were all ready. Even the noodles for the main course were hand-kneaded and rolled by Gujiu, not store-bought. The only thing missing was sweet potato slices, a hot pot staple, but Nan didn't prepare any this time. Ever since the mutated sweet potatoes appeared, sweet potatoes had become the most abundant food around. Before the disaster, people could alternate between meat and vegetables, rice and noodles. But from now on, survivors would probably be eating sweet potatoes every single day. It was better than starving, of course, but after a while, anyone would get sick of it. Just as the two finished getting everything ready, there was a knock at the door. It was Chu Peipei, Zhao Ping'an, and Aunt Hu. As soon as the door opened, Chu Peipei rushed in, threw her arms around Nan, and exclaimed excitedly, Nan, you finally moved here. I missed you so much. Chu Peipei had moved to the base nearly a year ago, but she'd only seen Nan twice in that time. She didn't have much fuel, so there was no way she could drive all the way back to Luoan Mountain to visit Nan. And although Nan had plenty of fuel in her storage space, she couldn't just come here all the time for no reason. She'd only visited the base 3 times, using the excuse of checking construction progress to see her friends. The last time she'd come was just a few days ago, to get some lab rabbits from Zhao Ping'an. But she'd left right after picking up the rabbits, and Chu Peipei had been at work, so they hadn't met. All in all, it had been over 4 months since she'd last seen Peipei. Both of them were thrilled. It wasn't until Gujiu cleared his throat nearby that Chu Peipei reluctantly let go of Nan. She shot Gujiu a glare and said, "It's been so long. Can I hug her a little longer?" "Fine, she's yours." Gujiu. He'd only coughed because the cold air they'd brought in had made him choke. And Nan happily ushered the 3 of them inside. "It's cold out, isn't it? Come in and warm up." Aunt Hu, smiling as she walked in, commented, "Your Peipei really missed you. She practically flew over here." Zhao Ping'an added, "Yeah. As soon as Mom and I got off work and reached the building, we saw her dashing out, dragging us along before we even knew what was going on. It wasn't until you opened the door that I realized we were here to see you." He looked around and asked, "So, Idol, you guys have officially moved in?" And Nan nodded. "Yeah. I knew you were busy with work, so I didn't bother you right away, just waited until we'd settled in before inviting you over." Long Tsongan's family hadn't arrived yet, so Nan didn't rush them to the table. She led everyone to the sofa, poured them hot ginger tea, and sat down to chat. And Nan took Chu Peipei's hand. "Last time I saw Zhao Ping'an, he said you're working at the base hospital now and you've become a star doctor?" Chu Peipei didn't bother being modest. She grinned, "This is all I'm good at, so of course I have to make the most of it." Then she explained a little sheepishly, "There's not much work for us most days, since medicinal herbs are so scarce. We mostly do simple emergency bandaging. I only got the Star Doctor title because I happened to save a leader once." She was clearly happy to be putting her skills to use. And Nan congratulated her, then turned to Aunt Hu. "Aunt Hu, Zhao Ping'an said you're growing sweet potatoes for the agriculture department. Is it tough work? Aunt Hu shook her head with a smile. With so many people working together, what's so hard about it? Besides, those mutant sweet potatoes are really easy to grow. They're not tiring at all. Sweet potatoes need a certain amount of time to grow, and since there weren't many seedlings at first, it's only recently that everyone has been able to plant them. The government specifically hired Aunt Hu and her group to handle large-scale planting. Aunt Hu looked very content. Having something to do keeps me from getting senile when I'm older. Plus, I get a steady salary and food rations. If it weren't for Ping'an being valued by the research department, I wouldn't have landed such a good job. When Annan heard her mention Zhao Ping'an's promotion, she was genuinely happy for him. Looks like your work in the research department is going pretty well? Zhao Ping'an grinned. I just love doing research. I used to pay for everything myself, but now the government gives me resources and lets me focus on my projects. Of course I'm happy. Annan nodded, then asked curiously, so what are you working on now? Zhao Ping'an replied, mainly ways to deal with the extreme cold. But lately, my main project has been predicting and preparing for the next major disaster. His expression grew a bit serious. This extreme cold has lasted for quite a while. Based on past experience, my colleagues and I think the next disaster is probably getting close. Hearing this, Annan perked up. So, what have you predicted? Zhao Ping'an answered earnestly, didn't I make a list of possible disasters before? After further analysis, we think the most likely ones are polar day, eternal night, and tsunamis. He added, tsunamis are the least likely, since we're in a landlocked city. If even we get hit by a tsunami, then Blue Star is really done for. Hearing his predictions, Annan and Gu Jiu exchanged a glance. What a talent! He really is gifted. Annan's admiration was obvious. She'd thought highly of him back at Maple Forest Estates. He wasn't even someone who had been reborn, yet he could already anticipate something like Eternal Night. She couldn't help but remind him, out of the ones you mentioned, I think Eternal Night is the most likely. Zhao Ping'an immediately asked, why do you say that? Because I'm a prophet, that's why. Of course, Annan couldn't say that. She could only stiffen her neck and force an explanation. Didn't you say Polar Day and Eternal Night were the most likely? I just think, compared to Polar Day, Eternal Night would be much more damaging. What's so scary about it being bright all the time? But endless darkness, that's terrifying. Look at the disasters we've had so far, none of them have been easy. The more dangerous it is, the more likely it is to happen. Zhao Ping'an slapped his thigh. Exactly. Idol, you're right. We've been analyzing climate and solar trajectories, but your reasoning is so much more straightforward. Annan gave an awkward laugh. I'm not as professional as you guys. I was just saying what came to mind. She paused, then emphasized, but I do have a knack for jinxing things. Whatever I say tends to come true. If the authorities could really prepare for Eternal Night in advance, the casualties from the next disaster would definitely be reduced. Even just installing more streetlights would help. Zhao Ping'an nodded. We'll take Eternal Night seriously and report it up. He then added, I even proposed building a Noah's Ark. But given our current situation and the low chance of a tsunami, the proposal didn't go through. The higher-ups want to see what the Eastern authorities think first. After all, they're closer to the sea. Annan nodded. The head of the Eastern base, Song Guoqiang, wasn't one to slack off, so keeping an eye on their actions was a good strategy. Of course, the Northern base's Li Mingcheng also had a good eye for talent, bringing in people like Zhao Ping'an and Professor Zheng. Zhao Ping'an scratched his head, a little embarrassed after Annan praised him. I only got into the research department thanks to your recommendation, Idol. Annan shook her head. I just happened to mention you to Director Li when I visited. In the end, it's your own ability that got you in. If I'd wanted to join the research department myself, Director Li wouldn't have agreed. Everyone laughed. Zhao Ping'an suddenly turned to Chu Peipei. Speaking of which, Peipei is even more impressive than me. She got her job all on her own. Not only did she stay at the base hospital, she's become a top doctor there. Chu Pei blushed at being mentioned and said modestly, "It's called a hospital, but there are only 5 or 6 doctors in total. With such a shortage, of course I got the job easily." Zhao Ping'an looked at her without blinking. "No matter what, your medical skills are worth several people put together." Chu Pei didn't say anything more, just looked away to avoid his gaze. Annan glanced at Zhao Ping'an, then at Chu Pei. "Judging by their behavior, they're still not together? It's been almost a year, aren't they taking it a bit too slow?" At that moment, Fugue, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, suddenly barked toward the door. Annan said, "That must be Long Song'an and his family." Sure enough, the next second, there was a knock at the door. Gu Jiu immediately went to open it. Long Song'an and his family of 3 came in cheerfully, and everyone exchanged greetings. Li Shihan smiled and said, "Finally, the 2 of you have made it. Now everyone's here." She turned to look at Long Song'an. "As soon as Song'an got off work, he happily rushed us over here." Long Song'an now worked in the storage section of the base supermarket. But he didn't have to do any heavy lifting, he just managed inventory. Thanks to his previous experience as an assistant, he was good at reading people, and it didn't take long for him to win over the leaders. They gave him this easy yet important job. Now, he had a complete grasp of all the supplies in the official warehouses. Annan was happy for him, and for their whole little group. Now, their people were in the logistics, research, and medical departments. If there were any changes or news from the authorities, they'd be the first to hear about it and could keep each other informed. The official base was developing better and better, and everyone had found a job that suited them. There was no more need to worry about running out of resources. Annan felt that even in the apocalypse, life was starting to get better. Seeing the adults chatting away, Long Xiaobao couldn't help but chime in happily, "Aunt Nanan, your house is so warm." Li Shihan immediately teased him, "Then maybe we should just leave you here with Aunt Nanan. How about that?" Long Xiaobao turned to her, looking exasperated. "Mom, I'm 9 years old. Are you still trying to fool me with tricks for 3-year-olds? Li Shihan was momentarily stunned. The whole group burst into laughter. And Nan patted Long Xiaobao on the head. "In the blink of an eye, our Xiaobao has grown up." Kids around 10 years old are always eager to grow up, wishing they could act like adults in everything they do. And Xiaobao, having grown up in the midst of disasters, was naturally more mature than most children his age. Standing nearby, Zhao Ping'an also sighed, "Yeah, time flies." Xiaobao is already 9. When the disasters first hit, he was just a 5-year-old little kid, and now he's grown so tall. "I feel it even more. I've gone from a young guy to an old uncle." As he spoke, he couldn't help glancing at Chu Pei beside him. Time really does fly. And Nan also glanced at Chu Pei, jokingly chiming in, "Not just an uncle who's never even been in a relationship." Everyone burst out laughing. It wasn't that Nan liked to meddle, but from their earlier conversations, she knew that Chu Pei actually liked Zhao Ping'an. She just couldn't get past her own hang-ups. Back then, it was Pei who'd advised her to seize happiness in these hard times, which led to her and Gu Jiu's happy life together. Yet somehow, when it came to Pei herself, she just couldn't take her own advice. Chu Pei shrank her neck and stayed quiet, but Aunt Hu opened her mouth as if to say something, only to be interrupted by Long Xiaobao. "Aunt Nan, Uncle Ping'an, I'm grown up now. You can't call me Xiaobao anymore." Long Song'an looked at his son, who was holding his head high and acting all serious, and couldn't help but laugh. "No matter how big you get, you'll always be a kid in front of your aunts and uncles here." Long Xiaobao raised his chin and argued earnestly, "That's different. What, am I supposed to still be called Bao Bao when I'm 30 or 40? That'd be ridiculous." And Nan was in a good mood today and played along with interest. All right. Xiaobao's grown up, so we won't call you Xiaobao anymore. What would you like us to call you?" Long Xiaobao grinned. "Of course, call me by my real name." And Nan was taken aback. "Your real name? Wait, isn't that?" Before she could finish, Long Xiaobao put his hands on his hips and declared loudly, "Long Ao. Tian." The room fell silent. and Nan opened her mouth, trying to go along with the child and call him by his name, but after a few tries, she just couldn't get the words out. How could anyone say such a cringy, over-the-top name out loud? But his father, who'd given him the name, was quite pleased and was the first to show support. "All right, Long Out Yen, we got it. Go play over there and don't interrupt the adults." Obediently, Long Xiaobao moved to the side, but the aroma of the seafood hot pot kept drawing his gaze back to the table. The child had been well raised by Long Songin and his wife, polite, well-behaved, and sensible. But after all, he was still a kid. Usually, he only got to eat dry rations and thin porridge, rarely anything tasty. Now, with the smell of the seafood hot pot wafting through the air, he couldn't help but sneak glances at the dining table. And Nan noticed his expression and quickly called everyone to the table. "Come on, let's stop chatting and eat while we talk." Everyone was already here, and if they didn't sit down soon, the meat rolls would start to fall apart. The group immediately headed cheerfully to the dining room. Zhao Pingyan led the way, grinning. "The moment I walked in, the smell had me drooling. From a distance, I could see the table was piled high, but I have no idea what you and Brother Gu have actually prepared." Halfway through his sentence, he caught sight of the dazzling array of ingredients on the table. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After so long in sub-zero temperatures, -60 degrees and below, they'd gotten used to the cold. Yet at this moment, they felt a warmth that spread from their bodies to their hearts. It wasn't just that the food was a rare treat in the apocalypse, it was the obvious care that had gone into it. They all knew Nan and Gu Jiu were well-stocked, and maybe inviting everyone over for hot pot wasn't a big deal for them. But the sheer abundance and variety on the table showed how much thought they'd put in. The couple must have worried that their friends hadn't been eating well lately, so every dish was served in big bowls. There were several small iron basins filled to the brim with meat rolls. So many that even though they were starting to thaw and go limp, they were still piled high, almost overflowing. The shrimp paste wasn't even shaped into balls for presentation, just a big heap in a large bowl with a spoon, ready to scoop as you eat. With that much, you could probably make 10 fancy plates if you bothered to arrange it. No effort was wasted on appearances, the focus was on hearty portions and filling everyone up. Long Songin knew their boss Gu best. Normally, he was all about refinement. Forget inviting people over, even when making himself a simple bowl of noodles, he'd carefully arrange everything. When had he ever served food in big basins like he was feeding pigs? They'd even prepared 2 big pots, one on each side, just in case one wasn't enough for everyone to enjoy. On top of that, there were plenty of precious dried vegetables and frozen seafood, and even the noodles were handmade. If you packed all this up and sold it at the base supermarket, the points you'd earn would feed an ordinary survivor for a year. Just looking at this table, you could tell they truly saw everyone as friends. Even after not seeing each other for so long, there was no sense of holding back, just trust in their friendship and character, and a desire to treat them well. For a moment, everyone was moved by such genuine hospitality. Actually, Nan had treated them like this before, but back then, everyone lived together, so it didn't feel so special. Since moving to the official base and living among other survivors, the contrast made Nan's kindness stand out even more. Here, a colleague who joked with you one minute would act like eating a piece of chocolate was an illicit affair the next, afraid you'd see. No one shared their home address, worried you'd show up at mealtime if you ever ran out of food. Everyone guarded against each other, who cared if you were hungry or cold. And Nan saw everyone spacing out and called out again, "What are you all doing? Sit down. After a whole day's work, aren't you hungry?" Everyone quickly took their seats. Zhao Pingyan, never shy, immediately dumped a pile of meat into the pot. "Idol, I knew coming to your place would mean the best treatment. This is incredible." Chu Peipei, sitting next to Nan, chimed in, "Yeah, I'm going to eat my fill today." Across the table, Long Songin glanced at his former boss, too embarrassed to speak loudly, but smiled and said, "Thanks to Boss Gu and our benefactor for the feast." After so long apart, and Nan had even prepared some alcohol for everyone. Except for Long Xiaobao, All the adults filled their glasses, clinked them together with cheerful wishes, and only then did they start the meal in earnest. Everyone was in high spirits, chatting and eating while the food was still hot. Long Song-in and his wife even shared a bunch of juicy gossip with the group. They didn't hold back. Even stories like Deputy Chief Yao kept a mistress outside, got caught by his eldest daughter, and the mistress ended up getting beaten up in a supermarket made the rounds. Since Long Song-in worked at the supermarket, he was naturally well informed. Li Shihan, on the other hand, was a great storyteller, and with her vivid descriptions, the tales became even more colorful. With good food, drinks, and gossip, everyone got a bit carried away and drank more than usual. After a few rounds, Zhao Pingin's cheeks were flushed red. He was definitely drunk. Still, he grinned, slurring his words as he raised his glass to toast Anan. Idol. The thing I regret least in my life is going to your house back then to pay my respects. At the time, I just thought, wow, this young girl chops people up like she's chopping vegetables. So badass. Who would have thought we'd become such good friends and stick together all these years? In the apocalypse, it's not easy at all to make real friends. It's thanks to you, Idol, that I got to know Brother Gu and Song-in. He paused, then added, and of course, Pepe. He chuckled, then thanked Anan. If I hadn't knocked on your door back then, none of this would have happened. With the alcohol loosening his tongue, Zhao Pingin poured his heart out, his gaze burning with emotion. Of course, his eyes weren't on Anan, nor on Brother Gu or Song-in. They were locked onto Chu Pepe. Anan noticed the fire in his eyes and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Alcohol really is magical. Even someone as shy and reserved as him becomes bold under its influence. What's that saying? Wine gives cowards courage. But Chu Pepe refused to respond to him. After a couple of drinks, she quickly changed the subject, turning to Anan. Pingin really cares about you. Last time, when he heard about your conflict with Yao Qianqian, he even gave Deputy Chief Yao the cold shoulder when delivering the antidote. She laughed. Too bad you weren't there. It was so satisfying to watch. Anan was caught off guard, her attention successfully diverted. What antidote delivery? Chu Pepe explained, the antidote for the poison ice blade. That thing hurt a lot of people, and some even tried to use it to assassinate officials and cause chaos. So Zhao Pingin handed over a batch of antidote to Chief Li. Deputy Chief Yao was very interested in the antidote, but we didn't give him the time of day. Pingin even told him, you want everything, but that'll only hurt you. Ha ha. Anan laughed along, and after hearing the full story from Chu Pepe, she finally understood why, after she gave Yao Qianqian an ice blade, Deputy Chief Yao never came looking for her. The antidote Zhao Pingin had was the same as the one she used on Yao Qianqian, so Deputy Chief Yao must have assumed Zhao Pingin was on her side. And since Zhao Pingin handed the antidote to Li Mingqing, plus the mutated sweet potatoes Anan had previously turned in, Deputy Chief Yao probably figured they'd already chosen sides and were now with Chief Li. Naturally, he wouldn't dare act rashly or go up the mountain to seek revenge. Besides, that conflict was really Yao Qianqian's own fault, and Anan had even been merciful enough to cure her poison instead of killing her. And from what Long Song-in and his wife said, the Yao family was already a mess. If they could have a scandal where the daughter beats up the mistress in public, things must be pretty chaotic at home. They'd hardly have the energy to come after her. The group kept chatting late into the night, until the workers who had to be up early the next day finally stumbled off, drunk. The next day, Anan and Gu Jiu went to see Ma Qiangzhuang. They met Ma Qiangzhuang's brothers from Linglong Base, introduced themselves, and asked Ma Qiangzhuang to have some people keep an eye on the Yu family. The pay was generous, and if they managed to find Tang Qiyun, there'd be a bonus. After that, they visited the Jiang brothers to finalize the terms and rent for moving in. The Jiang brothers were overjoyed, thanking Anan profusely and promising that once they moved in, they'd keep a close watch on the activity around the outer villas for her. With this settled, the brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief. They'd made good money trading and had bought a house in the base, but the longer they stayed, the more unsafe their current place felt. Apartment buildings were crowded and full of all sorts. At first, anyone who could buy or rent was considered well off, but after 2 years, many people's supplies were running low. The Jiang brothers were big and strong, obviously not lacking food or clothing, so it was only natural that their neighbors started eyeing them. After dealing with a few incidents, they just wanted a quieter place to live. Of course, another reason was that they wanted to live among people of a higher social standing. They'd been hustling for years and had accumulated a lot of supplies by sticking to one principle: follow the bees to the flowers, follow the flies to the toilet. Back then, only the rich could buy apartments in the base. Now, with the villa district, it was clear that the truly wealthy lived there. They wanted to live among the rich so they could stay in the loop and keep making money. Annan saw through their little schemes but didn't mind. Everyone just wanted a better life. Besides, the brothers ended up paying a higher price than Ma Qiangzhuang's group. Currently, there were 3 groups renting the outer villas, each at a different price. The Yu family was the wealthiest and paid the highest rent. The Jiang brothers were next. Ma Qiangzhuang's group was strapped for cash, rented more units, so their unit price was the lowest. It wasn't favoritism. Each group's strength was different, and their sincerity was reflected in the price. She wasn't short on rent money, nor was she running a business for reputation, so she didn't care if the tenants paid different prices. What she didn't want was for them to all pay the same and become too united. It had to be unfair so that if they ever found out the truth, they'd be too busy resenting each other to gang up on her. Annan wasn't worried about the higher-paying tenants complaining. These were her private properties, not on the open market, not under official control. She and Gu Jiu had the final say. Even if she charged a ton of grain, it was nobody else's business. The official base had plenty of housing. Anyone unhappy with the rent could just leave. After meeting with Ma Qiangzhuang and the Jiang brothers, it was only noon. Annan and Gu Jiu went to check on their own plot of land to inspect the construction progress. Meanwhile, over at the now rather desolate Luoan Mountain, a group of unexpected visitors arrived. Bigger and stronger. Bigger and stronger. Their thunderous chant echoed across the hillside as a group of young men, all armed, marched boldly into the deserted villa district. Reporting, boss, my building's empty. No people, no supplies. Reporting, boss, 3 corpses in mine, but no supplies. Reporting, boss, 1 corpse, a bit of firewood and some dry rations. Reporting, boss. No one and nothing in this one. After listening to a string of identical reports, the man in the lead was fuming. Didn't they say this was the most exclusive neighborhood in Linbei City? So, where's all the good stuff? He scowled, thumping the guy behind him on the head with his thermos cup. How did you get your intel, huh? How did you get it? With a few loud thwacks, the unlucky guy clutched his head and begged for mercy. Ow, boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. But the man wasn't satisfied. He kicked the guy to the ground. Just knowing you're wrong doesn't help. Do you know how hard it was for the brothers to climb that mountain? He looked around, gritting his teeth. How is this any different from those abandoned villa districts? Where did you even hear that the people here were so tough that even the Linglong base didn't dare mess with them? The man on the ground couldn't help defending himself. Boss, I swear I didn't lie. The info was solid, I just don't know where everyone went. Even the Linglong base, you checked it yourself, right? It was empty too. Mentioning the deserted Linglong base only made the boss angrier. He'd brought his whole crew all the way from Yuqing, dreaming of conquering Linbei City and wiping out the Linglong base. And after all that effort, they arrived to find nothing. The huge Linglong base had nothing left but some tattered underwear and holey socks. Forget food and supplies. Even the mattresses were gone. Not wanting to go home empty-handed, they dragged themselves all the way to this godforsaken Luoan mountain. The climb nearly killed them, and still, not a soul in sight. As for why they didn't drive. Damn it, who knew which bastard had emptied out all the gas stations in Yuqing back then? All they had left was the dregs from abandoned cars by the roadside, and even that was almost gone. Yuqing and Linbei City might be neighbors, but they'd had to come on foot. Their knees were about to give out. He swore he wouldn't leave today without finding a mountain of treasure. Fuming, He kicked the guy on the ground a few more times. Still arguing? You still dare argue with me? I guess you don't want to be third in command anymore. Just got promoted and already want to be fired. The second in command quickly stepped in to calm him down. Boss, don't get so worked up. It's bad for your health. He pointed to the ground. Look, boss, not even a single poisoned ice blade left behind. The place is spotless. That means after the toxic hailstorm, people were still living here. He massaged the boss's shoulders. Why don't we keep going? We're only halfway through. What if the big fish are deeper inside? The man took a deep breath, steadied himself, and finally spoke. We'll keep looking, of course. We're already here. Search. Search everywhere. Turn this whole villa district upside down. Whoever finds something good gets a big reward. Yes, sir. For a while, the sounds of doors being smashed and windows broken rang out everywhere. The underlings were full of energy, barging into every house they saw. You couldn't really blame them for being cocky. Every one of these young men had a pistol at their waist, and each could take on 10 men alone. With so many of them together, their momentum was overwhelming. Any ant crossing their path would get stomped twice. Too bad there didn't seem to be even a single ant left here. The boss could hear the sounds of destruction, but no shouts or gunfire. He had a bad feeling in his gut. Don't tell me we're going to come up empty again. Annoyed, he led a few men deeper into the compound. All the villas looked the same, except for the two at the very end, which were painted differently. Villa number 1 was already a pile of rubble, but inside villa number 2. Standing in what was basically a gutted shell, the man let out a furious roar. God damn it, even the chandelier in the living room is gone? A lackey chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. That's nothing. I checked earlier, even the projector from the private theater is gone. No idea what anyone would want with that. The man, seething, was about to hurl his thermos at the guy's head when another underling came running down the stairs. Boss, we did find something. He waved a stack of papers and shoved them into the boss's hands. They were old calligraphy practice sheets that old master you had tossed out. The man took them and flipped through. Don't get angry. Anger harms your health and pleases no one. The man. This time, the thermos finally found its mark. He chucked it straight at the underling's head. Clutching the stack of calligraphy, the boss roared. What, you brought me this crap because you're worried I'll run out of toilet paper? The underling, aggrieved, picked up the thermos and respectfully handed it back. Boss, that's not what I meant. Look, some of these have signatures. The man flipped through the stack with a scowl and indeed saw a few name stamps. Yusher Hong. He frowned. Who's that? Never heard of him. The underling piped up immediately. That's the boss of Taiyu Group. Taiyu Group. The boss's eyes lit up. He didn't know Yusher Hong, but Taiyu Group, who hadn't heard of them. Taiyu water heaters, Taiyu air conditioners, Taiyu baby formula. Even the toilet paper his family used to use was from Taiyu paper. The man looked around the stripped-bare villa. So this was the home of Taiyu Group's boss? The rumors about this villa district being tough, and even Linglong Base not daring to mess with them, were probably referring to this Yusher Hong. Thinking of this, the man snorted coldly. Linglong Base was a bunch of cowards. He wasn't afraid. He had to find the Yu family supplies and claim them for himself. He knew that the stockpile of a top-tier tycoon could rival that of a small, well-known gang. He'd made his fortune by taking down a local rich guy before. But that guy was nothing compared to Taiyu Group. The Yu family's stash had to be even more impressive. But judging by the state of the place, the Yu family had already moved out. Where could they have gone? He turned to his men. Any of you know if there's anywhere else in Libe City that's good for survival? If they'd moved, it had to be somewhere even better than here. The underlings looked at each other, but no one spoke up. Just then, the rest of the crew finished searching the house. A crowd of team leaders came rushing over to report. The man raised his hand to stop them. If you didn't find anything worthwhile, don't waste my time. Only speak up if you have something. The group instantly fell silent. Clearly, no one had found anything. In the end, only one person spoke up. Boss, our team found a living person in the house we searched. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Good, good. Reward him. The boss was overjoyed. Lead the way. I want to see this for myself. Finally, someone who's still breathing. But the rewarded underling didn't look happy. Instead, he glanced nervously at the boss and said cautiously, "Boss, it's just a person, no supplies. I've already brought him over." The boss's face darkened for a moment, but he took a breath and composed himself. Bring him over. No supplies was still better than nothing. As long as the man was alive, maybe they could get some information out of him. Yes, sir. The squad leader immediately turned and shouted at his men, "Quick! Bring him to the boss." To everyone's surprise, the person they brought in was a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, both legs missing. The boss glanced at his crippled lower body, a bit surprised. Someone like this managed to survive for years of disasters? You. What's your name? The man looked up, his gaze calm and unruffled. Hao Yun. The boss frowned. What, good luck? The middle-aged man replied, My surname is Hao, given name Yun. Hao Yun. What a crappy name. The boss muttered, then asked impatiently, Tell me, where are the people from this villa complex? Hao Yun's expression didn't change. They all moved away. Where to? I don't know. The boss felt he was being uncooperative and slapped him across the face. Answer properly. What do you mean you don't know? Blood trickled from Hao Yun's mouth, but his face remained impassive. He simply explained again, I really don't know. I wasn't close with them. The boss clicked his tongue in annoyance and asked, Everyone here left, why didn't you? Hao Yun finally showed a hint of expression, a bitter smile, and patted his legs, amputated at the knees. How would I leave? Looking at him, the boss could tell he really wasn't close with the other residents. If he'd had any good neighbors, they wouldn't have left him behind like this. He couldn't help but sigh, a cripple who can't even walk. How the hell did you survive all these disasters? Hao Yun replied coolly, I just survived, that's all. He paused, then added, but I won't last much longer. Hao Yun's name fit him, he'd only made it through these 4 years thanks to sheer luck. His family had been wealthy, so he'd always lived a smooth life. But right before the disaster struck, tragedy hit his family. While on a family trip, their private plane crashed. Miraculously, he was the only survivor, but he lost both legs and became completely alone. After being discharged from the hospital, he sold off the family business and assets, stopped working, stopped going out, and spent his days hiding at home, depressed and withdrawn. To avoid seeing people, he'd stocked up on a huge amount of food and supplies, enough to fill the entire first floor. Then he just stayed home, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Who could have guessed the apocalypse would arrive so dramatically? Suddenly, everyone else was as unfortunate as he was. His house was on high ground, so the floods didn't touch him. The neighbors were all quick-witted and well off, so no one came to steal his food. During the earthquake, many houses on the hillside collapsed, but his survived by sheer luck. So, he just lived comfortably, eating and drinking well. But his luck had run out. After 4 years, the food was almost gone, the supplies used up. The extreme cold never let up, and he'd burned almost all the floors and furniture for warmth. With his legs gone, he had nowhere else to go, no way to survive. Now he was just waiting to die. That's why he wasn't afraid when these intruders showed up. After hearing his story, the boss looked at him speechlessly, then, unwilling to give up, asked one last question. Tell me, besides here and the Linglong base, are there any other good places to go in Limbei City? Before Hao Yun could answer, the boss's trusted underling shook his head. Boss, he's a cripple who never even left his house. How could he know? He probably hasn't even heard of Linglong base. But unexpectedly, Hao Yun spoke up. Besides here, the only place with a chance of survival is the official base. It's between Limbei City and Jiangyang City. The boss glanced at him. How do you know that? Didn't you say you never left your house? Hao Yun gazed into the distance, a little lost in thought. I heard it from a neighbor named Xiangyang. Xiangyang was the only neighbor who'd ever visited him, bringing gifts. When Hao Yun was on the verge of losing the ability to speak, they'd exchanged a few words. But when Xiangyang left, He never came back to say goodbye. Thinking about it, it made sense. Who would bother with a cripple? There was nothing more to ask. The underling turned to the boss for instructions. Boss, what should we do with this guy? The man raised his gun without hesitation. He's useless. Kill him. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on Hao Yun's expressionless face. Thank you. He was a coward. When his family died, he'd wanted to die too, but he didn't have the courage. He'd survived 4 years of disaster, but still didn't dare. He couldn't bring himself to use a knife, and he was terrified of freezing or starving to death. A quick bullet was the best way to go. After the gunshot, the boss irritably shoved the corpse aside and ordered his men, check all the bodies here. If they were killed by the poison ice blades, leave them. Take the rest. We'll roast them whole tonight. This trip was a total loss. All they got were some worthless corpses. The underlings were all dejected. Boss, what do we do next? They'd run out of supplies in Yuqing, which was why they'd braved the journey to Limbei City. The freezing cold made the trip feel like a long march, and they'd pinned their hopes on finding something here to survive. If they just went back empty-handed, it would be a death sentence. The man fell silent for a while, his face dark, then gritted his teeth and shouted. Damn it. We're hitting the official base. Hao Yun had just said it himself. Other than the official base, there was nowhere else to go nearby. He had no choice. The underlings looked at each other in shock. Attack the official base? Wouldn't that be outright rebellion? The man looked at his hesitant, silent men, spat on the ground, and declared with conviction. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten how we got this far? Only those who fight will win. The boss's rallying speech was certainly infectious, but the underlings still didn't dare make a sound. No matter how hard they'd fought before, it had always been against other private gangs or groups. How could that compare to going up against He authorities? That's the government we're talking about. The man lifted his chin. Don't hang your heads just because you hear the word government. Aren't they just people too? So, what if they have more soldiers and more guns? We've got those now too. He grew more and more confident as he spoke. Hell, I don't believe that after 4 years of the apocalypse, they'd still be able to pull out nukes just to deal with me. Hasn't every dynasty in history been built with fists? Dynasties rise and fall on courage. If it really comes down to a fight, we'll have nothing holding us back, but they'll have to worry about the ordinary survivors living in their base. The difference will be clear. Brothers, let's just do it. From now on, we'll be the new authorities. His words were highly provocative, and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The man curled his lips in satisfaction, then launched into a more emotional appeal. How much have we sacrificed to get here? We trudged on through -60 degrees, losing so many brothers along the way. Look at the clothes on your backs, the shoes on your feet, how many were stripped from fallen brothers. Look at your frostbite. Do you really want to keep living like this? The murmurs grew louder. The man stood his ground, waiting until the discussion died down, then threw in one last spark. If we don't attack the government base, then you tell me. What other options do we have? If there's any other way, I'll take it right now. The underlings looked at each other, but no one could say a word. If they weren't truly desperate, they wouldn't have trekked all the way to Limbei. Now that Linglong base was empty and Luoan Mountain was deserted, what other options did they have? No matter how they calculated it, the government base was the only fat sheep left to target. The second-in-command reacted the fastest. His eyes darted, and he was the first to respond. He raised both arms and shouted, "Follow the boss. Let's get bigger and stronger." The underlings glanced at each other, then gritted their teeth and joined in. Follow the boss. Let's get bigger and stronger. Follow the boss. Let's get bigger and stronger. Seeing morale soar, the boss burst out laughing. Good. Excellent. No one chicken out, we'll take them down. I'll be the top dog of the new authorities. With the decision made, the boss, in high spirits, led everyone into the Yu family's villa to settle in. At this point, nobody cared about rank or status. There were a lot of them, and the Yu family's house was huge. Everyone squeezed in together, making it even warmer inside. Brothers, you've worked hard. Rest up, eat, and drink your fill. We'll recover here tonight, and as soon as we wake up, we set out. Set out. Set out. Set out. Watching his men's high spirits, the boss was delighted. He unscrewed his thermos, ready to take a sip of hot water to warm up and soothe his throat. But as soon as he twisted the lid a little, the thermos exploded with a loud pop. Scalding hot water splashed all over the boss's face, making him howl in pain. The incident happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. The third in command, who'd previously been whacked by that very thermos, instinctively tried to comfort him. "Boss, don't panic, this is normal. If you fill a thermos with hot water and shake it, it can explode like this. Physically speaking, this is a kind of..." Before he could finish, the second in command kicked him aside. "Shut up already." If he hadn't been hit with it earlier, the thermos wouldn't have exploded now. So was it his fault for hurting the boss, or was it the boss's own bad luck? Idiot. Seeing the boss looking murderous, the second in command quickly changed the subject, loudly offering some auspicious words. "Boss, this is a good omen. Our attack on the government base will be a blast, a roaring success, and smooth sailing all the way." The boss's expression softened a little. Enduring the pain, he praised the second in command. "Good. Let's hope your words bring us luck." The third in command, kicked to the side, looked at the boss's red, scalded face and couldn't help but click his tongue. Was this really a good omen? Meanwhile, Annan and Gujiu had finished checking the construction progress and returned home. "Looks like it won't even take a month." "In just over half a month, we should be able to move in," Annan said, patting the dog's head. "You'll be back in a big house soon." Fugue immediately grinned from ear to ear. Annan couldn't help but laugh at its expression. This was truly the most snobbish, pampered dog she'd ever seen. She couldn't help but think of Tang Chiyun's German Shepherd. Same species, but that dog was skinny as a rail and could even pull a sled, while her Fugue was as fat as a pig and still picky about its living conditions. She sighed. "Honestly, you don't act like a dog at all. Look at Chasing Wind." Before Annan could finish, Fugue cocked its head in horror. "Sister Nan, you like that kind of dog?" It looked utterly heartbroken. "Sis, if you're willing to suffer, there's no end to the suffering you can endure." Annan was stunned. She hadn't expected her dog to come out with something so philosophical. Fugue wore an expression that said, "Why are you so dead set on making us live a hard life?" and sighed. "That's why I'm called Fugue, wealth, and he's called Chasing Wind. I'm destined for wealth, he's destined to run around." Annan was even more surprised. She felt like her dog was getting smarter, by the day. It even had a whole set of life philosophies now. Gujiu, meanwhile, couldn't understand what Fugue was saying. As he asked Annan for today's share of spiritual spring water, he asked curiously, "What did Fugue say? Why do you look like that?" Fugue was still rambling on. "Master, I'm not like those poor, miserable dogs. I'm your lucky star. See? With me at home, even the villa construction is ahead of schedule. If you ask me, we should celebrate tonight with some pork knuckle." Annan twitched her lips, not sure what to say, so she simply turned to Gujiu and replied, "It says it wants pork knuckle." Gujiu raised an eyebrow. "What's so surprising about that? It wants pork knuckle every day." He patted the dog's head. "I'll make it for you." Fugue immediately sidled up to his leg, fawning, "Thank you, handsome big brother." Annan couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Just spoil it, why don't you?" Gujiu then asked her, "What do you want to eat?" Annan thought for a moment. "Braised beef with tomatoes." Gujiu smiled. "All right, I'll make it for you." Off to the side, Fugue piped up, "Just spoil her, why don't you?" Annan. Gujiu deliberately went into the space to start stewing pork shank and beef brisket, so the delicious aroma wouldn't drift out and alert the neighbors. After adding the seasonings, he turned the heat down to a gentle simmer, then left the space to join in Nan for some TV drama binge-watching. A couple of episodes later, the meat was done. After the two of them and their 3 pets finished their show, ate, digested, and practiced their exercises, they spent a warm, cozy evening together. Just as they were getting ready for bed, and Nan suddenly realized she'd forgotten something. "Wait, that's not right." She threw off the covers and sat up. Gu Jiu sat up as well. What's wrong? And Nan frowned. Peipei Jia said yesterday that she'd come over after work today. Yesterday, Peipei Jia had complained that there were too many people around and she hadn't been able to have a proper heart-to-heart with a Nan, so she'd specifically said she'd come by alone today. And Nan had been running around all day and had completely forgotten. Gu Jiu frowned slightly at that. She's not going to show up at this hour, is she? It was already quite late. He still had things to do later. And Nan glanced at the time and shook her head. It's so late, she probably won't come now. Peipei Jia wasn't a clueless kid, she knew how to be considerate. Still, and Nan felt a little uneasy. Peipei Jia had emphasized several times yesterday that she'd come today, and she wasn't the type to go back on her word. Gu Jiu comforted her. Maybe she got busy at work. Don't overthink it, just go to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to her place to check in. The chances of something happening to Chu Peipei were slim. She'd trained herself and could easily handle a few petty thieves on her own. Plus, Aunt Hu had mentioned yesterday that Zhao Ping'an knocked on Peipei's door every morning and evening to check on her safety. If something had happened to Chu Peipei, Zhao Ping'an wouldn't be so quiet. And their two buildings were right across from each other. If there was any trouble over there, they would definitely know. And Nan thought it over and felt reassured. Let's sleep. We'll go check in the morning. The next day, after breakfast, and Nan hurried over to the building across the way, hoping to catch Chu Peipei before she left for work. But after just 2 knocks on Peipei's door with no response, the neighbor's door opened instead. Aunt Hu poked her head out and waved them over. Come here. Come in here. And Nan glanced at Peipei's door. Aunt Hu, I'm here too. Aunt Hu put a finger to her lips and whispered, Ping'an is inside. And Nan raised her eyebrows. Zhao Ping'an was inside? This early in the morning? She exchanged a look with Gu Jiu, then said nothing more and went straight into Aunt Hu's apartment. Peipei Jia and Zhao Ping'an. Aunt Hu beamed. Looks like they're finally together. She leaned in, gossiping to Nan. Ping'an didn't come home again last night. And Nan's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Ping'an spent the night at Peipei Jia's place? Wait, what did she mean by again? And Nan was momentarily stunned. Those two had been dancing around each other for nearly a year with no progress. At the dinner party the night before last, it was still all unrequited feelings and missed signals. And now they're together just like that? Aunt Hu saw her surprise and explained with a smile, it's all thanks to those bottles of wine you brought. Those two finally stopped being so awkward. My wine. And Nan's eyes went wide. You mean the night before last, they? Aunt Hu nodded and sighed. Alcohol really does give cowards courage. The old saying never lies. She looked as if a weight had finally been lifted, grinning like a child. Don't be fooled by how timid Zhao Ping'an looks. Your Peipei Jia is just as shy when it comes to these things. I've watched them moon over each other for a year, both stubbornly fighting their own feelings. I always thought they just needed a catalyst. Who'd have thought it would be a drinking session? The night before last, Peipei had a bit too much, and Ping'an said he'd walk her home. Guess what? He didn't come home all night. The next morning, that kid came back grinning like a fool. Wouldn't say a word, just kept smiling. And last night, as soon as he got off work, he ran straight over there again. At first, Peipei was still being awkward, saying she had to go out. Aunt Hu smirked. But once that window's broken between a man and a woman, all that awkwardness and complication just vanishes. She gestured toward the next apartment. He didn't come home again last night. And Nan twitched her lips. So that's how she got stood up. When it comes to adult romance, things can move fast, lightning fast. But then she smiled. She was genuinely happy for Peipei Jia and Zhao Ping'an. The apocalypse was hard enough. Why make things harder for yourself by denying your feelings? If she'd known alcohol was so effective, she would have given them a whole case before they moved in. Maybe they wouldn't have been so awkward for so long. Just then, there was a commotion next door. And Nan clearly heard a door open and immediately rushed over with a gossipy grin, flinging the door open. She caught Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an holding hands, saying goodbye. and Nan's sudden appearance startled them both, and they quickly let go as if shocked by electricity. Chu Pei instinctively tried to explain about standing her up. Sorry, Nan, yesterday and Nan wasn't about to let her change the subject. She grinned and cut straight to the point. No need to hide, and who already told me everything. She put her hands together in a mock bow. Congratulations. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and love. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an had already cleared things up between them last night, so seeing Nan so openly offering her blessings, they decided not to be shy about it. Chu Pei cleared her throat. Thank you, Nan. Zhao Ping'an scratched his head with a goofy smile. Thank you. Seeing the usually bold Jia acting bashful for once, and Nan couldn't resist teasing her. She leaned in and whispered with a mischievous grin. Be careful at night, keep it down. The walls are thin. Don't let Aunt Hu hear you. Awkward. The tables had turned, now it was her turn to tease Jia with some risque jokes. Chu Pei shot her a glare. What are you talking about? And Nan wasn't intimidated. She leaned in again, smirking. Remember what you gave me before? I'll return the favor tomorrow with interest. Stay safe. Back in the day, Jia had kept giving her condoms, embarrassing her to death. Now it was Nan's turn to return the favor. Chu Pei understood exactly what Nan meant and shot her a look. This brat really holds a grudge. I'm done talking to you, I have to get to work. No sooner had Chu Pei finished speaking than a burst of gunfire rang out. The three of them jumped in shock and immediately darted back inside. Inside, Aunt Hu and Gu Jiu had also heard the noise and stood up from the sofa. After a few seconds of silence, Nan spoke. It wasn't that loud, it must be pretty far from us. Zhao Ping'an walked to the window, frowning. Sounds like it's coming from the direction of the base's main gate. Chu Pei also walked over to the window and glanced outside. Then she let out a small sigh of relief. It probably isn't an internal uprising, it's outside invaders. An internal uprising would be the worst-case scenario, and it would be extremely difficult for the authorities to control. After all, there's no surveillance anymore. If a mob killed someone and then hid somewhere, it would be almost impossible to find them. In that case, it would be ordinary residents like them who suffered. Not only would their lives be threatened by the rioters, but they'd also have to face official inspections and interrogations. One wrong move and they'd be in trouble. But if it's outside invaders, that's much easier to deal with. The authorities just need to keep them out and fight at the perimeter. It wouldn't affect ordinary residents like them. As Chu Pei spoke, she looked anxiously Taoa. RD the distant entrance of the base. There are usually plenty of guards at the main gate. There shouldn't be a problem, right? And Nan didn't answer. The gunfire had been going on for a long time without stopping, which meant there were a lot of invaders. And the gunshots at the very beginning didn't sound like the authorities' weapons. The official soldiers only carried shotguns or rifles, never handguns. The initial sounds were clearly a large number of handguns firing at once, and only later did other types of gunfire join in. It seemed the attackers started with handguns, and then the guards returned fire. A large number of handguns. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged glances and said in unison, "The grow bigger and stronger base." There weren't really any armed factions in Limbei City. The only large organization that had ever amounted to anything was the Linglong base, but that had already been disbanded and absorbed into the official base. That only left the grow bigger and stronger base that Ma Qianzhuang had mentioned, the one where everyone carried a gun. And Nan couldn't help but click her tongue. Good thing we left in time. They got here fast. With that kind of firepower, she and Gu Jiu wouldn't have stood a chance. Aunt Hu, hearing this, asked nervously, "What's this, grow bigger and stronger?" And Nan explained what Ma Qianzhuang had told her earlier. After hearing it, Aunt Hu and the others sighed in amazement. Who would have thought Yuqing still had such a powerful group? Chu Pei said worriedly, "If it really is over 1,000 armed invaders, I'm afraid the guards at the gate won't be able to hold them off." Sure, handguns are no match for rifles, but with that many people? How many guards are at the gate? Against 1,000 attackers, they wouldn't last long. And if they can't hold the line and the invaders break through, then they'd be in real trouble. Never mind whether the attackers would go on a killing spree once inside, even the authorities, in the chaos of fighting them off, might end up hurting innocent people. Hearing her concerns, and Nan shook her head. There may be a lot of them, but it's not like they're suicide squads. They're not going to just charge in blindly. They'd survive this long and even manage to get their hands on guns, who would throw their life away so easily. If they really did charge in like they didn't care about dying, the gate guards wouldn't last a minute. But as long as the attackers value their lives and don't dare to rush in recklessly, the soldiers' automatic rifles should be able to buy the authorities enough time for reinforcements. Zhao Ping'an was still worried. Even if they can send reinforcements, if they're caught off guard, they'll have to mobilize troops and rush to the gate. I'm afraid it'll still be too late. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Who said they're unprepared? Chu Peipei was taken aback. The authorities are prepared? And Nan nodded. Linglong base was huge. When it suddenly wanted to join the authorities, do you think the leaders wouldn't ask why? Even if he wanted to curry favor, Ma Qianzhuang wouldn't have kept it a secret. He'd already tried to curry favor with her, so she didn't believe for a second that he hadn't told Li Mingqing and the others. Chu Peipei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as they're prepared. And Nan thought for a moment and added, besides, there's no need to mobilize troops. This isn't the cold weapons era, why bother with manpower? Chu Peipei's eyes lit up. You mean, the authorities still have? Before she could finish, a sudden roar sounded outside. Standing by the window, Zhao Ping'an pointed at the sky in surprise. Is that a fighter jet? Chu Peipei also noticed something rumbling down the street below. She looked closely. Oh my god. It's a tank. The two of them turned to Nan in delight. Did you already guess this would happen? And Nan smiled. She'd just visited the military base before, that's all. Armies are raised for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. With all those heavy weapons sitting around, when else would they use them if not now? And Nan told them, don't rush off to work yet. Stay home for a bit and see how things play out outside. She then reassured them no need to worry too much. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. After saying that, she suddenly felt a wave of relief. Damn. She finally got to say that line herself. Back in Banshan, she and Gujiu were always the tallest ones. Whenever trouble came, they had to figure out how to solve it. Now, at last, someone else was there to protect them. This house was definitely worth buying. Outside, the gunfire was soon drowned out by the thunder of artillery. Listening to the fierce sounds of battle, none of them felt nervous. Instead, they felt reassured. That kind of firepower was meant for crushing the enemy. How could you not feel safe? And Nan had always been confident. The reason she'd been so eager to move here was because she was sure the authorities had overwhelming strength. So far, the only thing that could threaten the authorities was a natural disaster. A bunch of people with handguns thinking they could take down the official base? Don't make her laugh. Ever since she'd moved here, she hadn't worried about the grow bigger and stronger base at all. The only thing she worried about was the next wave of natural disasters. And the ones after that. Her profit advantage would end with the coming of the eternal night. After that, she'd have no idea what disasters might come. Fortunately, their current strength was enough to protect themselves. As long as they didn't go up against the authorities, they could handle whatever came their way. Soon, everything outside fell completely silent. Zhao Ping'an let out a long sigh of relief, then joked, looks like us working stiffs will have to go to work as usual today. And Nan almost laughed. Who could have imagined that, even in the apocalypse, people would still be worrying about being late for work? Chu Peipei checked the time and said, I'd better go or I'll be late. And Nan stopped them. Wait a bit longer. Today's a special situation. If you're a little late, the boss won't blame you. Although the main force of the attackers had probably been wiped out, there was no guarantee that a few stragglers hadn't slipped in. It was better to wait until things were completely safe outside before heading out. If you ran into a thug and got shot because you weren't careful, that would be a real tragedy. Chu Peipei nodded. Nanan's right. Let's wait a bit longer. Half an hour later, everything outside had quieted down, and the fighter jets and tanks had all withdrawn. Only then did Aunt Hu and the other two finally relax a little. After saying goodbye to Nan and Gujiu, they carefully headed off to work. And Nan and Gujiu also went to check in on Long Songin, and after comforting the frightened Long Xiaobao, they went downstairs to leave. But just as they were crossing the street and heading toward their own building, a man with a face covered in blisters suddenly rushed at them, trying to grab Nan. And Nan glanced at the gun in his hand and silently cursed her own bad luck. This man was none other than the boss of the Make It Big base, the only survivor of the failed invasion. During the battle, he'd been at the very front to boost morale. Of course, he was only at the front in position. His trusted henchmen flanked him on both sides, ready to take a bullet for him. At first, their assault was fierce, and they quickly took out all the gate guards. He was already charging through the base gates, leading the way. But in the next second, fighter jets roared in and started bombing. He was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Luckily, he'd already made it inside the gate and was out of the range of the bombs. But he didn't dare move or run. Running would make him stand out, and he could see tanks approaching from inside the base. Thinking fast, he shot his two henchmen, covered himself with their bodies, and curled up in a corner, playing dead. Since he was already inside the gate, he was out of the fighter jet's bombing range, so as long as he avoided the tank soldiers' notice, he'd be fine. Lying there among the corpses, the tank soldiers would just assume he'd been killed by the gate guards earlier. And so, he actually managed to survive. But his brothers outside the gate weren't so lucky. Maybe it was by design, but the area outside the gate was completely open, with no cover or shelter at all. His men stood exposed in the open, taking the full brunt of the fighter jets and tanks' bombardment. They were all wiped out in no time. He waited until the fighter jets and tanks had withdrawn before making a mad dash for the residential area. If he didn't run now, he'd be discovered when the cleanup crew arrived. But even after sneaking into the base, he didn't feel safe. There wasn't a single person on the streets, probably because everyone had heard the gunfire and no one dared come out. He was the only one walking around, sticking out like a sore thumb. So when he spotted Nan and Gujiu, he felt like he'd found his saviors. Grab them. Hide in their home. Make them bring out food and drink to calm his nerves. His thinking was crystal clear, and he went straight for the woman, who looked like she didn't have much strength. But just as he was about to grab her, the woman suddenly vanished into thin air. This bizarre scene shocked the man. Panicking, he didn't have time to think and lunged for the handsome guy who'd been standing next to her. But the man just looked at him calmly, even with a hint of pity in his eyes. Huh? Pity? Why? A sudden sense of dread washed over him. The next second, he felt a chill sweep across his back. Years of battle-hardened instinct told him danger was near, and he instinctively turned his head. But before he could fully turn, he heard a crack. His neck was snapped by a pale, slender hand. And Nan watched as the man collapsed in front of her, frowning as she took out a disinfectant wipe to clean her hands. Gujiu glanced at the man's blistered face, unsure if it was from burns or illness, and felt thoroughly disgusted. He said with distaste, "He dirtied your hands. Maybe you should have just stabbed him with the tri-edged bayonet." And Nan shook her head. If he didn't die instantly and managed to pull the trigger, it would have brought soldiers over. That would have been bad. As she spoke, she crouched down and took his gun and ammo. Let's go home. In the days that followed, the official base returned to its usual calm. Security at the main gate was beefed up, patrols were added, and teams regularly checked the streets to maintain order. The base became much safer. Even petty thefts and break-ins dropped significantly. More than half a month later, the villa district was finally completed. And Nan and Gujiu happily went to inspect it. The workers had followed her instructions, adding 2 high walls and sturdy iron gates, dividing the villa area into 3 sections. The innermost 20 houses formed the inner circle, the outermost 20 made up the outer circle, and between them was a transition area of 10 houses, separated by 2 high walls. Once they confirmed all the workers had left, and Nan and Gujiu drove around the villa district. Everything was just as they'd planned and imagined. And Nan even brought along the 3 little pets, and together the 5 of them carefully checked every house to make sure no workers or hidden cameras were left behind. Only then did they relax and head to the innermost open space. This open space had been reserved to her specifications. And Nan took out 2 excavators, and together with Gujiu, dug a pit according to the blueprints. Then she pulled Villa number 1 out of her storage and fit it perfectly into place. With that, the villa district was truly complete. From now on, the entire inner villa area was their private domain. Not even planes were allowed to fly overhead. They worked until nightfall and decided to settle in right then and there, planning to pretend to move in the next day and then notify Sister Pepe and the others to join them. The next morning, and Nan woke up from the heat. She opened her eyes, drenched in sweat, and saw that Gujiu was also sweating as he got out of bed to turn down the heating. What's going on? Is the heating system broken? Why is it suddenly so hot? Gujiu checked and shook his head. No, it's not broken. He paused, then guessed, maybe the temperature outside went up, but we didn't adjust the indoor heating, so it got too hot. The temperature outside went up? And Nan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something and jumped out of bed to open the window. Hey! Gujiu quickly stopped her. Wait, you're still sweaty, don't catch a cold. And Nan had to pull her hand back and patiently went to wash up. Once she'd cooled off, she went to open the window and took out a thermometer. The outside temperature was -40 degrees Celsius. It had been -60-something before. A sudden rise of over 20 degrees overnight. No wonder she was sweating. Based on their previous experience. And Nan and Gujiu exchanged glances. Is the extreme cold finally ending? In the past, natural disasters always followed the same pattern. Things would gradually return to normal, letting you enjoy a few days of peace, and then, out of nowhere, the next disaster would strike, claiming countless lives. Even though the harsh winter was finally coming to an end, no one seemed happy about it this time. After all, those who had survived until now had already endured several rounds of disasters and figured out how to live through the extreme cold. But whether they could handle the next catastrophe was anyone's guess. Even Annan felt a bit uneasy. She already knew that the coming disaster would be the eternal night, but what exactly would happen during it was still a mystery. And the unknown is always frightening. Luckily, more than half a month ago, when the authorities were expanding and fortifying the base, they'd shown some truly impressive strength, which was at least somewhat reassuring. If a beast tide really did break out, she figured the authorities would be able to handle it, too. With tanks and planes bombing away, who cared what kind of monster it was? As long as it was a carbon-based life form, it would be blown to smithereens. Back then, Bai Wenbin had been so scared. Probably because he hadn't made it into the base and under official protection. Gujiu closed the window and, seeing Annan lost in thought, gently patted her head and asked softly, worried. Annan snapped out of it, smiled at him, and shook her head. Not worried. After a pause, she added, I've got you, don't I? Men. After all, need a little flattery now and then. Sure enough, Gujiu was delighted by her words. He immediately straightened up, his previous laziness gone. That's right. You've got me. He looked like he was ready to go out and plow 2 acres of land right then and there. Then he couldn't help grinning. Hey, how come you're not saying you're a woman as mighty as an eagle today? Annan replied offhandedly, even eagles get tired of flying, they need a safe harbor too. Her safe harbor beamed and gave her a quick peck on the cheek before heading to the kitchen. You just relax for a bit. I'll call you when breakfast's ready. Annan followed him and saw that he was bursting with energy, darting around the kitchen like a blur. Before long, breakfast was ready. Gujiu called her to the table. Annan looked at the 8 dishes laid out and couldn't help but twitch her lips. All this for breakfast? Isn't that a bit much? Gujiu grinned and made up an excuse. We're celebrating surviving another disaster. He added, these are all quick dishes. The steamed dumplings and buns were made and frozen earlier, just needed to be steamed. Didn't take much effort. Come on, eat up. Annan nodded and didn't say anything more. She wasn't worried about wasting food anyway. Whatever they couldn't finish, she'd just stash in her space for later. She picked up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks, popped it in her mouth, and chewed thoughtfully as she watched the man across from her, his face glowing with happiness. Was he really this happy just because she'd flattered him a little? She used to always compete with him, whether it was training or sparring. She always wanted to come out on top and be the first to take charge. Who would have thought that showing a little weakness for once would make Gu Jiu so happy? She glanced at the juice bottle on the table, thought for a moment, then put down her chopsticks, picked up the bottle, and pretended to struggle with the cap before handing it to him. Oh no, why can't I get this open? Gu Jiu was silent for 2 seconds. Annan, that's a bit much. Then, with a straight face, he reminded her, yesterday you bent 3 metal spoons with your bare hands. Annan coughed lightly. That was just because Fugue wasn't behaving. I was trying to scare it. She awkwardly took the juice back. Clearly, playing the damsel in distress wasn't her strong suit. She'd better stick to being her usual eagle-like self. Gu Jiu gave her an amused look, but still took the juice and opened it for her. I know how strong you are. You don't have to pretend to be weak for me. Annan laughed. Then why'd you still help me open it? Gu Jiu looked at her. I like being the sidekick to a strong woman. Your Majesty, is my service satisfactory? Annan burst out laughing. Very satisfactory. The two of them finished breakfast, fed the 3 little ones, and then returned to Unit 501. The walk back was unusually quiet, with far fewer people outside than usual. It seemed they weren't the only ones who realized the extreme cold was ending. Everyone was already bracing themselves for the next disaster. Since Annan wasn't sure if the authorities were watching them, she decided to play it safe and put on a show, pretending to move house several times before finally stopping to rest. By dusk, Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an suddenly dropped by. They'd barely stepped inside when Long Tsong'an arrived as well. All 3 had just gotten off work, probably to talk about the sudden rise in temperature. But as soon as they walked in, they were stunned by how empty Annan's place was. Nanan, did you get robbed? Annan waved her hand with a smile. Robbed? No way. The villas are finished, so we moved ourselves. She added, we were just thinking of coming to find you after you got off work. Whenever you're free, you can move too. They'd all agreed before to move into the villa area together. Now that the project was finally done, everyone was excited. Their little group had been living apart for nearly a year. Finally, they could all be together again. Annan said, no point leaving the place empty. We're moving over tonight. You guys can take your time. If you need help, just call us. Zhao Ping'an nodded. You guys go ahead. We'll move over soon. Then, a little shyly, he added, the 2 of us only need 1 unit. Annan glanced at him and Chu Peipei, who were still holding hands, and teased, I get it, I get it. New couples, after all, can't stand to be apart for even a moment. They both had to work during the day, so evenings were the only time they could spend together. If they lived separately, how would they ever get closer? Chu Peipei, a little embarrassed, let go of his hand and explained to Annan, I'm still living on my own floor. That's how I did it on the hillside too. I don't need a whole villa to myself. Annan teased, don't say that, there are plenty of villas. There are 20 in the inner circle. You could have 2 to yourself if you wanted. Chu Peipei shot her a look and coughed. No need. I'll just stay with Aunt Hu and the others. Annan grinned and didn't press further. Gu Jiu glanced at Long Tsong'an and reminded him, if you need anything, just let us know. Annan added, yeah, if you 2 are too busy moving supplies, you can send Xiaobao over to our place. Long Tsong'an quickly waved his hand and said, it's fine, Xiaobao can already help us out with chores now. He looked a little embarrassed as he continued, we've already received so much kindness from you all. I'd feel bad asking for help with such a small thing. Long Tsong'an, Zhao Ping'an, and the others were all very grateful for being allowed to move into the villa community. After all, moving into the villas didn't just mean bigger houses and a better living environment. The most important thing was that they no longer had to squeeze in with the crowds, and their safety was much improved. They called it surviving together, but not everyone was lucky enough to team up with people like Nan and Gujiyu. They all knew in their hearts that this was the others looking out for them. Previously, when they tried to pay rent, Nan and Gujiyu firmly refused to accept it. It took a long back and forth before Nan and Gujiyu finally agreed to accept a token amount, but even that was less than the rent for an ordinary apartment. To put it bluntly, if they rented out their current house and used that money to rent in Nan's villa, they'd still have money left over. It was basically like living there for free. Everyone was extremely grateful. After settling the moving arrangements, they started chatting about the coming natural disasters. Zhao Ping'an frowned and said, "The higher-ups have already accepted the theory about the eternal night. Now that the temperature suddenly rose today, I heard they've held several emergency meetings. No matter what the authorities plan to do, we need to stay vigilant ourselves." Exactly. And Nan took the opportunity to remind them, stock up on lighting supplies while you can. Flashlights and such are dirt cheap right now, so buy some and keep them in reserve. She paused, then added, also, evil breeds most easily in the dark. Make sure your home is secure. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Once we finish moving, I'll start working on security upgrades for the villa community right away. I'll set up more traps and defenses. Long Songin chimed in, I'll help you out. Gu Jiyu added, if you need any tools or materials, just let us know. They quickly settled everything and went home to rest. The next day, as soon as Nan got up, she checked the temperature. -30 degrees. It had risen another 10 degrees. The warming was happening way too fast. When Nan looked up, she felt like the sun was much more dazzling than usual. It was as if the sun knew it was about to go offline and was burning itself out in a final burst of energy. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Who knew how long the eternal night would last? Surely they wouldn't have to live in darkness forever, right? After a quick breakfast, she and Gujiyu headed to the family compound. Now that they'd moved into the villa community, they needed to coordinate with Li Mingqing about the gate guards. Li Mingqing had previously promised to assign 2 armed soldiers to stand guard at the villa community's gate. Now that the outer villas had been rented to Ma Qiangzhuang and his group, there was no need to waste those 2 soldiers at the main gate. The main gate could be left to Ma Qiangzhuang and his people. They'd be living there themselves, so they'd definitely take guarding it seriously. What Nan needed now was soldiers to guard the side gate. Originally, the villa community only had a main gate on the north side, but for the convenience of the inner circle, she had opened a small gate at the southwest corner on the side of the inner villas. The side gate wasn't big, just enough for a car to pass through. It was located at the southernmost edge of the base, very secluded and unlikely to attract attention. This gate was for her own people only. Even Ma Qiangzhuang and Yuqin weren't allowed access. She decided to station the 2 soldiers Li Mingqing provided at this side gate. They'd take turns on day and night shifts, guarding it 24 hours a day. Although only 1 soldier would be on duty at a time, just wearing a uniform was enough to deter ordinary residents. If real trouble arose, they could fire a warning shot to alert Nan to any danger outside. But when they arrived at Li Mingqing's office, they were met with an unexpected development. Besides Li Mingqing and Secretary Wu, Deputy Chief Yao and 2 unfamiliar officials were also present. The issue wasn't about the gate guards, but rather an official request. A family of 3 was to move into the villa community. And this wasn't just any family, it was the family of an official. Their attitude was quite forceful. Though their tone was polite, it was clear that refusal wasn't an option. From Deputy Chief Yao's words, Nan could tell that the authorities wanted to plant someone inside the villa community to keep an eye on things, worried that she might be building her own private force. After discussing it with Gujiyu, Nan agreed. After all, the outer villas weren't like the inner circle. They weren't her private territory, just a buffer of gatekeepers and bodyguards. Adding 1 more family wouldn't make a difference. It would also give Li Mingqing some face, reassure the authorities, and serve as a warning to Ma Qiangzhuang's crew. For her, there was no downside. As long as they didn't try to plant anyone inside the inner circle. Once Deputy Chief Yao left with the other officials, Li Mingqing apologized. Sorry, this wasn't my idea. And Nan understood. He might be the top leader, but he didn't have absolute power in the official base. She changed the subject and asked, "That driver who tried to harm you before, that was Deputy Chief Yao's doing, wasn't it?" Li Mingqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded without hiding it. And Nan smiled meaningfully. If even Chief Li can tolerate it, why shouldn't you and I? But her tone quickly turned serious. But I don't have as much patience as you, Chief Li. I can only let this slide once. The implication was clear. If there were any more such requests, she wouldn't agree. Before Li Mingqing could respond, she changed her form of address and said, "I trust you, Uncle Li. You won't let someone with ill intentions toward you run rampant for long, will you?" Li Mingqing, after being both cajoled and pressured by Nan, didn't look displeased at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "You're just like your mother. So fierce, even at such a young age." He still remembered how Qi Shulan, dressed like a delicate flower, had once left the entire debate club speechless with her sharp tongue. Then, as if making a promise, he said seriously, "Don't worry. There won't be any more unpleasant incidents like this in the future." And Nan smiled and nodded, then chatted casually with Gu Jiu for a bit before leaving. The 2 soldiers assigned to them wouldn't start until the next day, so that night, it was still just the 2 of them and their 3 pets in the villa community. That night, as Nan was getting ready for bed, she suddenly heard Fugue barking fiercely. She understood the meaning of that bark and immediately jumped out of bed. She said nervously to Gu Jiu, "Fugue says there's a large predator invading." Gu Jiu quickly got out of bed as well. He calmly grabbed hold of Nan. "Don't panic. Before coming upstairs, I checked doors and windows are all locked." He had great confidence in his safe house. As long as the doors and windows were locked, no beast could break in. And Nan nodded. Indeed, Fugue's barking was just a warning, not a sign that something had already entered the house. It was still freezing outside. The 2 of them quickly and methodically put on their clothes, grabbed a couple of thick coats, and headed downstairs. As soon as they reached the first floor, they saw the 3 little ones, all on high alert, barking furiously toward the back of the house. Her villa was at the very end of the residential area, right at the southernmost tip of the official base. Not far away was the southern wall of the base, and beyond that, the outskirts of Jiangyang City. The direction the 3 little ones were staring at was exactly the southern wall. Could there be something outside the base wall? Or had some beast already jumped over the south wall and into the villa area? Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit's fur was standing on end. They were clearly very nervous. Fugue, on the other hand, was full of bravado, barking fiercely, baring his teeth, snapping at the air. When he saw Nan, he even had the presence of mind to speak. "Sister Nan, something's in the yard. Don't be scared, get behind me." And Nan was a little surprised. That beast must be something. It actually managed to jump 2 walls in a row. Could it fly? Not to mention her own courtyard wall. Even the base's southern wall outside was no ordinary height. Normal animals couldn't possibly get over it. Either it had wings or it was a mutated beast. As Nan walked over to check the surveillance, she asked Fugue, "Do you know what it is?" Fugue, "Not sure exactly. Male. Huge." As he spoke, he barked a few more warnings outside. But as he barked, he seemed a little confused and muttered, "The scent seems kind of familiar." By now, Nan and Gu Jiu had reached the surveillance monitors. As humans, they couldn't sense the outside situation like animals could. They had to rely on technology. The home surveillance system was quite advanced, with good night vision, so the images were fairly clear. The 2 of them carefully scanned the 10+ live feeds. Soon, in the camera, facing south, they spotted a white figure. It was indeed huge, but it was darting around wildly and moving incredibly fast. They couldn't make out what it was at all. What the hell? Running around someone's yard, showing off its moves? If they wanted to shoot it, it'd be hard to even aim. And Nan frowned. That speed, could it be a mutated big cat? Staring at the screen and thinking of solutions, she cursed Yuchen 1,000 times in her heart. Nothing better to do than animal experiments. What a disaster. Meanwhile, In an apartment in the residential area, Yuchen was rocking his child to sleep when he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Achoo! 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 He sniffed. Damn! Who's cursing me? The baby in his arms, Yu Gozhuang, who had just started to doze off, was startled awake by the sneezes. He flailed and burst into loud wails. Yuchen nearly dropped the kid in fright. Whoa! Ancestor! My bad, my bad. But Yu Gozhuang kept howling wah wah. Yuchen helplessly rocked him. Please sleep, my dear living father. At the commotion, Yu Shihong rushed over and gave him a resounding slap. Who's the father here? Trying to turn the world upside down. Back in Villa Number 1, and Nan switched the surveillance to playback mode, then slowed it down to try to get a clear look at what was outside. But just then, Fugue, who had been barking ferociously, suddenly stopped. He muttered something as if he'd had an epiphany. Then, tongue lolling and looking excited, no, downright wicked, he dashed to the front door, opened it, and charged out. And Nan and Gujiu, who were still watching the monitors, suddenly felt a chill behind them, as if a blast of cold wind had swept into the house. They turned to see the door wide open. Gujiu. His impenetrable safe house, just like that, was wide open? And Nan. A dog that can open doors, what a traitor. With the situation outside still unclear, she shouted anxiously, Fugue. Get back here. You idiot. Lord Rabbit, Fugue's loyal follower, was scared but still dashed out after his boss. Lai Fu, meanwhile, stood in place, looking at his 2 humans. Master, I'm scared. No, I mean, I'm well behaved. I'm not running around. And Nan couldn't be bothered with the green tea chicken. She threw on her coat, pulled a rifle and a submachine gun from her storage space, handed one to Gujiu, and the 2 of them cautiously hurried outside. No matter what, they couldn't just leave Fugue and Lord Rabbit out there. They had barely stepped out the door when a thunderous, earth-shaking roar split the air. For a moment, it felt like the ground itself trembled. And Nan stopped in her tracks, eyes wide. That was a tiger's roar. Oh my God, not a cat, a tiger. A tiger. Tigers were terrifying enough, but a mutated one. Her palms started to sweat. She gripped her gun tighter and ran toward the back of the house, ready to unload a full clip the moment she saw the tiger, and then toss a couple of grenades for good measure. Gujiu was clearly nervous too. He quickened his pace, overtook Nan, and shielded her. But when they reached the backyard, there was no sign of any mighty, majestic tiger. Just a heap on the ground. A dead tiger? And Nan stared at the motionless white tiger on the ground, her mouth twitching. Then she glanced at Fugue, standing tall and proud, and Lord Rabbit gazing at the dog boss with starry eyes. Finally, her gaze settled on Fugue. You did this. Damn, Fugue. Fugue held his head high. Yeah, I did. But it's not dead, just knocked out. He paused, then added, Don't worry, Sister Nan. It's no match for me. And Nan breathed a little easier and said to Gujiu, I only heard the tiger's roar just now and Fugue didn't even bark. I was worried something happened to him. Fugue cocked his head smugly. Sis, dogs that bite don't bark. He shot a disdainful look at the tiger on the ground. So much for roaring. Didn't I still take you down? And Nan didn't hold back her praise and gave him a thumbs up. Good dog, well done. Then she glanced at the white tiger's bloody, mangled rump. You've got quite the bite, huh? Damn. The skin and flesh were all torn and bloody, looked like a bit more force would have bitten right through. Fugue shook his head. Wasn't me. And Nan was stunned. Huh? Fugue explained, it was already injured when it got here. I just rammed it once and it passed out. And Nan. Gujiu. This fat dog really is as strong as a pig and fiercer than a tiger. All that pork knuckle wasn't for nothing. And Nan took a few steps forward, curiously glancing at the white tiger lying on the ground. This was the second tiger that Fugue had knocked out. Last time, in that foreigner camp up in the mountains of the northwest, it had also knocked out a white tiger. Wait a minute. White tiger. Could this be the same one as before? And Nan craned her neck and examined it carefully, but couldn't really tell. To her, all tigers looked pretty much the same. She could only distinguish them by color and size. This one was white too, but seemed a bit fatter than the one she'd seen before. After watching for a while, and Nan muttered, "It probably isn't the same one. That one was in the far northwest, thousands of miles away." But Fukue suddenly piped up, "It's the same one. That's definitely it." And Nan's eyes widened in shock. How's that possible? That one was thousands of miles away. It was hard enough for it to survive, let alone travel so far. Even Gujiyu, who had been silent, spoke up, "It really is the same one." As he spoke, he pointed at the tiger's head. There's a patch of yellow fur at the back of its head. The white tiger from the northwest had a patch of yellow fur in the exact same spot. And Nan was surprised. You noticed something that's specific? She hadn't paid any attention to that at all. Staring at the little patch of yellow fur, and Nan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pulled out her phone from her spatial storage. She remembered that last time Fukue knocked out the white tiger, she'd taken a photo to commemorate the occasion. She opened her photo album and quickly found the picture. In the photo, Fukue stood tall and proud, looking smug, while a skinny white tiger lay unconscious on the ground beside it. And Nan shifted her phone so that the scene behind it matched the photo. The same proud dog, the same unconscious white tiger. Zooming in, she saw that the white tiger in the photo also had a patch of yellow fur. Oh my God, it was like the photo had come to life. And Nan clicked her tongue. It really is the same one. How did it manage to travel all this way? Could it have been following them? Beside her, Fugue's head was practically held high enough to touch the sky. It didn't know how the tiger got here, but it was certain this was the same loser it had defeated last time. At first, it hadn't dared to come out. After all, there was a blood-scented beast outside, and it didn't know what it was or how strong it might be. Cautious as ever, it had only dared to bark from inside the house. But once it caught the scent and realized it was this weakling white tiger, it immediately charged out, ready to teach it a lesson. Sure enough, it was still just as easy to knock out. And Nan had been worried that this was some mutant beast created by Yuchin, but it turned out to be an old acquaintance, well, an old tiger. Now she could be sure this tiger wasn't mutated, its fighting ability was still just as poor. Tang Chiyun had said that the most obvious trait of mutant beasts was their incredible combat strength. If a tiger mutated, it would be terrifyingly strong. How could it end up injured and knocked out by Fukue again? Looks like Yuchin was wrongly accused this time. Meanwhile, in another room, Yuchin sneezed. Achoo. Achoo. What's going on tonight? I can't stop sneezing. Who keeps talking about me? And Nan stared at the white tiger on the ground for a while, unsure what to do with it. Steamed or braised? She'd never eaten tiger meat before. She turned to Gujiyu and asked, "What's the best way to cook tiger?" Gujiyu's mouth twitched. "I don't know, I've never cooked it." And Nan gave him a puzzled look. "I thought you'd tried every delicacy under the sun." Gujiyu. "I'm a law-abiding citizen." After a pause, he added, "Do you really want to eat it?" If his wife wanted to try, he could figure something out. And Nan hesitated. "I've never had it before." "It's not poisonous, is it?" After a moment, she added, "It seems tricky to prepare." "Don't you have to drain the blood first?" Gujiyu nodded. Usually, when butchering pigs or chickens, you had to drain the blood first, or the meat would taste gamey. And Nan frowned. That sounds hard to do. Draining the blood from this thing would be a lot harder than with a pig. Lai Fu, who had been hiding behind Nan, couldn't help but shudder when he heard her words. She really was a foodie. Thank goodness his sister didn't do things the usual way. She kept chickens as pets and tigers as food. Otherwise, his own life would be at risk. As if sensing danger, the white tiger on the ground finally began to stir. As soon as it opened its eyes, it found itself staring straight into Fugue's shiny titanium alloy dog eyes. Startled, it jumped up in a panic. Seeing the tiger wake up, and Nan and Gujiyu immediately raised their guns. The white tiger glanced at the poised, ready to pounce fat dog in front of it, then at the two gun barrels pointed at it from behind. Not a single one of them was easy to deal with. It recognized guns. Its previous owner had ruled with an AK. It had seen plenty of bullets and gunpowder along the way. So, speechless, it shrank back into the corner. What the heck? I just wanted to find a safe place to recover. How did I end up running into this gang of maniacs again? And Nan looked at it in surprise. You came in here just to find a place to heal? She thought so. After all, it had been nearly 2 years. This tiger couldn't possibly be like that Yamamoto Kenjin guy, tracking people across thousands of miles. The white tiger looked at Nan in surprise. You two-leggers can understand me? And Nan nodded. Everyone here can. The 3 little ones had been raised on spiritual spring water, and Gujiu had drunk some before bed as well. Realizing it could communicate, the white tiger relaxed a little and started to reason with the two-leggers. Don't eat me. I taste terrible. And Nan. Wasn't it unconscious? How did it hear her plotting just now? Then again, with it being so polite, it was probably intimidated by Fugue's fighting skills. She rolled her eyes and asked, Fine, we won't eat you. But tell me, how did you get hurt? And how did you end up at my house? For a white tiger to get this badly injured, there must be another fierce beast nearby. She needed to find out. The white tiger was silent for a few seconds. It knew that two-leggers, though weak, were clever and cunning. But the situation was clearly not in its favor, so it decided to answer honestly. I was hurt by a strange creature. It looked like a dog, but it had 2 heads, both full of fangs. A 2-headed dog? And Nan immediately realized that a mutant animal had finally shown up. TCH. That Yuchin up to no good. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Yuchin sneezed again. Achoo. Achoo. This is so weird. What's going on today? Before he could finish complaining, old Manu, holding a baby in one arm, smacked him on the head. It's hard enough getting the baby to sleep. Why the hell are you making so much noise? Yuchin protested, Dad, maybe it's the temperature change, I think I caught a cold. Old Manu snapped, then get lost. Don't give my grandson your germs. Inside Villa Number 1. And Nan looked at the white tiger with a grave expression. You couldn't beat that dog? These mutant animals were getting out of hand. It was just a dog, even if it had 2 heads. How could it possibly defeat a tiger? That kind of strength was just ridiculous. Of course, she conveniently ignored the fact that her own dog, Fugue, was just a dog too, and had knocked this white tiger out twice already. In her eyes, Fugue was incredibly powerful, naturally capable of taking on the heavens, the earth, and the whole world. Seeing the look on her face. Like, you can't even beat a dog, and you call yourself a tiger? The white tiger's pride took a serious hit. It said helplessly, normally I'd win. But there were too many of them, about 10 dogs surrounded me. It had been trapped in the middle, unable to defend both its head and its rear. Sure enough, its head was fine, but its butt had been bitten. 10 dogs, 20 dog heads. All those fangs snapping at it. If it were any other creature, it would have been torn apart by now. And Nan gave an "oh" of understanding. Getting injured after being surrounded by 10 vicious dogs was understandable. She then asked the most important question, where did you run into them? The white tiger shook its head. I'm not sure. And Nan frowned. How can you not be sure? Wasn't it nearby? The white tiger shook its head again. Not nearby. It looked a little embarrassed. I ran for 3 days and 3 nights to get here. Honestly, it was humiliating. The king of beasts chased so far by a pack of dogs, running for its life. But those ugly things were just too relentless, and their noses were sharp. Even though it had shaken them off after a day, they could track by scent, so it kept running just to be safe. Now that it was here, it was sure it had left those ugly things' territory far behind. And Nan was surprised. 3 days and nights. At the speed this tiger had shown darting around her yard, it could have crossed 2 or 3 cities. This Dr. Qin was really good at hiding. He'd actually taken the mutant animals that far away. She'd thought he was either hiding in Jiangyang City or Yuqing. She hadn't expected him to go so far. Was he so afraid of the Yu family's power, afraid they'd catch and execute him, that he'd gone off to some remote place to quietly build up his strength? And Nan gave the white tiger a slightly disgusted look. You just ran straight to my house. Are you sure you didn't lead those things here? Dog noses were sharp after all. The white tiger hurriedly said, "No, I didn't. I don't have any grudge with them. I've already run off. They'll just go find something else to eat. Those two-legged creatures are much easier prey than me. Why would they bother chasing me all the way here?" And Nan, two-legged creatures? That meant humans. The white tiger nodded. There should still be some two-legged creatures left in that city for them to eat. And Nan exchanged a look with Gu Jiu. Both of them felt something was wrong. She frowned and asked the white tiger, "What do you mean, should still be some two-legged creatures? There should be plenty of people in a city, even if the disaster had killed. Many cities were still human territory." Why would the tiger say it like that? The white tiger replied, "There are lots of beasts in that city, but they're all ugly, fierce, and strange. Two-legged creatures are rare." And Nan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jiu, frowning, voiced what she was thinking. Looks like the mutant beasts there are breeding faster than humans. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before that city became a paradise for mutant beasts. Dr. Jean couldn't possibly be providing food for all those beasts. They could only eat people. When there were no more people left in that city, what would they do? 1. Turn on each other. 2. Go to the next city to hunt for humans. With Dr. Jean in control, he wouldn't let them kill each other off. So the second option was more likely. And Nan asked the white tiger seriously, "Which direction did you come from?" The white tiger pointed its head to the south. And Nan glanced at Gu Jiu. "Toward Jiangyang City." Gu Jiu nodded. Judging by the tiger's speed, those beasts probably weren't in Jiangyang City itself, but in a city further south. The survivor population in those southern cities wasn't very large. Most had already moved to official bases. It wouldn't be long before those beasts ran out of people to eat and started expanding outward. And Nan sighed. It's only a matter of time before they come this way. She wanted to hope they'd go the other direction, but based on what happened in her previous life, it was clear they were headed here. Gu Jiu tugged her hand, signaling that they should discuss the beast problem at home. After all, there was still a big tiger in front of them. And Nan got the message, but still asked the white tiger suspiciously, "Why did you come all the way from the northwest to here?" The white tiger glanced at Fugue, who was glaring at it fiercely, and explained honestly. "Not long after you left, a large group of two-legged creatures passed through the mountain. They took all my food." Its voice got quieter and quieter. "I knew I couldn't win, so I left. I wandered around, hunting as I went, always sticking to remote areas and preying on stray animals and two-legged creatures. Then I ran into the two-headed dogs and ended up here." Gu Jiu, who hadn't said much, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This tiger really was quick to run when things got tough. No dignity as the king of beasts at all. But maybe it was this flexible attitude that had let it survive the apocalypse so far. And Nan, meanwhile, was focused on something else. Food? What food? She'd already put all the supplies from the Northwest warehouse into her space. Could she have missed something? The white tiger explained, "The stuff in the tents." "The tents?" And Nan suddenly realized. "You mean those foreigners?" The white tiger nodded. The whole camp had been full of peacefully sleeping two-legged creatures, enough to feed it for a long time. But then other two-legged creatures had come and taken them away. And Nan felt a bit sick and dropped the topic. Instead, she glared fiercely and demanded, "You! Tell the truth. Why did you sneak into my house?" She didn't believe it was just here to heal. This official base was a human settlement, hardly safe or peaceful for a tiger. The white tiger hesitated for a while, then finally answered honestly. "I was hungry. I smelled something delicious here." As it spoke, it couldn't help glancing at Master Rabbit, then at Laifu. To be honest, two-legged creatures didn't taste as good as other animals. For the past few years, it had mostly survived on two-legged creatures, and it had been ages since it had smelled such delicious chicken and rabbit meat. Sensing its gaze, Laifu immediately flew onto its master's shoulder and shouted at the white tiger. "How dare you! Outrageous!" Then it snuggled up to a Nan and whined, "Sis, look at it. It wants a bite of me." And Nan gently patted Laifu's head, signaling it not to be afraid. Across from them, Lord Rabbit quietly hid behind Fugue. Even though it was all muscle, it was still no match for a big tiger. It wasn't as brave as its boss and knew it couldn't beat this tiger. Fugue comforted its little brother, then let out a dissatisfied roar at the white tiger. Normally, Fugue's bark sounded quite fierce, but compared to the tiger's roar from earlier, it seemed much less impressive. Still, the white tiger had already been beaten, well, rammed into submission, so Fugue's bark was still somewhat intimidating. Sure enough, the white tiger quickly softened and added, "I didn't know you guys were inside." It wasn't that the tiger was cowardly, it just really couldn't handle this big fat dog. It was fast, moved weirdly, and was built like a tank. And these two humans weren't easy to deal with either. The tiger had seen what happened to its previous caretaker at their hands. It was smart. If you can't win, submit. That's how you live longer. And Nan glanced at the white tiger, who looked shrewd, and asked, "How did you get in here?" With the height of the southern wall, there was no way the tiger could have jumped over. The white tiger replied, "I stacked some things to climb on." And Nan, smart. Really smart. She was starting to wonder if this thing had drunk her spiritual spring water. It even knew how to use tools. Once Zhao Ping'an moved in, she'd have him set some traps outside the wall. No more tigers climbing in on makeshift steps. And she'd need to add an electric fence on top of the wall. With all her questions answered, and Nan started chasing the tiger out. "All right, get going. I'll let you off this time, but if you break in again, we'll be having tiger meat for dinner." The white tiger breathed a sigh of relief, but still lingered. And Nan frowned. "What's your problem?" The white tiger asked quietly. "You seem to really like keeping animals?" And Nan raised an eyebrow. "So?" The white tiger grinned, as if trying to smile. "What do you think of me?" And Nan, "No way. Get lost." She could tell the difference between wild beasts and pets. Who keeps a tiger as a pet? Wasn't she afraid of waking up with her head in its mouth? If she kept it, it'd only be a threat, not a benefit. The tiger was huge and would eat a ton. Sure, she had plenty of food in her space, enough to feed a dozen tigers, but she wasn't about to feed one for nothing. It was so weak it couldn't even beat Fugue. If it came to her house, it'd just be another freeloader. What use was it? Seeing in Nan's look of disdain, the tiger knew what she was thinking and felt a bit wronged. It was actually very strong. It had roamed far and wide for years without ever being defeated. It was just that this female tiger, no, female dog, was way too tough. Honestly, even the fiercest tigress wouldn't be able to knock down this fat dog. Who knew what it was eating to get so powerful? These two-legged creatures really fed their animals well. Even the chicken and rabbit were fat and healthy. The tiger really wanted to join them. Back in the Northwest, it had thought about this before, but they wouldn't let it follow and just flew away. Now, running into them again 1,000 miles away, wasn't this fate? This was the home destiny had arranged for it. It was dark, cold, and dangerous outside, but this house was bright and warm, with food and drink aplenty. Before it could finish daydreaming about a good life with a Nan, 2 black gun barrels were suddenly pointed at its eyes. And Nan's face was icy. "If you don't leave now, you'll be leaving your meat behind." The tiger shrank its neck, gave the fat dog a hopeful look, but this time the fat dog didn't snarl. Instead, it rolled its eyes thoughtfully, as if pondering something. The tiger looked away, glanced at the fearsome Nan and the cold gun barrels, hesitated for a few seconds, then bolted. And Nan watched the white tiger, injured but still agile enough to leap over the wall, and frowned. "Tomorrow morning, put up the electric fence in the yard." The next day, at first light, and Nan and her companion surrounded the villa's yard with electric fencing. Then, as promised, they hurried off to pick up the 2 soldiers assigned to guard the villa. And Nan let them choose their own shifts, morning or evening, and from then on, they'd work in 12-hour rotations. Though the hours were long, she'd already moved an abandoned guard booth to the side gate. There were chairs inside so they could sit while on duty, making the 12-hour shifts less tiring. The booth also sheltered them from wind and rain, protecting them from acid rain or hail. The 2 were very satisfied with their work environment, and even more satisfied with their pay. Although they'd now be serving the villa area, The two soldiers were still officially government personnel, and their salaries, rations, and ammunition came from the authorities. But Li Mingqing had instructed them. While their official status remained, in practice they only had to obey Nan and Gu Jiyu, not any other leaders. To ensure they were motivated, Nan gave them an extra wage and ration bonus on top of their regular pay. However, this bonus would only be paid at the end of the month. If the villa area stayed safe all month, they'd get it. The bonus was generous, even more than their regular salary. Altogether, it was several times their usual pay. The two were so motivated, they promised not even a fly would get past them. And Nan showed them photos of Pei, Zhao Ping'an, Aunt Hu, Long Tsong'an, Li Shihan, and Long Xiaobao. She told them that aside from her own family, 2 people and 3 pets, only these people were allowed into the inner villa area. Anyone else was to be shot on sight if they tried to trespass. Worried they wouldn't remember everyone's faces, and Nan even brought the real people over that night for introductions. The next few days passed peacefully again. Except Fugue started acting a bit strange. Its appetite had grown a lot. Before, 1 bowl of dog food was enough for a meal. Now it needed a bowl and a half every time. The sudden increase in food worried Nan. She checked Fugue over carefully and repeatedly asked if it felt unwell anywhere. But she couldn't find anything wrong, so she relaxed, thinking maybe Fugue had just been tired lately. Ever since moving into the villa area, the dog had taken its 2 little brothers on a patrol every day. It was both exercising and keeping the villa area safe, making sure no bad guys tried to break in. And Nan figured maybe it was just running around too much every day, burning more energy, so its appetite had increased. She didn't worry about it anymore and just quietly gave it more food. Laifu watched as Fugue's rations kept increasing, wanted to say something, but after Fugue bit off a few of its hairs, it obediently shut its mouth. The temperature had been steadily creeping up these past few days. Although it was still below 0, the climate had clearly become much more comfortable. The survivors no longer needed to wrap themselves up like balls, just a thick down jacket was enough now. Still, there were fewer and fewer people outside. Apart from those who had to go to work, hardly anyone went out. Everyone was afraid that another disaster might suddenly strike and kill them while they were out on the road. Chu Pei and the others had to work during the day, so they could only move house a little each night. After several days of moving bit by bit, they still hadn't finished settling in. And Nan hadn't offered to help. After all, sorting through supplies was considered a private matter these days. Zhao Ping'an and his group all owned their current apartments, so there was no rush to move. They didn't have to pay extra rent for staying a few more days, so they could take their time packing. With Nan and Gu Jiyu guarding the villa area, even if the houses were empty, no one would dare break in. While staying at home, Nan even found time to go with Gu Jiyu to visit Li Mingqing and tell him about the ferocious beasts. Of course, she didn't mention Bai Wenbin or anything about her previous life. She only talked about the animal experiments conducted by the Yu family and what the white tiger had told her. After hearing her out, Li Mingqing's expression grew grave. He assured them that they would take the matter of the beasts seriously. He even asked with concern, "Is Brother Bai's injury all right? Where is he now?" Naturally, Nan couldn't tell him that Brother Bai was actually a white tiger. Otherwise, she might end up strapped to a lab table for being able to communicate with animals. No matter how pleasant her interactions with Li Mingqing had been, she still couldn't trust him completely. So she made something up on the spot. Brother Bai is already dead. After a pause, she added, "But don't worry, what I told you is definitely true." Li Mingqing believed her, of course. After several previous encounters, he saw in Nan and Gu Jiyu as reliable people. He simply sighed, expressing his regret. Brother Bai was a pitiful man. At least he was lucky to have met you too. Then he thanked them. "Thank you for telling me about this. Don't worry, I'll take it seriously. I'll send people to investigate which cities the beasts have been lingering in, and we'll make the necessary preparations." And Nan nodded, then left with Gu Jiyu. She didn't expect Li Mingqing to take any drastic action. After all, the authorities' ultimate response would be nothing more than military suppression and heavy firepower. As long as the officials were mentally prepared and could respond quickly when the beasts arrived to minimize losses, that was enough. On their way downstairs, the two of them ran into Deputy Chief Yao, who was just about to head out. He had two subordinates with him and was about to get into a car. When he saw Nan and Gu Jiyu, he immediately stopped. "Well, if it isn't President Gu and Mrs. Gu." It sounded like a friendly greeting, but before either of them could respond, he continued. "Here to see Chief Li again?" He put a heavy emphasis on the word again. And Nan raised an eyebrow. His attitude was clearly less polite than before. Even though he wore a habitual smile, his tone was unmistakably sarcastic. The last time they met, he'd even tried to force a new resident into the villa area. And Nan was never one to suffer in silence. She was about to fire back with some sarcasm of her own when she felt Gu Jiyu squeeze her hand. She turned her head and saw Gu Jiyu give a barely noticeable shake of his head. So she closed her mouth and stayed silent. Gu Jiyu turned to Deputy Chief Yao and simply replied, "Yes," then changed the subject. "Are you heading out, Deputy Chief Yao?" He was clearly giving Yao some face. But Yao didn't appreciate it and stubbornly continued with his sarcasm. "You two really have a close relationship with Chief Li. Bringing him more good stuff again, are you?" And Nan's Li. PS twitched. This old man's jealousy was almost comical. Someone as calculating as him, acting like a jealous little girl, endlessly making snide remarks about them and Li Mingcheng. Seeing that Yao refused to let things go, Gu Jiyu simply stopped talking. He wasn't Yao's subordinate. He could visit whoever he wanted and give whatever gifts he pleased. What did it have to do with Yao? Originally, they'd thought it was better to avoid offending a petty man and not to break the peace over a few words, lest they invite endless trouble and scheming from this smiling tiger. But they weren't afraid of trouble either. If Yao insisted on making trouble, they'd play along. Both Gu Jiyu and Nan knew full well that Deputy Chief Yao's attitude today was because of the mutant sweet potatoes and the antidote. Of course, the earlier conflict with Yao Qianqian probably played a part, but the main reason was still those two things. For someone like him, nothing was more important than power. The mutant sweet potatoes were a political achievement worthy of the history books, and the antidote had saved countless lives and won Li Mingcheng great public support. Judging by Deputy Chief Yao's attitude, he'd probably already smashed up his house in anger behind closed doors. But Nan didn't care about their political games. Her things were hers to give to whomever she wanted. She didn't need to watch this old man's face. Seeing that he refused to play nice, she curled her lips and said lightly, "We didn't bring anything special, just came to chat with Chief Li. Actually, I wanted to talk to you as well, Deputy Chief Yao, but I heard things have been a bit chaotic at your place lately, so I didn't want to bother you." She paused, then added, "How's your second wife? I heard Miss Qianqian went all out against her stepmother." "You!" Deputy Chief Yao's face turned green with anger. In their circle, no matter what grudges they had, they always maintained appearances. Even open political rivals like him and Li Mingcheng would still smile and speak in roundabout ways when they met. The worst they'd do was exchange a few sarcastic remarks. Who would air someone's dirty laundry so brazenly, like this damn girl? Deputy Chief Yao glanced at his two subordinates, clearly embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's nothing wrong at home. No need for Mrs. Gu to worry." He put extra emphasis on Gu, obviously blaming Gu Jiyu as well. Gu Jiyu didn't bother to be polite. He didn't even give Yao a chance to retort, just said, "If there's nothing else, Deputy Chief Yao will be heading home." He paused, then added, "Wishing you all the best and a happy family." And Nan almost burst out laughing. He really knew how to twist the knife. Sure enough, Deputy Chief Yao was so furious, he was practically grinding his teeth to dust, his lips trembling, unable to get a word out. As soon as they got back in their car, Gu Jiyu looked in the rearview mirror and said coldly, "We should find a chance to get rid of him." Huh? And Nan's jaw dropped. Wasn't this a bit extreme, all of a sudden? He'd just stopped her from even saying anything harsh to the guy, and now he wanted to kill him outright? This man could change his face faster than flipping a page. Gu Jiu could tell what she was thinking and patiently explained. It's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Once you offend a villain, you'd better be prepared to fight to the bitter end. And Nan caught on, glancing at the rearview mirror. You mean, before he screws us over, we should take him out first? Gu Jiu stepped on the gas and drove off. Exactly. Deputy Chief Yao stood in the courtyard, still not getting into his car, his face shadowed as he watched the Black Knight's departing figure. At first, he thought that since he and Gu Jiu had once been close, almost family, even, their relationship would be a bit more cordial. Even though they hadn't kept in touch much since the disaster, back when the government and military were fighting for power, Gu Jiu had always stayed out of it, clearly trying to remain neutral. So Yao hadn't taken his distance too personally. After all, Gu was just a businessman. With the world in chaos, who knew when he might end up penniless and useless? Whether they kept up a relationship or not didn't really matter. But who'd have thought that not only had Gu not fallen on hard times, he'd recently changed his tune and started currying favor with Li Mingqing, Yao's political rival. Trying to pick sides, is he? Yao sneered and spat on the ground. Let's go. His two subordinates didn't dare make a sound and hurriedly followed him into the car. Meanwhile, Nan and Gu Jiu returned to the villa complex. Before they even reached Villa Number 1, they spotted Fugue in the distance, sneaking out with a plastic bag in his mouth. And Nan raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Fugue's nose was always sharp normally. He'd smell her from far away and come running, tail wagging. But today, he hadn't even noticed she was back. Just sneaking off, all shifty-eyed? Gu Jiu was clearly surprised too. He pulled the car over. Let's follow and see what he's up to. And Nan nodded, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out. The dog's all grown up now, even has his own secrets. Sneaking out while she's not home. She'd always allowed the three little ones to run around and patrol the villa area, but only if she was home. She'd told them over and over, no going out on their own. This silly dog must be hiding something from her. As they passed their own yard, and Nan craned her neck to peek inside, the villa's main gate was shut tight, just as it should be. Which meant Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit were in on this too. There was no way to open the door from outside without a key. Fugue must have closed it behind him, knowing Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit would let him back in later. And Nan followed Fugue from a distance, frowning. What were these three up to behind her back? Fugue was fast, they had to use flash to keep up. Soon, he darted into the yard of Villa 20. From inside came a fawning voice, Sis. You're here. Fugue's proud reply, Eat up. An even more obsequious voice, Thank you, sis. You're the best. And Nan and Gu Jiu flashed to the doorway and saw a familiar white tiger crouched in the corner, face buried in a big black plastic bag, wolfing down food. One corner of the bag was open, revealing the braised pork rice and spicy pig's trotters and Nan had given Fugue earlier today. No wonder Fugue's appetite had suddenly shot up. Turns out he was secretly feeding a tiger on the side. And Nan glanced at the bag. With just this, could a big tiger really get full? Who knew, but the white tiger certainly looked happy, eating away and mumbling, so tasty, so tasty. Fugue stood nearby, proud and doting. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. He paused, then added, being my little bro, this is just the basic welfare package. No need to make such a fuss. Listening outside to her dog brag, and Nan was speechless. Fugue continued, Stick with me, and you'll never lack good food and drink. Disobey, and you'll end up as braised meat rice. Wow, he even knows how to use both carrot and stick. Gu Jiu smirked and gave a light cough. Fugue, who'd been acting all high and mighty, was so startled he plopped down on his butt. It was his first time sneaking out behind his owner's back for a secret meeting, so he was both excited and nervous, never noticing in Nan and Gu Jiu's arrival. The white tiger, meanwhile, was so entranced by the delicious food it hadn't noticed either. Gu Jiu's cough startled them both. Fugue recovered quickly, scrambled up, and wagged his tail, sidling up to Nan with puppy dog eyes. Hee hee, the world's most beautiful owner is back. And Nan snorted, ignoring his flattery, and turned to the white tiger, whose mouth was still stuffed with pork, too embarrassed to spit it out or swallow. Fugue, confident in his #1 pet status, leaned against Nan's leg, putting on a pitiful, tearful, and cutesy act, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, and pleading for his new little brother to be accepted. All the while, he kept shooting the white tiger meaningful looks. The white tiger had never acted cute before and clearly didn't know how. It didn't dare approach Nan, so it reluctantly put down its food, flopped onto its back, and exposed its belly. In their world, this was a sign of submission and trust. The belly was the most vulnerable spot, never to be shown to others. Showing it to Nan was a clear sign of its sincerity in recognizing her as its master. Fugue pestered Nan for a while until she finally relented. The white tiger might not be as strong as Fugue, but it wasn't useless either. At the very least, it was intimidating as hell. Take it out for a walk and one roar would scare the enemy half to death. And Nan looked at the white tiger, who was trying hard to look endearing, and after a moment, conjured a bowl of water out of thin air. The white tiger's eyes widened in amazement. He'd never seen anyone do magic before. And Nan said, "Drink this, and I'll accept you." The white tiger got up and sniffed it. There was a strange smell. And Nan explained, "This is called obedience water. If you behave, nothing will happen. But if you ever try to hurt us, you'll die a painful death on the spot." Gu Jiu, face expressionless, was actually trying hard not to laugh. And Nan was conning another gullible one. As a seasoned chef, he recognized the obedience water right away. It was just the leftover dumpling seasoning water from earlier. The white tiger had little experience with humans and had never met anyone as cunning as Nan. Seeing her perform magic, he fell for it instantly, and with a look of heroic resolve, downed the obedience water in one gulp. Afterwards, he lay down again and exposed his belly, as docile as a giant cat. Dignity? What's that? All I need now is endless good food and a life of luxury. And Nan saw that it was indeed well-behaved and, satisfied, walked up to it. She tentatively patted its belly, watching for its reaction. At first touch, the white tiger clearly tensed up. It was probably because no one had ever touched its belly before, so it was inevitably a bit nervous. But after a short while, it relaxed again, letting Nan pet it as she pleased. And Nan squeezed its belly, then stroked its head. This was her first time petting a tiger, and the sensation was novel. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it feels really nice." The tiger's fur was even softer than the dog's or the rabbit's. As she spoke, she motioned for Gu Jiu to try petting it as well. When Gu Jiu approached, the white tiger tensed up again, but soon relaxed. In its mind, it silently chanted, "Pork hock, pig's trotters, beef tendon, crispy lamb chops." Gradually, it actually started to enjoy being petted, letting out a couple of contented hums. It even rubbed up against Nan's leg like an oversized cat. Off to the side, Fugue, who was temporarily being ignored, watched the three of them looking like a family of three and couldn't help but narrow its eyes in displeasure. Its original intention was just to get a big, strong little brother. Had it accidentally shot itself in the paw? What if the owner only liked this guy from now on and didn't like it anymore? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but let out a fierce bark at the white tiger. The white tiger jumped in fright, quickly rolling over and pulling its belly away. And Nan found Fugue's jealousy amusing. She casually patted the dog's head as it came over, then said to the white tiger, "Go ahead and finish eating. We'll go home after you're done." Only then did the white tiger relax and return to the plastic bag, finishing off the rest of the food. These days, its dog sister had brought it all sorts of delicious things, truly opening the door to a whole new world. Things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground. It had tasted several kinds in just a few days. It had even tried things that swam in the sea. Back in the day, how could it ever have eaten seafood? Not just it, even its ancestors going back 18 generations had never tasted steamed seafood. It savored the pork hock rice in its mouth with great care, eating until tears welled up in its eyes. No one had ever told it that cooked meat could taste this good. Oh, clear broth lord. What kind of bitter days had it been living before? In less than a minute, the white tiger had licked the bag clean, reluctantly licking the empty bag a few more times. The taste was great, just not enough. Every time, it only got half full. And Nan watched it lick the bag so greedily and couldn't help but laugh. She called out, "All right, let's go home. As long as you stay loyal, there'll be plenty of good food in the future." The white tiger immediately trotted over to her side. Betray my owner? Why would I do that? If I betrayed my owner, who would give me braised pig's trotters? It could tell the difference between one good meal and eating well every meal. Back when it was with that pale-skinned dumb foreigner, all it got was bland soup, and it never even ate him. Let alone this top-tier caretaker. Seeing the white tiger so obedient, and Nan happily led it home. But she was still careful not to turn her back to it. She'd heard that large felines have a strong urge to attack when they see a human's back. Trust had to be built up bit by bit. So she had Fugue lead the way, with the white tiger following behind. And Nan and Gujiu walked at the back, discussing what to name their new member. Gujiu thought she'd come up with another cheesy but funny name, like Wonkai, Chungwei, Jibao, or something like that. But this time, Nan couldn't be bothered to think. She just waved her hand and said, "Since it's a feline, let's just call it Big Cat." After a pause, she added, "Nickname, Mimi." Gujiu. Fugue. The white tiger turned its head, grinning obsequiously. "Thank you, master." What a literary name. Literary? In what way, exactly? Gujiu's mouth twitched. This tiger really has no shame. Where's its tiger dignity? Where's the king of beasts aura? It could even praise names like Big Cat and Mimi. Fugue snorted, glancing at the white tiger with disdain. How do you think it won me over? It not only calls me dog sis, it even gave up the title of king of beasts. Now I'm the real dog king. When they got home, Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit were both startled. They'd been waiting to let Fugue back in after it snuck out, but to their surprise, it was the owner who came home. Seeing Fugue and the white tiger following behind, the chicken and the rabbit immediately understood they'd been caught by the owner. Lord Rabbit looked guilty, sneaking glances at their dog boss, worried about the owner's expressionless face. Lai Fu's eyes darted around, and it flapped its wing. Flying onto Nan's shoulder. "Master, you're so sharp. I've been wanting to tell you for ages, but I was afraid of that dumb dog's tyranny. It even started complaining, you don't know, it's bitten out patches of my feathers." And Nan impatiently swatted it away. "Stop acting like you're so righteous after the fact." Fugue laughed so hard its belly hurt. "Serves you right. My Nanjia hates tattletales the most." Before it could finish laughing, and Nan kicked it away too. "You can get lost as well." She hadn't even started settling the score for Fugue's self-assertion. If it dared to secretly keep a tiger today, would it dare to secretly have puppies tomorrow? And Nan shot Fugue a glare, then called the white tiger over. "Come here." The white tiger was staring in shock, wondering if this whole family were superhumans. The dog could knock it out with a headbutt, which was already ridiculous, but this skinny-looking woman could actually kick the fat dog flying. It looked at Nan with newfound respect and obediently walked over. Nan gave it a thorough physical checkup, calling it a home health inspection, but really, she was checking for any signs of mutation. Tang Chiyun had said that mutated beasts would show physical changes. Although this white tiger didn't seem fierce, and Nan had never encountered a real mutated beast before, so she didn't know if they could hide their ferocity. After all, this tiger was very clever. Luckily, physical mutations couldn't be hidden. And Nan carefully checked it from head to tail, and only after confirming there was nothing abnormal did she start inspecting its wounds. The flesh on its rump was still turned out, with quite a bit of dirt stuck in the wound. If a human had an injury like this, they'd have died of infection long ago. Only a tiger, strong as it was, could still move around like nothing was wrong. She asked, "Does it hurt?" The white tiger shook its head, indicating it was just a minor injury. And Nan nodded. "Good. As long as you're tough enough. With that, she pulled a bottle of alcohol out of her space. The white tiger looked at the bottle that had appeared out of nowhere, puzzled. What's that? Come with me, and Nan said, heading for the bathroom. The white tiger, though completely confused, obediently followed her in. And Nan set the bottle of alcohol aside, picked up the shower head, and gave the filthy big cat a thorough rinse. Because there was a large wound on its backside, she didn't use any shampoo for now, just blasted it clean with strong jets of water. A few minutes later, the tiger, once covered in dust, looked a whole shade whiter, and even the black stripes on its body seemed to shine brighter. The mud and grime in the wound were all washed away by the running water. The water in Villa Number 1 all came from her space, stored in a tank, and was safe enough to drink directly, no risk of infection. Once Nan saw the cleaning was about done, she opened the bottle of alcohol and gave the big cat a heads up. I'm going to treat your wound now. It might hurt a bit, so try to bear with it. Then she poured the entire bottle of alcohol onto its wound. Just a second ago, the white tiger was shaking its head, looking all "I'm not afraid of pain." The next second, it let out a miserable howl. Oh, whoa. Oh my God. For a moment there, it felt like it saw its great-grandma. Getting hurt didn't hurt half as much as getting treated. Outside the bathroom, Laifu heard the wailing and flapped its wings, asking Gujiu, handsome bro, what kind of torture is Sister Nan inflicting in there? As it spoke, it glanced at Fugue. Once the master's done with the white tiger, it'll be my turn, right? At that thought, Laifu nearly burst out laughing. Fugue caught its look, rolled its eyes, and shoved it aside. Handsome bro? Who said you could call him that? Gujiu, gun in hand, ignored them. Right now, he was standing guard at the bathroom door on high alert. If that big cat dared to hurt Nan out of pain, he'd immediately unload a full magazine into it. Fortunately, the white tiger was too distracted by the pain to notice Gujiu, nor did it have any intention of attacking Nan. It just wanted to dance a tap routine in the bathroom from the pain. Good thing the bathroom was big enough, otherwise it wouldn't have had space to flail around. And Nan put the empty bottle away and comforted it. Bitter medicine is good for you. This is to disinfect your wound, it won't hurt you. Then she took out a few more bottles and jars. There's no way to get a vet here, so we'll have to make do. You seem tough, just hang in there. So this is what tough means? The white tiger's eyes went wide, shaking its head desperately. Not tough, not tough. No need to treat me. And Nan ignored its protests and sprinkled medicine and anti-inflammatory powder onto its wound. She had to treat it now, before infection or complications set in, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. The white tiger was about to howl again, but suddenly realized the stuff she sprinkled didn't hurt at all. It finally let out a sigh of relief. After a long days, it said, "Thank you, big sis." Ever since its mother was gone, no one had ever licked its wounds again. And Nan's hand paused. Hearing this big guy gruffly call her big sis gave her goosebumps. It was like being called sis by a 40-year-old uncle. So as she wrapped its wound with gauze, she asked, "How old are you?" White tiger, about 5 or 6. And Nan nodded. So, when the apocalypse hit, it was still just a cub. When they first met in the Northwest, it had just reached adulthood. Calling her sis wasn't wrong. The wound was quickly treated. The bandaging was a bit ugly, but at least it was done. She put away her tools and patted its head. All done. The white tiger's head was twice the size of Nan's, but it still nuzzled her arm like a well-behaved cat. "Thank you, big sis." Fugue, blocked outside the bathroom by Gujiu. Crap. This guy is even better at acting cute than me. Does it call everyone sis? Fugue pouted, sulking as it tried to figure out how to secure its status as number 1 pet. Just then, Nan and the big cat walked out of the bathroom. The big cat saw Fugue waiting outside and thought it was worried about him. It grinned goofily. "Don't worry, sis, I'm fine now." Fugue, get lost. White tiger. Having a tiger in the house didn't really change much. Now, when they watched movies, there was a tiger skin cushion, and at mealtimes, there was a new companion who wolfed down food. This big cat had never seen much of the world. Just eating boiled chicken breast made it so happy it nearly licked its tongue off. And Nan couldn't be bothered with scientific feeding, so she just let it eat like fugue, 1 meal of dog food a day, the other 2 meals with her and Gujiu, mostly meat. In just a few days, the big cat visibly plumped up. Meanwhile, Chu Pei and the others finally finished moving in all their luggage and settled down. Everyone gathered at Long Songen's place for a housewarming dinner. At the table, as they ate and drank, they finalized the security renovation plan for the inner villas. First, they'd bury traps and landmines outside the perimeter walls, then cover the top of the walls with sharp shards of glass. The main idea: nobody's getting in from the outside. In addition, there were 2 high walls within the villa area. The wall separating the outer villas would also be topped with glass shards, with traps and mines on the inside. The wall between the buffer zone and the inner area would have traps, plus surveillance cameras and alarms. In short, anyone from the outside who wanted to get in would have to pass through 2 gates of hell. And Nan and Gujiu would supply the renovation materials, Zhao Ping'an would design the traps, and everyone else would pitch in. They were determined to turn the villa area into an impenetrable fortress. Once the plan was set, Hu Tsuelon suggested, "Should we give our villa area a name? Then Ping'an can make a sign to hang outside." Everyone agreed enthusiastically and started brainstorming names. Zhao Ping'an, how about Brotherhood Villas? To symbolize our friendship. Everyone else, too tacky. Chu Pei, how about Longevity Villas? To express our wish to live long lives. Everyone else, even tackier. Long Songen, let's call it Luoan Villas. To commemorate our youthful days together on Mount Luoan. Everyone else, too pretentious. Everyone made suggestions, but none passed. And Nan chugged a beer, waved her hand, and declared, "Let's call it Trespassers Die, all of them." Everyone. Gujiu silently raised his hand. "I agree. Everyone. You just agree with whatever your wife says." In the end, since only Nan's suggestion got a vote, they went with her plan. So it was named Trespassers Die, all of them. It didn't sound nice, but the curse was vicious enough. It fit their team's vibe perfectly. The next day, Zhao Ping'an rushed to make the sign and hung it outside. Once everyone in the inner villas was settled, and Nan notified Ma Qiangzhuang, Grandpa Yu, and the Jiang brothers to move in. And the family the authorities had assigned finally showed up. When Nan saw them, she was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected it to be someone she already knew. In front of the main gate of the villa complex. Movers hired by the Yu family, the Jiang brothers, and Ma Qiangzhuang's men were all busily coming and going. Ma Qiangzhuang stood at the entrance, supervising the work while chatting with Nan. "Don't worry, sis. Brother Ma is here overseeing everything. I know exactly who goes in and out. No one's going to sneak anything in on my watch." Just as he said this, Yuchen, eager to escape the arduous task of babysitting, had asked his father for leave and come over to supervise the move. He'd been on edge from looking after the kid these days and was itching for an outlet. Hearing Ma Qiangzhuang's words, he immediately shot back with a sarcastic tone. "The workers are hired by my family. I'll supervise them myself, no need to trouble you, big brother." As he spoke, he folded his arms and moved closer to Nan. "Missin, you'd better be careful. With so many of them moving in, it's easy for them to smuggle things through. Who knows, maybe you'll end up with hundreds of people hiding inside without even realizing it." Ma Qiangzhuang was instantly annoyed. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Yuchen, briefly reverting to his usual cheeky self, shook his head at Ma Qiangzhuang and said, "What, so you can say it, but I can't?" "You." Ma Qiangzhuang, though he'd been in charge for a few years, clearly wasn't as sharp-tongued as the spoiled Yuchen. After a couple of exchanges, he was already at a loss for words. And Nan watched them bicker without saying a word. Perfect. She didn't need to say anything, they were keeping each other in check just fine. Yuchen rolled his eyes at Ma Qiangzhuang, then turned to Nan. "Missin, who are you planning to have guard the gate?" And Nan pointed at Ma Qiangzhuang. Brother Ma's men have already volunteered to handle the gate and patrols around the villa complex. Yuchen raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ma Qiangzhuang's men bustling about with boxes. Just them? And Nan nodded. Yes. Yuchen straightened up a bit. My family can also send people to guard the gate. No way was he letting the entrance to his own home fall entirely into someone else's hands. His family had 6 bodyguards, he could easily spare 2 to watch the gate. And Nan smiled and readily agreed. Of course. For the main gate, both of your families can send people to guard it. We're all neighbors here, after all. We should work together to keep our homes safe. She wasn't comfortable leaving the gate entirely in Ma Qiangzhuang's hands either. When she'd agreed to let the Yu family move in, it was precisely with the idea of having them keep each other in check. If the Yu family was willing to send people, all the better. Ma Qiangzhuang had always found Yu Chen's arrogance grating, but since Nan agreed, he couldn't object. Having only his men at the gate could easily make others uneasy, and he had no bad intentions anyway. If they wanted to guard together, so be it. Besides, it saved him a man on gate duty and freed up someone to earn more food elsewhere. So he agreed readily as well. Yuchen shot him another eye roll but didn't say anything more. And Nan watched Yu Chen's slightly exaggerated manner and found it a bit amusing. She knew this young Master Yu was no fool. He might look like a troublemaker, but he understood what was important. Normally, since they'd be seeing each other all the time, and with the other side having more people, and his own family having both elders and children, he wouldn't go out of his way to antagonize Ma Qiangzhuang. Acting like this now was probably just for her benefit. Gu Jiu was right, her little schemes couldn't fool the 2 foxes of the Yu family, old and young. But it didn't matter. This was all out in the open, not some shady plot. Her intentions were perfectly reasonable, and it was good for them to know she wasn't some gullible fool. As they were talking, Gu Jiu arrived with Zhao Ping'an. The 2 of them were carrying bags and even brought a ladder. And Nan introduced everyone. Zhao Ping'an gave a brief greeting, then set up the ladder and started pulling tools from his backpack to get to work. Ma Qiangzhuang watched with curiosity. Is that surveillance equipment? And Nan smiled and nodded. Just trying to improve the security of our villa complex. Besides letting them monitor the gate in real time, the main purpose of the cameras was deterrence. In reality, she and Gu Jiu might not be watching the footage all the time, but just having the cameras there would make people more cautious. If anything did happen, they could always review the footage instead of being completely in the dark. Ma Qiangzhuang had no objections. It was their villa complex. They could renovate as they liked. He and his men had nothing to hide, so they weren't afraid of surveillance. Besides, the improvements benefited them too. He'd already noticed that the perimeter walls had all been reinforced. The tops were lined with sharp glass shards set in concrete, which not only made things much safer, but also made patrols easier for his men.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway. We always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
So he happily flattered her with a few lines like, "You really think of everything, sis, and it's great having someone as capable as you, still able to use electricity these days," and so on. Yuchen had even less to object to. As long as the cameras weren't installed inside his house, he was fine with them anywhere else. This way, the Linglong base people couldn't bully his bodyguards on gate duty just because they had numbers. And if anything happened in the future, the cameras would help clarify responsibility. Just then, the Jiang brothers, having finished moving the first batch of supplies, came out of the villa complex. Seeing the group gathered at the gate, they parked and came over to say hello. Yuchen was their former boss, and Nan and Gu Jiu were their landlords, and Ma Qiangzhuang was a powerful future neighbor. They couldn't afford to offend any of them. As smooth-talking middlemen, the brothers got out of the car with big smiles, greeting everyone warmly and quickly livening up the atmosphere. As they chatted, They even handed out hand warmers to everyone. And Nan accepted hers without fuss, thinking to herself that she really had gathered a bunch of clever people to live in this villa complex. The brothers noticed Zhao Ping'an working on the ladder and made sure one of them went over to study it, while the other stayed to chat. As they were talking, a military vehicle and a jeep pulled up at the gate. Secretary Qian, who was often seen at Deputy Commander Yao's side, got out of the military vehicle. He glanced around at everyone present, greeted Nan and Gu Jiyu, and then began introducing the family of 3 who got out of the other car. In fact, he didn't even need to introduce them, and Nan already recognized them. She looked at the familiar figure not far away and greeted her with a half-smile. "Long time no see, Miss Liu." LV Shuang forced a stiff smile. "A long time no see." The moment she met in Nan's eyes, her whole body tensed up and she instinctively looked away. She'd already experienced Nan's ruthlessness firsthand, and had heard Yao Qianqian talk about the times she'd suffered under this woman. Now, looking at Nan was no different from looking at the king of hell. This woman had dared to stab Miss Yao with a poisoned ice pick. What wouldn't she dare do to LV Shuang? So even Gu Jiyu, standing beside Nan, didn't dare sneak a glance anymore. He just stood there quietly, eyes downcast, not making a sound. And Nan was a little surprised to see LV Shuang so nervous. She thought the authorities would send someone impressive. Was this it? After Secretary Qian handed them over to Nan, he drove off in his military vehicle. LV Shuang's father put on a big smile as he saw Secretary Qian off, but the moment the car disappeared, he dropped the act, turned around, and looked at Nan and Gu Jiyu with a cold, expressionless face. And Nan couldn't help but admire him. Now that's a seasoned actor. Even at his age, he could still pull off a Sichuan opera face change. Since showing up, LV Shuang's father hadn't greeted Nan or Gu Jiyu, the landlords, even once. When Secretary Qian introduced them, he just nodded with an air of authority, not saying a word. And Nan thought he was putting on even more airs than Li Mingcheng. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some high-ranking official. The man tilted his chin up, didn't say a word, and just shot his wife a look. His wife immediately got the message, walked forward with her head held high, and asked Nan haughtily, "Which building are we staying in?" She acted like Nan was just a hotel receptionist there to serve her. And Nan frowned slightly and said nothing. LV Shuang was about to wet herself from fear. "Mom, please don't provoke her." LV Shuang was terrified that the next second Nan would pull out a gun and kill their whole family. She quickly tugged at her mother's sleeve and forced a nervous smile at Nan. "Sorry, my mom's just so excited to be moving into a new place." Before she could finish, her mother rolled her eyes, pushed her aside, and kept firing at Nan. "It's freezing out here. Are you going to tell us or not? Which building are we in?" She paused, glanced at Gu Jiyu, and ordered, "We have a lot of luggage. You two can help carry it all in for us." Ma Qiangzhuang, watching from the side, "Now that's guts. Daring to provoke a killer." Yu Chen, also watching, "Now that's guts. Daring to provoke a man-eating flower." And Nan shot the woman a cold look. "Don't you have hands?" The woman glared back. "How can you talk like that? Didn't your parents teach?" Before she could finish the word "you," Nan raised her right hand and slapped her hard across the face. The blow was so strong that LV's mother staggered and fell to the ground. She clutched her face, looking up at Nan in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe someone would actually hit her. Before or after the disaster, LV's mother had always dealt with officials' wives. She'd seen passive-aggressive types and bullies, but never someone like Nan, someone who'd just roll up her sleeves and start swinging. What a crude, uncivilized country bumpkin. So undignified. Completely disgraceful. Seeing her still daring to glare, Nan crouched down and slapped her again. "What are you looking at?" LV Shuang, finally snapping out of her shock, let out a shriek and rushed to help her mother. "I told you not to mess with her. Why did you have to mess with her?" And Nan had no idea what LV Shuang was thinking. When she saw her coming over, she gave her a slap too. LV's father, seeing his wife and daughter both get hit, flew into a rage. How dare you? Slap. He got one too. A family should stick together, after all. And Nan stood there, feet firmly planted, palm raised, ready to slap whoever came at her. These idiot parents, holding their heads high, thought they could embarrass her in front of everyone? Well, as it happened, she'd been looking for a chance to establish her authority in front of the others. So what if they had Vice Commander Yao backing them? Vice Commander Yao was still on her hit list. She'd already fallen out with the Yaos last time. Why would she put up with their dogs barking now? Just do it. LV's father, humiliated by being slapped by a young girl, refused to let it go. He tried to use his strength as a man to teach her a lesson. LV Shuang, who just helped her mother up, nearly fainted from fear. Dad, don't mess with her. The next second, Gu Jiu stepped in front of Nan and grabbed LV's father's fist. I suggest you calm down. Let it go. LV's father sneered. You think you can protect her forever? Sooner or later. Gu Jiu cut him off, looking at him as if to say, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm doing this for your own good. Huh? LV's father froze. The next second, Nan slipped around Gu Jiu in a strange move, grabbed LV's father by the collar, and lifted him up like a chick. LV's father lost his balance. LV's father was stunned. LV's father was speechless. Ma Qiangzhuang, the Jiang brothers, and Yuchen all shivered at the sight of this super strong girl. Not that they were scared, but her presence was just too overwhelming. The air was freezing, and the ground was covered in snow. Okay, maybe they were a little scared. This woman was just too fierce. With that arm strength, she could probably punch a cow to death. Only Zhao Ping'an wasn't scared. He hung off a ladder, cheering excitedly, "You're awesome, idol. Go, idol." And Nan dragged LV's father over to the family car and slammed him against it, then started pummeling his face. Want to throw punches at her? She'd show him what real fists felt like. It didn't take long before he was seeing stars. Gu Jiu folded his arms and commented sarcastically, "See? I told you it was for your own good." His Nan was so ruthless she dislocated her own husband's arm twice. LV Shuang was bawling, snot and tears running down her face. Once Nan was satisfied, she finally let go. She had to let them live, after all, otherwise, they'd just have to find another family to move in. Compared to that, it was better to keep these losers around for now. She took the disinfectant wipes Gu Jiu handed her, wiped her hands, and said to the still conscious mother and daughter, "The government already paid your rent. It was expensive, so of course you get the best place." She pointed to the building directly facing the main gate. "You'll stay there. The one right in the middle, the premium spot." That house was closest to the gate. The other families had all avoided it, choosing houses further inside. If the villa compound was ever breached, that house would be the first to go. The LV family understood this perfectly well, but after experiencing Nan's barbaric methods, they didn't dare say a word. Madame Lu was still reeling from the humiliation of being slapped, her hand trembling as she covered her lips. She glared at Nan and demanded indignantly, "How dare you? We're here on behalf of the authorities to stay in your villa community, and you actually..." Before she could finish, her own daughter clamped a hand over her mouth. Mom, stop. Please. She already hit you. What's the point of asking if she dares? If she didn't dare, would she have hit you?" Lu Shuang's head was pounding. She leaned in and whispered urgently to her mother, "Mom, just stop talking and help Dad inside. He's practically rolling his eyes." Left with no choice, Madame Lu shot Nan one last resentful look, then helped her daughter drag Mr. Lu, his face battered and bruised, dizzy and ringing in his ears, into the car. And Nan took the keyring in her hand, removed the key to the outermost villa, and tossed it to Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang caught the key and forced a smile as she said goodbye to Nan. "We'll just head inside, then." Only after Nan nodded did she hurriedly pull her mother into the car, fumbling to start it and drive into the villa compound. She was so nervous she nearly ran into one of Ma Qiangzhuang's men. Ma Qiangzhuang frowned and asked Nan, "Sis, want me to take care of them?" And Nan shook her head. "No need. Just keep an eye on them." After a pause, she raised her voice so everyone could hear. "They're here on official orders to keep an eye on the villa community. Even if we deal with them, someone else will just take their place." Her words served two purposes: to direct some resentment toward the Liu family, and to remind everyone else that their every move was being watched by the authorities, so don't get any funny ideas. The Jiang brothers nodded in understanding and said a few more flattering words to Nan. Everyone present knew that by moving into the villa community, they'd essentially pledged allegiance. In the eyes of the authorities and other survivors, they were now part of Nan's group. No matter how the residents got along with each other, when it came to outsiders, they had to stand united. Ma Qiangzhuang also pledged his loyalty. "Don't worry, sis. I'll keep a close watch on everything that happens here." After a few more words, everyone dispersed. Zhao Ping'an had come out during his lunch break. After installing the surveillance cameras in front of everyone, Gu Jiyu drove him back to the research department. And Nan headed home alone. She hadn't gone far when someone called out from behind her. "Sis!" And Nan, "Wait up!" She turned to see Ma Qiangzhuang jogging over. "What is it?" Ma Qiangzhuang glanced around furtively to make sure no one else was nearby before lowering his voice. "Sis, you told me to keep an eye on the Yu family, remember?" And Nan was momentarily taken aback. She'd been so busy lately, she'd almost forgotten about Tang Qiyun. She nodded. "So, what did you find?" Ma Qiangzhuang leaned in and whispered, "Nothing out of the ordinary." And Nan, "If there's nothing unusual, why act like you're passing on some top-secret intel?" In truth, Ma Qiangzhuang felt a bit guilty. After all, Nan had paid him for this, but he hadn't found anything. "Sis, I really did my best. I had several of my guys watching the Yu family around the clock, and even sent people all over the base looking for that girl, but nothing." He sighed. "I didn't find anyone with a dog, but I did find a girl with a cat." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "A cat?" She was especially sensitive to animals these days. Ma Qiangzhuang nodded. "Yeah, the daughter of Deputy Chief Yao. I heard she just got a really fierce cat." "Just got it? Really fierce?" And Nan immediately thought of mutant animals. She looked at Ma Qiangzhuang. "What's so special about the cat? What kind is it?" Ma Qiangzhuang replied, "I heard it's a Bengal cat, but bigger than usual. Real ferocious." And Nan pressed further, "How did you find out Miss Yao is a cat?" Ma Qiangzhuang clicked his tongue. "It caused several deaths. I'm not the only one who knows about it." And Nan frowned. "Deaths? From a cat?" Ma Qiangzhuang nodded. "Yeah. I heard Miss Yao's had the cat for almost half a year now. You know about the scandal in her family, right? Miss Yao beat up her dad's mistress in a supermarket." And Nan nodded. "I heard about that." Ma Qiangzhuang went on, "Well, the one who died was that mistress. A few days ago, Miss Yao brought her cat over to settle scores, and somehow they got into another argument. Then the cat scratched several people and killed 3, including her dad's mistress and an innocent neighbor. A cat killing people, now that was news." Ma Qiangzhuang looked gossipy. And get this, the mistress was actually Miss Yao's former classmate. No wonder she was so mad. Huh. And Nan was surprised. That deputy chief sure played around. Ma Qiangzhuang continued, "I heard Miss Yao fell out with her dad over this and moved out. She's living on her own now." And Nan nodded, deep in thought. Yao Qianqian had moved out, and the cat must have gone with her. That was probably for the best. Animals were always sensitive, quick to raise the alarm, and if they were fierce, they could be a real headache. Now, with only the old couple left in the Yao household, all she had to do was wait for the polar night and slip in during the chaos. Seeing Nan lost in thought, Ma Qiangzhuang thought she wasn't interested in the topic and quickly steered the conversation back. "Sis, I didn't really help much with finding that girl. How about I return the rations you gave me tomorrow?" Before he could finish, Nan snapped out of it and waved her hand. "No need. You earned those." She'd only paid them to keep an eye on the Yu family. The deal was, if they found Tang Qiyun, she'd pay extra. Since they hadn't, she just wouldn't pay more, but she couldn't take back what she'd already given. They had spent time and effort, after all. She just reminded him, keep an eye out for me. If you spot the girl with the German Shepherd, let me know right away. She paused, then added, there's still a reward if you find her. Ma Qiangzhuang beamed. You got it. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang parked the car in the villa garage and immediately started complaining to her parents. Dad, Mom, what were you thinking? Didn't I warn you before we came? Don't mess with Nan, she's crazy. Why did you have to provoke her and bring this disaster on us? Lu Shuang's father sat with a swollen face, his senses finally restored. The arrogance he'd worn earlier was long gone, and he spoke to his daughter in a low, serious voice. You think I wanted this? He gritted his teeth. Since we rely on Deputy Chief Yao to survive, we have to follow his wishes. With so many people outside just now, how could I not put on that attitude? As he spoke, exhaustion flickered across his bruised face. Enough. Just remember this. Chief Yao can't stand that young couple. Whenever we're in public, we absolutely can't show them any kindness. Did he like being a smooth operator, never offending anyone? Of course. But since their family's livelihood depended on the Yaos, he had no choice but to adopt Deputy Chief Yao's likes and dislikes as his own. Now that Deputy Chief Yao had made up his mind to get rid of that couple, he had to show where his loyalties lay. He needed to publicly put them in their place. Only then would Deputy Chief Yao be pleased. So what if he suffered a little at Nan's hands? With his bruised face, he could report to Deputy Chief Yao, and who knew how many consolation prizes he might get in return. Lu Shuang's mother didn't say a word to her husband or daughter, still fuming as she sat in her seat. All her life, no one had ever slapped her in public. Yet today, she'd been smacked several times by that Nan. What an arrogant little tramp. The Lu family depended on the Yaos, so she'd always tried to cozy up to Madame Yao, and she'd heard plenty of gossip about Nan from her. The Yao family had always been powerful, both before and after the disaster. Their daughter, Yao Qianqian, might not have lived as extravagantly as some rich kids, but she'd grown up pampered all the same. Who would have thought she'd almost been run over and stabbed with a poisoned ice blade at the villa? Madame Yao, who doted on her daughter, was furious. If Deputy Chief Yao hadn't forbidden her from acting rashly, she'd have had Nan and Gu Jiu killed long ago. After bottling up her anger for so long, Madame Yao had told Mrs. Lu to give Nan and her husband a hard time when she heard the Lu family was moving into the villa district. But Mrs. Lu hadn't expected that even a small request like, help us move our luggage, would be flatly refused by Nan, who then proceeded to beat up their whole family. Now, Mrs. Lu sat with a dark expression, already planning how she'd complain to Madame Yao. The couple, determined to be loyal servants to the Yao family, didn't forget to remind Lu Shuang of her role. Her father said, you still need to keep Yao Qianqian happy. Don't be fooled by her being kicked out of the house. She's still their daughter, and they'll make up sooner or later. Her mother added, that's right. Madame Yao worries about Qianqian every day. She's her precious baby. If you stick by Qianqian now, it'll be a real act of friendship in her time of need. Lu Shuang curled her lips. I know. But inside, she cursed. Some people really do live different lives. Was Miss Yao really kicked out? More like she was enjoying her own freedom. For her safety, they hadn't even let her leave the compound. She just got her own apartment in another building, that's all. Madame Yao could visit her in under 3 minutes. What was there to worry about? Yao Qianqian was probably thrilled. No more sharing space with her parents, total freedom, and it made throwing parties so much easier. She didn't need anyone's sympathy or care. Lu Shuang, on the other hand, had been slapped hard by Nan, and no one was there to comfort her. Still, she couldn't go against her parents' wishes, and her family really did need to rely on the Yaos. So after 2 exhausting days of moving, Lu Shuang obediently went to hang out with Yao Qianqian every day. She never expected that just a few days later, Yao Qianqian, fresh from getting rid of her love rival, moving into her own place and in a great mood, would throw her a curveball. Yao Qianqian wanted to visit Lu Shuang's new villa. Not just for a casual visit, either. She wanted Lu Shuang to throw a housewarming party, invite all their friends, and have a proper bash. Xiao Shuang, now that you're living in a big villa, don't look down on us poor souls still stuck in apartments. It's been ages since we've had a villa party. Let me bask in your glory and relax for once. I know your family doesn't have a lot of supplies, so I'll provide all the food and drinks. You just need to decorate the place. Those were Yao Qianqian's exact words. She didn't leave Lu Shuang any room to refuse. Lu Shuang was at her wit's end. When she told her parents, they both told her to just do as the young lady asked. Easy for them to say. Throw a party? Did they think anyone could just waltz into the villa district? She braced herself and tried asking the security guards at the gate if she could invite guests over, but they completely ignored her. Standing there with their guns, they looked like they'd shoot anyone who tried to get in. Lu Shuang knew these were Nan's people. After the trouble her family had caused, it was a miracle the guards even let them in and out, let alone let her bring in a crowd for a party. Usually, even her own family had to wait ages at the gate before the guards would let them through. But Yao Qianqian didn't care about any of that. She gave Lu Shuang half a month to prepare, and on the appointed day, she expected to show up and party. After hitting a wall, Lu Shuang had no choice but to seek out Nan. But there was a literal chasm between the outer and inner villa's high walls, locked gates, security systems. She couldn't get in at all. All she could do was wait by the main gate, hoping to bump into Nan. She waited for days, but never saw any of the inner villa residents come out. That's when she realized there must be other exits for the inner circle. So Lu Shuang circled the villa district and finally found an inconspicuous side gate. But the security there was even tighter than at the main gate. The armed guards didn't say a word. If she got close, they'd fire warning shots into the air. Even dropping Yao Qianqian's name didn't help. Terrified that the next shot might be aimed at her head, Lu Shuang didn't dare get any closer. All she could do was wait at a distance, hoping Nan would come out soon. She spent days staring at a sign that read, "Trespassers' families will die," but the person she was waiting for never appeared. Other inner villa residents came and went every day, but they were always in a hurry, driving off without giving her a chance to speak. Half a month passed like this, and the weather outside finally returned to normal. Lu Shuang had switched from winter clothes to spring outfits, but she still hadn't seen the villa's owner. She could only grit her teeth and curse. Spring is here. How can that couple stay cooped up like this? Don't they ever come out for a walk or some fresh air? Finally, as the deadline Yao Qianqian had given her approached, Lu Shuang at last spotted the young couple, hand in hand, out for a stroll. With a dramatic slide, Lu Shuang rushed over to Nan. Sis. And Nan was startled. What the heck? Where did this wild monkey come from? She looked closely. Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang nodded vigorously, like a pecking chicken. Yes, sis, it's me. And Nan frowned. Why was this woman suddenly calling her sis every other word? Were they that close before? She sized Lu Shuang up, the corner of her mouth twitching. You, stand up and talk first. Only then did Lu Shuang realize that, in her excitement, she'd slid over and was still kneeling. She tried to calm herself and stand up, but then thought, what if Nan refused? If she had to kneel again to beg, she'd lose all face. Better to just stay like this and get it over with. So she remained kneeling. Sis, I need a favor. And Nan. Yeah, I can tell. And Nan didn't say anything, just waited to see what Lu Shuang wanted. Lu Shuang hesitated, then forced a smile. Here's the thing, sis. I just moved into a new place. My friends all want to come over for a housewarming party. Not giving Nan a chance to object, she rushed on, barely pausing for breath. I already told them our villa community is gated and it's not convenient to visit. But they insisted. I can't keep turning them down. And you know, sis, my dad's in a special position. These friends are all kids of his colleagues, some are even from the higher-ups' families. It's really hard for me to keep refusing. She rattled off every excuse she'd come up with during her days of waiting outside. When she finished, she looked up at Nan, face full of hope. And Nan's expression didn't change. What's that got to do with me? Lu Shuang was stunned. Huh? And Nan repeated, I said, what's that got to do with me? Lu Shuang blurted out, the security at the gate said outsiders aren't allowed in, so I had to come to you. And Nan, come to me? Lu Shuang nodded. And Nan, then the answer is no. Lu Shuang instinctively raised her voice. Why not? And Nan replied bluntly, because I don't like you. Lu Shuang. Why is this woman so direct? But she'd already prepared herself for rejection before coming. She quickly composed herself and tried again. I know we haven't always gotten along. That was all my fault. I hope you can be the bigger person and let bygones be bygones. We're neighbors now, after all. Fate brought us together. We'll be seeing each other all the time, please, just do me this favor. Saying all this was humiliating, but she had no choice. Ever since Nan stabbed Yao Qianqian with a poison ice dagger, and Yao Qianqian caught her own father cheating with her classmate, Yao Qianqian had changed. She'd become much more vicious and mean. If Lu Shuang couldn't pull off this villa party for her, she'd be tormented to death. Compared to that, bowing her head and losing a little face in front of Nan was nothing. Her expression grew even more pleading. Sis, please, just this once. But Nan didn't give her any face. Miss, you're blocking my way. Seeing Nan so unmoved, Lu Shuang grew both angry and anxious. She stood up and shouted, this is my own house. Why can't I invite friends over? And Nan looked innocent. Of course you can. Lu Shuang's eyes lit up. So you're saying you'll let them into the villa community? And Nan shook her head. Nope. Lu Shuang was speechless. Are you just messing with me? Seeing Lu Shuang's confusion, Nan patiently explained. The house is indeed rented to you. But the villa community belongs to me. Your friends can absolutely go to your house. But as for my villa community, no outsiders allowed. Lu Shuang pouted. What kind of rule is that? If they couldn't enter the villa community, how could they get to her house? She was fuming. This person was being completely unreasonable. And Nan smirked. If you don't like the rules in my villa community, Miss Lu, you're free to move out. She paused, then added, but as long as you live here, my rules are the rules. Lu Shuang, but And Nan, I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Lu Shuang. This damn woman has a comeback for everything. And Nan didn't care what Lu Shuang was thinking. Having said her piece, she was ready to leave. She and Gu Jiu had an appointment to pick up their custom villa community resident ID cards today. Although there were security guards at the main gate, with over 100 people coming and going, Ma Qiangzhuang's guards could recognize most of them, but the Yu family's guards couldn't possibly remember everyone. Frankly, if Ma Qiangzhuang's men brought someone in, the Yu family's guards wouldn't be able to tell. So the Yu and Jiang families had pointed out this security loophole to Nan. And Nan then asked Li Mingqing to help make a batch of resident-only ID cards for the villa community. The official cards had special anti-counterfeit features, so regular people couldn't fake them. With these ID cards, managing the community would be much easier. Everyone could just use their cards to get in and out. Li Mingqing had agreed readily, and Nan had paid a token fee to the card-making department. The cards were ready for pickup today. Now that the weather had finally returned to normal, the temperature was pleasant, but that also meant the dangerous eternal night was drawing closer. If not for picking up the cards, she and Gu Jiu wouldn't have left the house at all. Of course, they also figured they'd take advantage of the daylight and the card pickup to stroll around a bit. Who knew how long they'd have to live in darkness after this? Neither of them wanted to waste any more time on Lu Shuang. They stepped aside to leave. Seeing her last hope about to walk away, Lu Shuang immediately humbled herself again. Wait. Sis, don't go. This villa community was self-governed, completely outside official control, so she couldn't use the Yao family's influence. If she wanted to throw a party for Yao Qianqian, she had to beg Nan. So she doggedly followed the two, hands clasped, rubbing them together in supplication. Sis, I'm begging you, just say a word to the security guards, make an exception. I already promised my friends. If I break my word, she'll make my life hell. At this point, Lu Shuang realized it wasn't wise to badmouth Yao Qianqian in public, so she quickly changed her tune. My friend has a mutant Bengal cat. It's huge, and there's no space to run around at her place. It's so cooped up. She just wants to bring it to my villa to play. I already promised her. And Nan stopped in her tracks and looked back at her. Yao Qianqian wants to bring her cat? Lu Shuang also stopped and nodded honestly. Yes. She wasn't surprised that Nan knew the friend with the cat was Yao Qianqian. After all, the incident with the Bengal cat hurting someone wasn't exactly a secret in the base. And Nan was well informed, so it wasn't strange that she knew. She quickly added, "Don't worry, that cat won't hurt anyone again. We'll only be hanging out in my villa. We won't be running around the neighborhood." Before she could finish, Nan waved her hand. "All right, I agree." After a pause, she added, "But just this once." Lu Shuang was overjoyed. "Great. Thank you. Thank you." And Nan cut her off. "Don't get too excited yet. I have conditions." Lu Shuang nodded eagerly. "Name them." As long as she could get this party going, she'd agree to anything. And Nan said, "First, you need to submit a guest list in advance. You'll also have to send out invitations to the guests. My people will check the invitations and the list at the entrance before letting anyone in." Lu Shuang nodded. "No problem. That was just for the safety of the neighborhood, totally understandable." And Nan continued, "Second, on the day of the party, someone from your family needs to be at the neighborhood gate to personally greet guests. You have to make sure the person holding the invitation MATC. He's the name on it." She paused. "If anyone tries to sneak in, my people will shoot them on the spot." Lu Shuang nodded again, decisively. "No problem." She didn't want any troublemakers sneaking into the neighborhood under the guise of her party either. And Nan said, "Third, no outsiders are allowed to stay overnight in my neighborhood. All guests must leave before midnight. However many come in, that's how many must leave. My people will check carefully." Lu Shuang agreed readily. "No problem. The party's at noon. Will definitely be done before dark." This was a proper party, no one would be staying over. Yao Qianqian had said she just wanted to have some fun, nothing more. After all, Lu Shuang's parents were still at home. And Nan continued, "Fourth, guests are not allowed to bring any weapons, guns, explosives, knives, clubs, anything like that." She emphasized, "Everyone will be searched before entering." Lu Shuang's eyes widened. This was the first time she objected. How can that work? Most of the party guests were the sons and daughters of the compound's elite. How could they accept being frisked by security? And Nan's tone was firm. "This is a basic condition. Non-negotiable." Lu Shuang persisted. "It's so dangerous out there. If they can't bring any self-defense weapons, what if something happens on the way?" And Nan offered a solution. "They can hand over their weapons to the security at the gate for temporary safekeeping." She added, "But we're just storing them. We're not responsible for watching over them. If anything gets lost or broken, we're not liable." She didn't want people causing trouble later, complaining about broken or missing weapons. Lu Shuang looked troubled. "Sis, being searched is really..." And Nan cut her off. "You can go discuss it with your friends. If they agree to the search, the party's on. If not, then forget it. But if they don't get searched, they're not coming in." Seeing how firm Nan was, Lu Shuang had no choice but to shut her mouth. And Nan continued, "Fifth and last, I want to join too." The reason she agreed to let them have the party was because she wanted to see Yao Qianqian's cat herself, so of course she wanted to go. Lu Shuang froze, surprised that Nan would want to join in the fun. Didn't she dislike them? And Nan saw her hesitation and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lu Shuang hesitated. "I don't think so. I'll check with the others." She'd have to see what Yao Qianqian thought. And Nan grunted. "All my conditions must be met, or your friends can't come into the neighborhood. Once you've decided, just tell the security at the gate. Someone will let me know." Lu Shuang nodded obediently. And Nan thought for a moment and added, "Oh, and not only am I going, but you can't control who I bring or what pets I bring." Lu Shuang glanced at Gu Jiyu, who was standing next to Nan. She thought, who else would she bring besides her clingy Mr. Gu? Still, she reminded her, bringing people is fine, but if you bring pets. Miss Yao's cat isn't very friendly, so you should be careful. People knew better than to mess with that fierce Bengal cat, but pets were different. If they got curious and wandered over, they'd probably get mauled. She couldn't take responsibility for that, so she had to give a heads up. And Nan waved it off. Don't worry. I'll watch my own pet. She knew that Bengal cat wasn't friendly. That's exactly why she wanted to bring her own pet for protection. She knew cats, lightning fast. When cats fight, they move like a blur and their opponents can't even react. Against an opponent of the same size, cats are almost unbeatable. Sometimes, even if there's a size difference, a tough cat can still win. If Yao Qianqian's cat really was a mutated, superpowered one, and Nan might not be able to take it on. She'd get scratched up before she could even land a punch. And if the cat was too fast, even shooting it would be hard. She couldn't just hide in her space in front of everyone, could she? So the safest way was to bring her own pet. She smiled. My big cat has a great temperament. I'm sure they'll get along just fine. Lu Shuang didn't say anything more, thanking her profusely before leaving. She had to hurry back and report to Yao Qianqian. With no one blocking their way, and Nan and Gujiu could finally go pick up their ID cards. Along the way, and Nan was surprised to find that, after not being out for a while, the authorities had already installed streetlights along the road. The lights were close together, and they had big fans on top for wind power generation. Looks like Zhao Ping'an was right. His proposal about the eternal night had really been adopted by the authorities. After picking up her ID card, and Nan delivered the ones for the Yu and Jiang families and gave the rest to Ma Qiangzhuang to distribute to his men. Then she explained the Lu family's party plans. Ma Qiangzhuang shook his head. With all those conditions, there's no way they'll agree. But to his surprise, a few days later, the party actually happened. When Yao Qianqian first heard Lu Shuang say they needed to conduct a body search, she was absolutely furious. She thought to herself, and Nan and Gujiu are just too arrogant. So what if the villa district belongs to them? Isn't it still inside the base? The official base is still run by her dad. How could there be a place in the base where she, Yao Qianqian, couldn't enter without being searched? But when she heard that Nan would also be searched, she immediately curled her lips into a smile and agreed. Getting to see those two is harder than reaching the heavens. Now that they're actually willing to come to our party, of course we should give them this courtesy. She instructed Lu Shuang to do as Nan requested, then grinned wickedly as she reached out to pet the cat beside her. Although the cat still looked like an ordinary Bengal, its size was much larger, almost as big as a real leopard when seen from the side. Its eyes were red, and its entire face radiated a savage, feral aura. Little leopard, it's time for you to help mommy get some payback. This cat's fighting ability was worth a whole squad of useless bodyguards. If Nan dared to stab her with a knife again, she'd see what happens. But before her hand could touch the cat, the Bengal, curled up on the sofa, suddenly leapt up and tried to claw her, baring its fangs. Yao Qianqian narrowed her eyes in displeasure and quickly pressed a quail egg-sized remote in her hand. The cat let out a shrill, miserable yowl, its whole body convulsing as it collapsed backward. Yao Qianqian sneered coldly, keeping her finger pressed on the button, not letting go. The cat kept twitching as if electrocuted. When it looked like the cat was about to be fried, she finally snorted and released the button. Little leopard, how many more times do you need to be shocked before you learn to behave? The cat twitched a few more times, then lay completely still, only its rolling eyes showing it was still alive. Yao Qianqian reached out again and stroked its head a few times. This time, the Bengal was obedient, letting her do as she pleased without moving. Her touch was gentle, but her tone was icy. Little leopard, I know you're smart. You can understand basic commands. So be good and obey me, or you'll suffer more pain. Then she turned to Lu Shuang, who was trembling with fear, and beamed. The pet collar your dad found for me, I'm very satisfied. Your whole family is very useful. She shot the Bengal a glare. Not like this ungrateful beast. I've shocked it so many times, and it still doesn't learn. Lu Shuang forced a dry laugh. No matter how you listened, that praise was deeply unsettling. But she could only humbly agree, as long as you're happy, Qianqian. There was no way she could afford to offend Yao Qianqian now. Back then, Yao Qianqian was at most a bit spoiled and willful, but she was reasonable, and sometimes even gave Lu Shuang clothes when she was in a good mood. Now, she was a complete psycho. Not only was she moody and quick to anger, but she also liked to go to extremes, torturing people while cackling, "Jia jia jia," it was terrifying. Lu Shuang felt that if Yao Qianqian had any spare shock collars, she'd probably put one on her too, just to zap her for fun when she was in a bad mood. Thinking of this, Lu Shuang couldn't help but shudder. Spending time around Yao Qianqian lately had completely cured her own princess syndrome. She watched Yao Qianqian's mood every day, barely daring to breathe. Lu Shuang shrank her neck and grumbled inwardly, "Is this really necessary? All because she saw her own dad doing something indecent with her classmate? That's enough to turn her into a psycho? Guess her parents sheltered her too much. She had no idea how disgusting the world could be. Then again, maybe it was all those brushes with death, especially that time Nan stabbed her with a poisoned ice blade. That must have scared her into madness." She'd heard from Yao's mother that when Yao Qianqian came home that day, her pants were wet. No one knew if it was from pain or fear, but she definitely peed herself. Clearly, the psychological impact was huge. Yao Qianqian was always hot-tempered and vengeful, so when she didn't immediately seek revenge on Nan, Lu Shuang thought she'd been scared out of her wits. But judging by her behavior now, she seemed more like she'd been scared insane. Watching Yao Qianqian stroke the red-eyed Bengal and cackle, "Jia jia jia," again, Lu Shuang shivered. Yep, definitely crazy. From the look of things, she was planning to stir up trouble at the party. But Nan wasn't someone to mess with either. Those two women were both like demons, let them fight it out. Hopefully, they'd destroy each other at the party, and Lu Shuang could finally breathe easy and live her own life. A few days later, the party began at noon. A large group of young people in their 20s and 30s arrived at the Lu family home. But most of them didn't come alone, over half brought their parents along. Everyone was dressed to the nines, as if they'd dug out their very best clothes. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were attending some grand banquet. Driving was rare in the apocalypse, but today, several cars were parked outside the villa district, including a few military vehicles, drawing plenty of curious onlookers among the ordinary survivors. Some people wanted to approach and see what was going on, but were scared off by a sign at the gate, painted in red, "Trespassers' families will die." Ma Qiangzhuang, in charge of security, assigned extra men to guard the entrance to prevent any disturbances. To keep guests from wandering around the villa district, he'd even set up temporary barriers, fencing off the road from the main gate to the Lu family villa, restricting movement. The guests grumbled about how stingy Nan and Gu Jiu were. They'd endured the humiliation of a body search just to get a look at this mysterious, exclusive community. But with the barriers up, they couldn't go anywhere, just straight from the main gate to the Lu house. Ma Qiangzhuang, however, was pleased, secretly praising Nan's foresight in arranging for the Lu villa to be the closest to the gate. It made his job much easier. As host, Lu's father stood at the villa gate, beaming as he greeted guests. He looked so proud, you'd think the villa district belonged to him. You couldn't blame him. Today was a day to really hold his head high. Before, everyone else lived in the family compound while he had to make do with an ordinary apartment. Now, everyone else was in regular flats, but he was in a grand villa, the only one among his colleagues. People needed an invitation to visit his home, and even had to be searched by bodyguards. Impressive. Truly impressive. He felt like his home was a palace, heavily guarded. See? Sticking with Deputy Director Yao was the right choice. Otherwise, how could he be living here in such style? Of course, he was also riding on the coattails of that woman, and Nan, which allowed the bodyguards in the villa district to put on a show of force for him. However, Father Lu's imposing manner and proud head quickly drooped the moment he saw Yao Qianqian. As soon as Yao Qianqian got out of the car, Father Lu bent over slightly and hurried over to greet her. "Oh, Qian, you're here. Uncle has been." Before he could finish his sentence, a cat as big as a leopard suddenly shot out from the car behind Yao Qian, let out a roar, and lunged straight at him. Father Lu was so startled that he jumped back several steps, completely losing his composure. He retreated so quickly that his left foot tripped over his right, and he fell straight to the ground. The fierce leopard cat charged right up to him, but stopped its attack at the very last moment, just as their faces were about to meet. Of course, it wasn't the cat's idea to stop. There was a collar around its neck, attached to a sturdy iron chain, and the other end of the chain was held firmly in Yao Qian's hand. Yao Qian looked at Father Lu on the ground and the leopard cat, her face showing the classic "my cat is fighting my dog" expression. "Little leopard, you're not allowed to fight, okay?" As she spoke, she pressed a button on the remote in her hand. But this time, she only pressed it for a split second. The leopard cat didn't collapse to the ground convulsing like before. It just felt a familiar flash of pain. It knew this was a warning and quickly quieted down, obediently retreating to Yao Qian's side. Father Lu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling like his heart was about to leap out of his chest from fright. He got up and, after regaining his composure, looked around at the security guards and the crowd of onlookers, feeling utterly humiliated. But he couldn't lose his temper in front of Yao Qian. He could only swallow his embarrassment and anger, forcing a smile. "Let's go in, Qian." Everyone had already arrived. Yao Qian was the last, so there was no need for him to wait outside any longer. Yao Qian gave a curt told her driver to wait outside, and, bringing only one bodyguard, strutted inside with the leopard cat on its leash. As she walked, she asked Father Lu, "Are Nan and Gujiu here yet?" Father Lu took a moment to respond, "Not yet." Yao Qian snorted coldly, cursing inwardly at how high and mighty they were acting. Normally, at events like this, everyone would wait for her to arrive last. Now, someone was actually arriving later than her. Although she was annoyed, when she glanced at the fierce, red-eyed leopard cat at her side, she couldn't help but smile. No rush. They'll get what's coming to them soon enough. Meanwhile, Nan and Gujiu were curled up on their sofa at home, watching a movie. Nearly an hour passed before the movie ended, and only then did they leisurely get up to change clothes. They weren't going to the party to socialize with those people anyway, so there was no need to show up early. Once everyone else had had their fun, they'd just pop over to check on the leopard cat. The newest member of the household, White Tiger, had been lazily sprawled in a corner of the living room, watching its owners get ready to go out, never expecting that they would actually call for it to join them. White Tiger stood up in surprise. "Me? Yes, you." And Nan smiled. "Come with us." Then she turned to the three little ones trailing behind her. "You three don't need to come. There will be too many people and too much chaos at the party. I can't keep an eye on four of you at once." The house instantly erupted into chaos. Fugue looked at Nan. "Then why are you taking it?" Why? Lai Fu looked at Fugue. "That's it, your master doesn't want you anymore. The big cat is replacing you." Lord Rabbit glared at Lai Fu. "Shut up." Then turned to Nan. "Sis, I want to go out and play too." And Nan looked at their noisy, chaotic antics and explained helplessly. "All right, there's a special reason today. I have to bring White Tiger. You all be good, okay?" Although Fugue was strong in a fight, cats and dogs naturally clash, and cats have the upper hand. And Nan felt it was safer to bring White Tiger this time. Before Fugue and the others could protest further, she simply swept the three noisy little ones into her space. "You all stay home and guard the house." Fugue was stunned by the sudden change of scenery. "Guard the house? Why put me in the space, then? Is there even a need to guard the manor? It's not like any enemies could break in. Sister Nan is clearly playing favorites with that dumb tiger. She didn't even let me speak, just tossed me straight into the space. Oh heavens! Only the new tiger gets to smile, while the old dog is left to cry. Poor me the dog, I'm so miserable." Fugue lay on the grass in the manor, sulking for a long while, then suddenly leapt up and howled at the sky. Jia 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 jia. It's no big deal. As long as I live, you'll always be mere concubines. Laifu. Oh. This guy's mental state seems a bit off. Lord Rabbit, shut up. Boss has just watched too many palace dramas. Pfft. Walking down the road, and Nan suddenly burst out laughing. Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. What's so funny? And Nan grinned. Nothing. Fugue's having a meltdown in the space. Gu Jiu laughed too. And Nan shot him a curious look. You can't even see what's happening in the space. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiu smirked. I know him too well, I can imagine it. The two of them laughed for a while, then continued walking toward the outer villas. It was hard to get from the outer ring to the inner ring, but going from the inner ring to the outer was easy. Just unlock the door with a key. Along the way, and Nan didn't forget to give White Tiger a few reminders. White Tiger had been living the good life lately, and this was its first time going out to meet people with its owner, so it was on its best behavior. It promised not to eat anyone. It secretly grumbled in its heart. Master's worries are totally unnecessary. Those two-legged creatures are all raw, sour, and stinky. How could they compare to the food in Villa Number 1? It had just gnawed on some roast lamb ribs half an hour ago. Its stomach was still full. The two humans and one tiger soon arrived at the outer villa. It was noon, but the once sunny sky suddenly darkened. And Nan looked up at the gathering dark clouds overhead. Looks like it's going to rain? She took out a bag, stuffed in a big umbrella and a pet raincoat. You couldn't just get wet in post-apocalyptic rain. If it really started raining later, she couldn't just pull an umbrella out of thin air in front of everyone. Better to be prepared. Meanwhile, inside the Lu family villa, everyone was gathered around Yao Qianqian, showering her with flattery. Oh, Qianqian, your necklace is gorgeous. It looks so expensive. Of course, everything Qianqian owns is the best. Even her pets are extraordinary. Yeah, I've never seen such a cool pet. It's called a cat, but it looks more like a leopard. Amazing. This cat is so fierce, it pounces at everyone, but it only listens to our Qianqian. What does that tell you? In the corner, Lu Shuang cursed inwardly. What else does this prove? It just proves she's the biggest freak here. Chasing after that cat every day with her electric powers, of course the cat listens to her. But these thoughts were something she'd never dare say out loud. Instead, she forced herself to call out. It just shows our Qianqian is the most gifted. Even animals know to pick the most powerful person as their master. Everyone immediately chimed in exactly. Xiao Shuang really hit the nail on the head. Our Qianqian is the best. Lu Shuang smiled along with the crowd, but inside she was far from pleased. She was the one who organized this whole party, put in so much time and effort, yet everyone treated her like she was invisible. Yao Qianqian always stole the spotlight. Before the apocalypse, her father held real power, and as the bureau chief's daughter, she was always the center of attention wherever she went. Sure, her status wasn't quite as high as Yao Qianqian's, but she was never ignored like this. Now, the official base was barely the size of a small county, and the military was in charge. Her dad could only manage to snag a useless, low-level post, running errands for Deputy Chief Yao most of the time. Of course, these spoiled second-generation kids didn't respect her. While they fawned over Yao Qianqian, they couldn't even be bothered to offer Lu Shuang a few polite words. She, the host, was made to look like a maid. Yao Qianqian, naturally, didn't notice the jealousy simmering behind Lu Shuang's forced smile. Chin held high, she swept a proud gaze over the crowd. All right, you all go do your own thing. No need to stand around here. Too many people, and my cat might get stressed. The group of young men and women immediately breathed a sigh of relief and scattered. They were all terrified of that fierce-looking big cat. If their parents hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have gathered around in the first place. Normally, when these young people hung out, things were much more relaxed. Sure, Yao Qianqian was always the center, but it wasn't like they had to endlessly shower her with praise. But this time, all their parents were present and had forced them to come over. The older generation wanted to build connections, but were too proud to cozy up to someone as young as Yao Qianqian, so they pushed their kids to do it instead. Meanwhile, the adults gathered together, enjoying the party's cakes and snacks while chatting with colleagues from different departments, building relationships. Unlike Lu Shuang's disappointment, her father was all smiles. Among the older generation, his official rank wasn't the highest, but he was the most trusted by Deputy Chief Yao. After all, everyone wanted the chance to move into the villa district as a reward, but in the end, it went to Lu's father. So with Deputy Chief Yao absent, everyone naturally clustered around Lu's parents, offering compliments. After years of squeezing into cramped apartments, people couldn't help but marvel at his villa, making Lu's father even more pleased with himself. Even though the house was simply decorated in a bare concrete style, its sheer size, spaciousness, and brightness made it impressive, especially since the Lu family had spruced it up for today. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, the villa's front door suddenly swung open. The party had been going for an hour already. There were still guests arriving. Everyone turned to look and saw a tall man and woman walk in. The woman wore a wine-red trench coat over a simple white dress, high-heeled leather boots, and casually carried a round handbag. Her face was bare of makeup, yet she was strikingly beautiful. Even the dazzling diamond necklace at her throat couldn't outshine her. The man wore a restrained black trench coat over a white casual suit. His aura was cold and elegant, tall and handsome. The pair, one in red, one in black, stunned the entire room for a few seconds. Where could you find people this good-looking in the apocalypse? It wasn't that these people had never seen the world, but the years of disaster had worn everyone down. In fact, many of the young people here had decent bone structure and looks. But after 4 years of catastrophe, everyone was a bit malnourished, even the privileged second-generation kids. Compared to the gaunt, ragged survivors they usually saw, their own faces, still with a bit of flesh, looked pretty healthy. But faced with these two, whose skin was rosy and glowing, their own malnourished faces looked sallow and dull. Everyone was not only amazed by their looks, but even more so by their apparent wealth. After all, in times like these, you could tell at a glance how well someone was living. But in this apocalypse, how could anyone be living better than them? Everyone stared at the pair, their expressions complicated. As Nan and Gu Jiu entered, they too took in the scene. The hall was filled with tables holding cakes, snacks, and various drinks and alcohol. Everyone was dressed to the nines, the men in black suits, the women in formal dresses. There was no thumping music, no colorful lights. It didn't feel like a party at all. Banquet would be a better word. Of course, it was nothing like the grand events before the apocalypse. The drinks were all mixed, the glasses mismatched, and the cakes were far from delicate. But the atmosphere was there. In the apocalypse, this was as high class as it got. After all, outside, survivors dressed like beggars, filthy and ragged. But here, everyone was clean, neat, and dressed in luxurious styles. And Nan even suspected they gathered every decent piece of clothing left in the official base to wear today. Her gaze swept the room and finally landed on Yao Qianqian. More precisely, on the leopard cat chained beside her. The cat had definitely mutated. Huge, with a cat's face, a leopard's body, and glowing red eyes. But was it really a mutant beast created by water powers? And Nan remembered Tang Qiyun saying that mutant beasts didn't recognize masters. They'd bite anyone on sight. How could one be so obedient to Yao Qianqian? Before she could finish her thoughts, Yao Qianqian stepped forward with her cat, sneering. Well, President Gu and Missin really know how to make an entrance. Showing up this late? With that, everyone understood who the newcomers were. No wonder they looked so healthy. They were the villa district owners. And Nan had expected this woman to cause trouble, but when she followed Yao Qianqian's jealous gaze to her own outfit, she was still a bit puzzled. Why was she gritting her teeth at her clothes? She wasn't even dressed that conspicuously. All the men here were in suits, the women in formal dresses, and Yao Qianqian was the most over-the-top, wearing a royal blue ball gown with a trailing skirt, like she was walking the red carpet. She herself was only wearing heels, hardly stealing anyone's thunder. After 4 years of disaster, and Nan had spent every day in sportswear, casual clothes, and flat shoes. Today, with a rare big gathering, she'd finally put on heels again. But her outfit was still perfectly ordinary. On the other side, Yao Qianqian was about to explode with anger. Earlier, she had specifically instructed Lu Shuang to notify all the guests to dress formally for today's event, but deliberately left out Nan and Gu Jiyu. Her goal was to embarrass them. She knew that, given the personalities of those two, if the dress code wasn't emphasized, they would definitely show up in casual clothes. She had already planned out how she would mock Nan and Gu Jiyu in front of a crowd dressed to the nines, making them look completely out of place and utterly lacking in presence. She also wanted to remind them that, even if they had some family wealth, compared to those with real power like her, they were still third-rate at best. But what she never expected was that the moment those two arrived, they made simple trench coats look as elegant as evening wear. Who taught them how to dress like that? Infuriating. Now her own trailing evening gown looked like a try-hard joke in comparison. And why did the necklace on Nan's neck look so familiar? It wasn't just Yao Qianqian who noticed, others did too. Hey, isn't that necklace on her neck exactly the same as Qianqian's? Yeah, I was just admiring it earlier. The main stone is a huge heart-shaped blue diamond, and even the side stones must be at least a carat each. I think it's called Heart of Ice and Snow, right? The Qin family gave it to Qianqian for her birthday. Wasn't it supposed to be a custom design? How come there are two identical ones? But when you compare them, I feel like Qianqian's stone doesn't look quite right. As soon as someone said this, another quickly covered their mouth. Don't talk nonsense. The room fell silent. Everyone watched Yao Qianqian's expression, not daring to even breathe. Although no one spoke, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that while the two necklaces were identical in design, the materials were clearly different. As for which one was real, none of them were experts, so they couldn't tell real from fake. All they knew was that, on Yao Qianqian, the necklace looked overly flashy and stole the spotlight. Even though she had put a lot of effort into her makeup, the first thing people noticed was still the necklace on her neck. But that wasn't the case with Nan. On her, the necklace complemented the person, not the other way around. And Nan had come today specifically for Yao Qianqian. Since the other party had made her hostility clear from the start, and Nan wasn't about to be polite either. What a coincidence, Miss Yao. We're wearing the same necklace. Did yours cost 180 million too? She paused, then added with a smile, Uncle Yao is really something. Quite impressive. If you want to get information out of someone, you have to throw them off balance first. She hadn't expected that the necklace Gu Jiyu had casually picked out for her before they left would come in so handy. Everyone in the room looked at each other. This woman's compliment was so biting it was almost an insult. Yao Qianqian's face turned ugly. Her family certainly couldn't afford such an expensive piece of jewelry, and neither could the Qin family who had given it as a gift. The materials of the two necklaces were indeed different, and she already knew in her heart that hers was a fake. But of course, she wasn't about to admit in front of everyone that she was wearing fake jewelry. Her eyes darted as she prepared to emphasize that it was a gift given after the disaster. After the disaster, no matter how expensive the jewelry, it was worthless. Even a beggar could pick up a billion-dollar gem off the street and wear it. But before she could defend herself, Nan looked at her in surprise and said, "Oh, but as far as I remember, the Heart of Ice and Snow was a one-of-a-kind piece my husband bought at a jewelry exhibition. They said there was only one in the world, how could there be a second?" With that, Yao Qianqian's words were stuck in her throat. There was only one real necklace. It was obvious which was real and which was fake. Yao Qianqian glared furiously at Nan, ready to let go of the iron chain in her hand and have her little leopard tear Nan apart to vent her frustration from being humiliated yet again. But Nan clearly anticipated her move and spoke up just in time. "Excuse me, but for the sake of courtesy, my pet is still waiting outside. May I bring it in?" Bringing pets was something that had been agreed upon in advance, so the host Lu family had no objections, but everyone instinctively looked at Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian's unhappy expression quickly turned into a smile. She gripped the iron chain in her hand again and replied graciously, "Of course. Didn't I bring a pet too?" She had been worried people would laugh at her for losing her temper. After all, even if her little leopard killed Nan, people would say it was out of shame over the fake necklace. But if the other side also brought a pet, that was different. If the animals got into a fight and her leopard cat killed the other pet and its owner, it would be perfectly reasonable. So she warmly invited Nan to bring her pet in. And Nan turned and opened the door, smiling as she called out to her big cat, "Mimi, come in." Everyone inside was waiting to watch the show. Just hearing the name Mimi, they could guess it was a cat. Wouldn't it be torn to shreds by Yao Qianqian's mutant little leopard? Yao Qianqian was also all smiles, just waiting to see the other party's unlucky cat enter. The next second, everyone's smiles froze. A majestic white tiger strode in, moving with powerful, unhurried steps. Each broad, heavy paw seemed to land right on their trembling hearts. A tiger. Several guests with weaker nerves couldn't help but scream. Soon, everyone in the room reacted and backed away in unison, including Yao Qianqian. But she couldn't get far before the iron chain in her hand yanked her to a stop. Her leopard cat didn't seem scared at all. In fact, it looked excited at the sight of the white tiger, leaning forward as if it was about to charge over and start a fight. Yao Qianqian gripped the chain tightly. "Are you crazy? You might not want to live, but I do. That's a tiger. A tiger. Forget about its teeth. Its head alone is twice your size. And those huge paws look like they could crush a skull with one swipe." The King of Beasts' aura was overwhelming, and the atmosphere was tense. And Nan looked around with a smile and said, "Don't worry, everyone. My big cat doesn't eat people very often." As she spoke, she patted the white tiger's head. "Mimi, isn't that right?" The white tiger nuzzled her hand obediently. "Everyone. Not very often. And who names a tiger Mimi?" It scared them out of their wits just by showing up. The cat is called Little Leopard, but the tiger is called Mimi? Talk about topsy-turvy. And Nan couldn't care less what these people were thinking. She and Gujiu simply led the big cat inside. "Sorry, we're a bit late. Didn't mean to interrupt everyone's fun. Please carry on. Carry on." Everyone in the room trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. "Carry on? How? Sister, you're walking a tiger without a leash." Of course, even if she did have it on a leash, it wouldn't make much difference. If this big guy decided to run, it could drag its owner 10 miles in the blink of an eye. When the white tiger first arrived at Nan's house, it was still rather skinny. It wasn't quite the bag of bones it had been when they first met in the Northwest, but you could still see its ribs. After some time being well-fed, it had put on a good amount of weight and basically regained the healthy physique a tiger should have. Its fur was now sleek and shiny. Just standing there, it exuded the majestic aura of the King of Beasts. No one in the room dared to breathe too loudly, afraid that the slightest movement would draw the tiger's attention and get them killed with a single bite. Everyone shrank their heads, pretending to be inconspicuous decorations, trying to blend silently into the crowd. Well, everyone except for one. The red-eyed Bengal cat was the only exception. Not only was its body tensed forward, but it had even started making aggressive, challenging noises, as if ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, the white tiger remained lazy and relaxed, calmly staying by its owner's side, clearly not taking the provocation seriously. How to put it? It was like a tiny toy poodle barking madly at a Tibetan mastiff, a bit ridiculous, really. At this moment, Yao Qianqian looked the worst of all. She was terrified that her earlier scheming against Nan would come back to bite her. If her cat recklessly provoked the white tiger, it could easily get killed, and the tiger might even rip her apart too, just for good measure. She could barely hold onto the iron chain in her hand. The fear she'd felt last time, when she was nearly killed by the poisoned ice blade, surged back into her mind. She pressed the remote in her hand hard and scolded, "St, stupid thing, be quiet." The name Little Leopard, which once sounded so impressive, now felt like a joke. She couldn't even bring herself to say it aloud. The moment the Bengal cat was shocked, it seemed to remember something terrifying. It froze for a few seconds, finally calming down and stopping its attempts to lunge forward. But it still kept growling under its breath. Yao Qianqian wished she could just throw the cat away and have it take her fake necklace with it. Across from her, and Nan had already confirmed that this was indeed a modified ferocious beast. Others might not understand what it was yowling about, but after being transformed by the spiritual spring water, and Nan could understand it perfectly. It kept repeating, "Kill, kill, kill." It seemed like there was nothing else in its mind but slaughter. With so many people and so much food around, a normal cat might go exploring if it was bold, or hide if it was timid. But who ever heard of a cat that just glared with red eyes, endlessly repeating kill, kill, kill like some kind of idiot? Still, since it was a ferocious beast, it was impressive that Yao Qianqian could control it at all. And Nan glanced at Yao Qianqian and asked, "This Bengal cat seems to listen to you?" It had been shouting kill, kill, kill for so long, yet it obediently stayed by Yao Qianqian's side without moving. Yao Qianqian, still stewing in humiliation over her fake necklace and the fact that her pet had been upstaged, snapped back, "Doesn't your pet listen to you?" Seeing her face full of, "What a stupid question," and Nan replied with rare patience, "My Mimi is well-behaved and affectionate, of course she listens. But your cat seems pretty fierce. How did you manage to tame it?" She wanted to know if Yao Qianqian also had beast-taming water. If so, where did she get it? Had Dr. Qin already joined forces with the Yao family? Even if Yao Qianqian didn't answer honestly, her expression and response might still reveal some clues. Yao Qianqian snorted and waved the small remote in her hand. "If I put its collar on your neck, you'd be obedient too." Gu Jiu frowned in displeasure at her words. The white tiger's expression also changed from indifferent to angry, and it let out a roar at her. Normally, it couldn't understand what others were saying, but before coming in, and Nan had fed it spiritual spring water, so it understood Yao Qianqian's unpleasant remark perfectly. This roar was no ordinary animal sound. It was a tiger's roar. The sound was so loud it felt like the whole house shook. Everyone in the room jumped in fright. Yao Qianqian was no exception. Her fear was mixed with even stronger resentment. Why did Nan get to live in a villa while she was stuck in a cramped apartment? Why did the fiancé she wanted end up marrying a Nan? Why was her necklace fake while the real one was with a Nan? Why, after all her effort to raise a beast, did a Nan end up with a tiger? Why? Jealousy burned in her heart, pushing back some of her fear. She glared at the fierce white tiger with resentment. What a disgraceful animal! A dignified tiger bowing its head to be a human's pet? What kind of sorcery did a Nan use? Did she feed it some kind of mind control drug? She wasn't the only one thinking this. Some of the braver guests around them were also whispering, curious about how a Nan and Gu Jiu had managed to tame such a fierce beast. The white tiger, intelligent as it was, could read Yao Qianqian's expression. Hearing the murmurs around it, it raised its head disdainfully. "What do you skinny weaklings know? Back then, I barely had enough to eat. Now, I get chicken one day, burgers the next. Crispy fried chicken, giant beef burgers, do you guys get to eat that?" The guests tensed up as the tiger looked around the room. Two of the more timid ones even wet their pants the moment they made eye contact with it. The white tiger withdrew its gaze in disdain. "What's there to be afraid of? You're all just raw meat. Do you really think I want to eat you? My tastes are way more refined now." Then it glared at the red-eyed Bengal cat across from it, who was still muttering kill, kill, kill. What's all the fuss about? A cat is a cat, a tiger is a tiger. Even if you're crazy, I'm not scared of you. And Nan watched her proud little tiger and couldn't help but laugh. She patted its head, then reached out to stop Gu Jiu, who looked ready to charge across the room and beat up Miss Yao. She continued questioning Yao Qianqian, "So it's the shock collar, huh? Miss Yao, you really have all sorts of tricks up your sleeve. But I'm curious, where did you find such a fierce cat?" Yao Qianqian, in a foul mood, had no intention of answering, but before she could say anything, the white tiger suddenly let out another roar at her, without warning. With that roar, Yao Qianqian could even see the saliva clinging to its sharp teeth, and she shuddered in fright. She instinctively blurted out, speaking at lightning speed. "I picked it up by chance near the southern wall a few months ago. It was injured and lying half dead at the base of the wall. I thought it looked unusual, so I brought it home and took care of it." Of course, she didn't mention the real reason. The main reason was that this cat had a fierce temperament. She could use it against Nan and Gujiu, so she brought it back home. Back then, when the bodyguards approached the cat, it was already covered in wounds, yet it still managed to bite two of them with incredible ferocity. She was immediately impressed, deciding to train it as her most powerful weapon. She had never forgotten the grudge between her and Gujiu and Nan. Although she'd been terrified by those two before, hiding in her bedroom and feeling depressed for a while, the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt to just let it go. She, Yao Qianqian, had never suffered such humiliation in her life. Why should that wretched woman steal the fiancé she had her eye on, stab her with a poisoned ice blade, and nearly cost her her life? There was no way she could let this go without revenge. But she also knew she was no match for them. Those two holed up in their villa on the hillside and never came out. She could barely even see them. And for some reason, her own father refused to help her get revenge. He kept saying he couldn't mobilize troops, tanks, or jets, and just told her to be patient for now. It wasn't until she stumbled upon this leopard cat that she finally saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. The cat really was formidable. Not long after being tamed, it helped her deal with some thieves who tried to kidnap her. Later, it even helped her get rid of her father's shameless mistress. So today, she'd really pinned all her hopes on this little leopard, hoping it could help her take care of that shameless couple. No matter who was backing them, if it was a cat that did the deed, could the adults really hold her responsible? At worst, she'd just hand over the cat to pay for their lives. Trading one cat for several enemies, what a bargain. Of course, her beautiful dream had just been completely shattered. Who could have guessed that while she was raising a mutant cat, the other side was raising a full-grown tiger? And Nan, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. She just listened to Yao Qianqian's explanation and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She found this cat near the southern wall? Her villa complex was right at the southern edge of the official base. Now, part of the base's southern wall had become the southern boundary of the villa area. The white tiger that had been chased by the mutant two-headed dog had also come in from the southern wall. A faint sense of unease rose in Nan's heart. Could it be that all the ferocious beasts that end up in Limbe City are going to flock to the southern wall of her villa area? And Nan frowned, making a mental note to go back and have Zhao Ping'an and the others reinforce and raise the southern wall again. She then continued to ask Yao Qianqian, "This cat looks pretty tough. How did it get so badly injured?" Yao Qianqian replied, "I think it was bitten by rats." And Nan raised her eyebrows. A cat got bitten by rats? How did that make sense? Yao Qianqian nodded. Yeah, there were several really disgusting-looking rats around it at the time. As soon as she said this, Yao Qianqian suddenly realized something and frowned in displeasure. Wait a minute. Why was she answering all of Nan's questions? So when Nan pressed her for details about the rats, she clammed up, trying to act aloof and say nothing. But the white tiger across from her wouldn't let it go, letting out another menacing roar and taking 2 intimidating steps forward. Frightened, she blurted out. All kinds, some with 9 tails, some really huge, some colorful, about 5 or 6 of them, all looked really gross. She paused, then added, but they were all bitten to death. It must have been the little leopard. This leopard cat that did it. And Nan watched her closely the whole time. She didn't seem to be lying. Yao Qianqian taking in this leopard cat probably had nothing to do with Dr. Qin. But under Dr. Qin's management, how could there be such fierce beasts fighting and killing each other, even chasing each other all the way out here? Unless... And Nan frowned and extra. Ingda look with Gujiu. Unless, even back then, there were already so many mutant beasts that Dr. Qin couldn't control them all. Yao Qianqian saw the two of them frowning, not knowing what they were thinking. Having answered so many questions, she couldn't help but ask back, "Where did you find that white tiger? How did you tame it?" If only she could raise one too. Before she could finish fantasizing, and Nan replied expressionlessly, "None of your business. Yao Qianqian. Unfair." This world was just unfair to her. She couldn't even have a conversation without being bullied by a Nan. Why? Yao Qianqian glanced at the guests around her, feeling utterly humiliated, but with the white tiger threatening her, she didn't dare do anything to a Nan or Gujiu for now. She looked down at the leopard cat at her feet, which was still meowing incessantly, then swept her gaze around, finally deciding to vent her anger on Lu Shuang. But just as she was about to find an excuse to scold the hostess, she suddenly felt the room grow much darker. She could barely make out Lu Shuang's face in the distance. She wasn't the only one. Guests all around noticed something was wrong. Huh? Why did it suddenly get so dark in here? It's not the room, it's outside. Look at the sky out the window. Oh my god, it's the middle of the day, but outside it looks like 6 or 7 in the evening, like it's about to get dark. And Nan and Gujiu exchanged a glance, both growing more alert. It must be the coming of eternal night. When they arrived, it was already as gloomy as a cloudy day. Now the sky had darkened even more. Most likely, the next disaster was about to hit. The room was dim, visibility was poor, and with two fierce big cats present, Lu Shuang's father grew uneasy and quickly instructed his wife and daughter, "Hurry upstairs and bring down more candles to light." Okay. The mother and daughter answered in unison and rushed upstairs. While everyone was talking, the sky grew even darker. And Nan glanced thoughtfully at the leopard cat across from her, its eyes red and still hissing, "Kill, kill, kill." She took the white tiger and quietly moved 2 steps forward. Then she bent down and whispered in the white tiger's ear, "Keep an eye on that cat. When I tap you, rush over and bite down on it." She paused, then added, "Don't get into a fight or make noise. Just hold on tight. Be careful not to get hurt." The white tiger had just nodded in agreement when the sky went completely black. With no lights, the room was plunged into utter darkness. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The uneasy crowd immediately grew restless, and a tense atmosphere spread throughout the villa. Humans are naturally afraid of the dark, especially when it's a sudden, eerie darkness like this. A few of the more timid ones had already started shouting, "I can't see anything. Where are the candles? Quick, light the candles." "Ouch! Who was that? You stepped on my foot. Can you stop moving around?" "Whoa, I'm scared. Did a new disaster just happen?" Lu Shuang, where's your candle? Did you find it? Hurry up and light it. What are you all yelling for? Quiet. There's still the little leopard and the tiger in here. Don't startle them." "Yeah, those 2 ancestors are still here. They didn't come over, did they?" Hey, stop pushing back there. I'm already up against the wall." Amid the chaos, Annan had already reached out and patted her big cat on the head. The white tiger, remembering its owner's command, sprang into action and bit down on the leopard cat across from it. The leopard cat yelped in pain, instinctively about to cry out. But before it could make a sound, Annan reached out, grabbed the white tiger's tail, and swept both of them into her spatial pocket. Then she flashed to the front door and kicked it open with a bang. The loud crash drew everyone's attention. But outside, it was just as pitch black as inside. The panicked crowd couldn't see a thing. What's going on? Was that the door? Did something come in? After a moment of confusion, the mother and daughter who had gone upstairs to look for candles finally returned, bringing a few lit candles and a bit of light to the room. It was still hard to see, but at least it wasn't total darkness anymore. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yao Qianqian, however, stared at the iron chain in her hand in shock. The collar at the other end was now empty. Where was her cat? Just as she was about to say something, Annan spoke up first. "Where's my tiger?" Yao Qianqian was stunned for a second. Why is she stealing my line? She looked around carefully. The cat and the tiger were both gone. Annan glanced at Yao Qianqian, then at Lu Shuang, and turned the tables. "Where did you two hide my Mimi?" "Yao Qianqian." "Lu Shuang. Do you think your Mimi is some little pet you can just pick up and walk off with?" The guests, who had just calmed down, started panicking again at their words, glancing around nervously, afraid a big cat would suddenly leap out and bite them. A few seconds later, someone caught on. The front door just opened. Did they run outside? Annan turned to look at the door but said nothing. Yao Qianqian snatched a candle from Lu Shuang and rushed toward the entrance. She'd put so much effort into that cat, she couldn't just let it get away. If it had to die, she'd rather kill it herself to be sure. Annan exchanged a glance with Gu Jiu and followed her out. Inside the spatial pocket in the manor, Fugue, who had been leisurely drinking water by the spiritual spring, suddenly looked up in shock. What was going on? It could smell a strange animal. How could there be an intruder in the space? It wasn't just Fugue, Lai Fu, and Lord Rabbit, since something was wrong too. The three little ones gulped down their water and turned to run toward the front yard. On the lawn, they saw the white tiger with a leopard clamped in its jaws. What was that? A leopard? Fugue remembered watching a retro commercial with its owner, something about a leopard chasing a pretty woman, demanding cough syrup. That leopard looked just like this one. So this was what its owner meant by guarding the house. She wanted it to fight a leopard. The white tiger was distracted by the three little ones running over, and in that moment, the struggling leopard cat managed to break free. The leopard cat reacted instantly, sacrificing a chunk of its own flesh to escape the tiger's jaws, and even managed to swipe the white tiger with a paw as it broke away. The white tiger dodged quickly and hurriedly explained to its canine boss, "This is the cat our owner told me to catch." Cat? Fugue was surprised. Cats could be this big and this fierce? It quickly stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the white tiger, facing off against the leopard cat. What did the owner say? Kill it. Annan had given the order the moment she put the white tiger into the space. Kill it. This thing was a ferocious beast, incapable of normal thought, only knowing how to attack. It couldn't be tamed. Since they'd run into it, it had to be dealt with, or else it might join up with other beasts and cause trouble later. Fugue nodded. Got it. There was no suspense about the outcome. Time to get to work. The leopard cat on the other side wasn't scared at all. Its eyes were red, its body arched, and it looked even more excited. Kill. So many animals here to kill. Chicken, rabbit, dog, tiger, kill them all. It pounced, swiping its claws so fast they left after images. This was a ferocious move. If it had been an ordinary animal or a human, they'd have been shredded to pieces. The white tiger and Fugue dodged just in time, both realizing this was a serious opponent. Back outside, everyone had assumed a cat couldn't possibly match a tiger. But in reality, this kind of giant mutant cat, with its maxed-out speed, wasn't much weaker than a tiger in overall combat ability. Its claws and teeth couldn't quite match a tiger's, but its speed was no joke. If it had been a one-on-one fight with the white tiger, it could have dragged things out, maybe even seriously injured its opponent. But this time, it had met its match. The others didn't fight fair. They ganged up 4 against 1. Fast, are you? Well, we'll just surround you. Let's see where you can show off your moves now. Lai Fu attacked from the air, Lord Rabbit disrupted on the ground, the white tiger fought head-on, and Fugue bit at its hind legs from the side. In no time, the ferocious little leopard was dead. Fugue looked at the leopard cat's severed body and couldn't help but sigh. This thing was fierce. It seemed to feel no pain, like a killing machine that only knew how to attack. It wasn't afraid even when it was losing. Just kept charging forward, extremely hard to deal with. If it had been alone or just the white tiger fighting the leopard cat, they'd probably have gotten hurt. There's no way they could have won so easily. But there were no ifs. Working together, they hadn't suffered a scratch and had taken care of the beast smoothly. Meanwhile, outside the spatial pocket, Yao Qianqian, Annan, and the others had just left the Liu family villa when they were stopped at gunpoint by the security guards at the entrance to the villa complex. Who's there? Stop. Don't move. The sudden darkness had the security guards on edge. Yao Qianqian's bodyguards, who had been waiting outside, had just gotten out of the car to check things out, and the two sides were arguing. Then, seeing a flicker of candlelight behind them, the guards instinctively raised their guns, ready to shoot. And Nan was afraid they'd accidentally shoot her and Gujiyu, so she quickly spoke up, "It's me. Don't be nervous." The security guards recognized the landlady's voice and immediately lowered their guns. Yao Qianqian, looking displeased, questioned her own bodyguard standing behind the security guards. "Did you see the little leopard just now?" The bodyguard shook his head. "No." She frowned and turned to the villa's security. "White tiger, did you see it?" The security guards also shook their heads. "No. It's so dark, we can't see anything." Yao Qianqian frowned, craning her neck and looking around. And Nan, worried she'd searched the entire villa complex, pointed at the nearby fence and said directly, "The barricades are all intact and haven't been knocked down." That means they're either still inside the Liu family villa, or they must have run out through the main gate. As the three of them came out, many guests followed. Lu Shuang finally rushed out of her villa, struggling to push through the crowd. She said to Yao Qianqian and Nan, "My parents and I just checked every floor. The little leopard and Mimi really aren't inside." And Nan nodded. "Looks like they ran out of the villa complex." Yao Qianqian frowned in annoyance. "How did that damn cat get out? The collar was fastened just fine. How did it escape?" But she also knew Lu Shuang wouldn't dare hide her cat, and she'd definitely heard the front door open just now. When the candles were lit, there was no one by the door. It's not like someone could open the door and then instantly teleport into the crowd. So it could only be that the animals ran out on their own. Yao Qianqian's brow furrowed even tighter. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. And Nan didn't care what she was thinking and simply said goodbye to everyone. "The weather's gone strange, and it looks like we can't keep playing. We'll head home first." After a pause, she added, "Judging by this, another disaster might be coming soon. Everyone should hurry home too, or you might get stuck here." Everyone looked at each other. And Nan had a point. They wanted to leave quickly too, but it was pitch black outside, and they felt anything but safe. The authorities had indeed predicted the possibility of an eternal night disaster and made some preparations. Many people present were even in charge of implementing those plans. But these people valued their lives. They were afraid that this eternal night might not be just darkness, but could bring other calamities as well. What if, on the way home, there was suddenly acid rain, hail, or an earthquake? The person who took in Nan's words most to heart was Mr. Liu in the crowd. Stuck here? No way. If all these people stayed at his house, wouldn't they eat him out of house and home? No matter what, he was determined to send everyone away tonight. Just then, another burst of torchlight approached. It was Ma Qiangzhuang, leading a group over. Seeing the strange sky, he was worried something might happen at the main gate, so he brought extra men to guard it personally. And Nan felt more at ease seeing him. She used her bag as cover to pull out 2 portable flashlights and toss them to Ma Qiangzhuang. "You and your men guard this place. Later, let people out according to the list. Don't let a single one stay." She paused, then added, "If anyone tries to linger, shoot them on the spot." The crowd immediately erupted. "How can you say that? Who gave you the right to kill us? Do you know who we are?" And Nan ignored them and continued to Ma Qiangzhuang, "If you need to, use those explosives I gave you before. No need to waste bullets." In this darkness, explosives were definitely more effective than guns. The crowd instantly fell silent, their faces saying, "We'll behave." Many of them were indeed high-ranking, but right now they were all unarmed. Only Yao Qianqian remained calm, looking at Nan in confusion. "You don't seem worried about your pet at all. You're just going home? Not even going to look for it?" Of course, Nan wasn't worried. Her pets were all safe in her space. She replied casually, "My Mimi is amazing. What's there to worry about? She knows her way home. She'll come back when she's done playing." After a pause, she added deliberately, "Miss Yao, your cat isn't going to run off and never come home, is it?" Yao Qianqian was instantly furious. Of course not. She immediately called her bodyguards. "Let's go." She wasn't going home until she found that damn cat. No way was she going to let this woman mock her next time for not being able to keep even a cat under control. Seeing Yao Qianqian take the lead in leaving, many guests quickly followed her to their cars and left as well. And Nan didn't bother with them anymore. She pulled Gu Jiyu along, turned, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. She knew Yao Qianqian wanted her dead. The original plan was to lure this spoiled heiress and her Bengal cat into the estate and kill them both. But considering Yao Qianqian's special status, if she suddenly disappeared, it would cause a huge stir and make it impossible for Nan to get away quickly. She had more important things to do. Once her business was done, there would be plenty of people willing to take care of this difficult little princess for her. And Nan and Gu Jiyu found a secluded spot, took out their sports car and sped off, reaching the government compound ahead of the other guests. In the pitch black, their headlights were too conspicuous, so they parked on the next street over, got out, and continued on foot through the darkness. The government compound was already somewhat remote, and with the sudden eternal night, the streets were eerily quiet. Only Nan and Gu Jiyu, both wearing night vision goggles, were around. This time, they were here to deal with Deputy Chief Yao. Now that both sides had torn off their masks, it was a fight to the death. Normally, he was always surrounded by subordinates and bodyguards, and his residence had the highest level of security. The compound was huge and open, and there was a long way from the main gate to the building. Even with Nan's teleportation, she couldn't jump straight from outside the compound to the Yao residence in one go. What's more, as soon as anyone approached the compound, the sharp-eyed guards at the gate would lock on and watch their every move. When visiting Li Mingcheng, they couldn't make a move either. If something happened to Yao, as their only visitor, they'd be the prime suspects and subjected to intense investigation. They might even have their teleportation and spatial secrets uncovered by the authorities. So tonight, right now, was the best opportunity Nan and Gu Jiyu had been waiting for to assassinate the deputy chief. The sudden darkness had caught the guards off guard. It was the most chaotic moment. Once they adapted, improved the lighting, and tightened security, it would be much harder to act. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. While the guards were still fumbling with their radios, calling for reinforcements, and Nan teleported several times in a row through the darkness, silently making her way into the Yao family's apartment building. Yao family study. A woman anxiously tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Honey, please send more people to pick Qianqian up from the villa district." The weather suddenly turned. Who knows what might happen? What if she runs into danger? Deputy Chief Yao snorted coldly. What danger could there be? Isn't that beast she keeps so powerful? Why would she need me? The woman was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly spoke again. Honey, this isn't the time to be stubborn. Qianqian is your only daughter, your only child. How can you just ignore her? At the mention of child, the man, who had been relatively calm, suddenly slammed the table and raised his voice. She has several bodyguards. And that ferocious monster. Why should I care? Wasn't it her own idea to throw this party? If she can go, can't she come back? I'm her father, not her grandson. If our little princess is done playing, do I have to personally fetch her? With that, he shook off the woman's hand. That's enough. Stop making trouble for me. The weather's changing. Li will definitely call everyone in for a meeting soon. I still have things to prepare. I don't have time to play house with you. Seeing that he was dead set on not picking up their daughter, the woman's face changed with anger. You keep bringing up that cat of hers. Aren't you just still holding a grudge because it killed that shameless little vixen? Who are you trying to fool with your act of being so busy? When have I ever interfered with your work? How many grievances have Qianqian and I endured for your so-called career, your grand plans? Even when Qianqian was nearly killed at Luan Mountain, we put up with it. And you? How many times did you say you were working, when you were actually off with that vixen? The man seemed not to be listening, only letting out a cold laugh. What's this? Just now you were calling me honey every other word, and now you can't hold back anymore? He leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. Weren't you always so good at swallowing your pride and bearing it? What, you don't want to bear it anymore? Before the woman could reply, He pointed at her face. Remember this, I'm the one who keeps you. No matter how much you can't stand it, you'll just have to bear it. You eat my food, wear my clothes, who gave you the right to boss me around and act all high and mighty? His voice grew louder. And you have the nerve to say Yao Qianqian is my only child? Isn't the one in Jiao Jiao's belly my child too? I've already had someone check, she's carrying a boy. And now, thanks to your precious daughter, he's gone. Deputy Chief Yao grew angrier as he spoke. I've spoiled her enough. What haven't I given her since she was a child? Now she's killed her own brother, my only son. And I still kept her safe at home, with bodyguards watching her round the clock. She's committed such a huge mistake. What punishment has she suffered? What hardship has she endured? Don't think I don't know you sneak her hot meals every day behind my back. The woman, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back anymore and interrupted in disbelief. How dare you mention that bastard? Who are you calling a bastard? Deputy Chief Yao's eyes widened. That was my son. My only son. Puh. The woman spat at him. He was nothing but that shameless vixen's little fox cub, a bastard who could never be shown in public. An illegitimate child, gone is gone. And you want my daughter to pay for it? I spit on that. Deputy Chief Yao roared back, refusing to back down. So, what if he was illegitimate? He was still my son. Even before the apocalypse, he had inheritance rights. And now, in this end of the world, this is my domain. I can keep as many women and have as many children as I want. You think you can threaten me with my career like before? The woman laughed in anger. Oh, mighty Chief Yao. So impressive. If you're so powerful, why did that cheap woman end up dead with her child? Her face lit up with satisfaction. Let me tell you, it's because they were both trash. Trash can't survive. She raised her voice, cursing, and let me tell you, no matter how many bastards you have out there, none of them will survive. It was as if Deputy Chief Yao had been stabbed in his most sensitive spot. He suddenly leapt up and, swinging his arm, slapped her hard across the face. Bitch! Don't think I don't know, you were the one who egged Qianqian on to do what she did to Jiao Jiao. He hit her so hard she fell to the floor. Clutching her face, the woman looked up at him, heartbroken. You hit me. Before he could say anything, she scrambled up and started pounding his chest with her fists. You actually hit me over that vixen and her bastard. When your daughter was stabbed with a poisoned ice blade, you didn't even dare say a word, just gritted your teeth and put up with it. And now you have the nerve to hit your wife. Fine. Fine. You cowardly dog who only bullies your own family. Her blows weren't strong, but she kept hitting him over and over, making him irritable and flustered. Deputy Chief Yao felt like even his heartbeat was thrown off by her punches. Impatiently, he grabbed her hands. Enough. Stop making a scene. I really have things to do. He added, a bit helplessly, you don't need to worry about the poisoned ice blade. Gu Jiu and Nan won't be jumping around for much longer. The woman immediately stopped. What do you mean? You're finally going to act. He pushed her away a bit. This round of disasters is my best chance to take down Li Mingzheng. As soon as he's gone, I'll kill that Gu guy and his wife. Within 2 weeks, it'll be done. A hint of joy finally appeared on the woman's face. She doted on her daughter, who'd been pampered since birth, only to be hit by a car and stabbed with a poisoned ice blade. She was furious and wished she could tear Nan and Gu Jiu to pieces. Wiping away her tears with delight, she was about to ask for more details when the study door was suddenly flung open. A woman's voice, exaggeratedly dramatic, rang out. What? Deputy Chief Yao is actually planning to kill us. The two in the study jumped in fright. Looking up, they saw it was none other than Nan and Gu Jiu, the very people they'd just been talking about killing. And Nan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, putting on a show of being hurt. TSK, how heartbreaking. We treated Deputy Chief Yao as a real friend, but you were just pretending all along. She turned to Gu Jiu. Jiu, looks like we'd better start looking out for ourselves. Deputy Chief Yao tensed, his brow furrowed. What nonsense are you spouting? What's all this about real and fake friends? The woman beside him was also visibly nervous. When did you get in here? How did you get in? And Nan didn't answer her question. She walked forward, teasing. Looks like I was right last time. Deputy Chief Yao's family affairs really are a mess. A man who can't even keep his own belt in check wants to run a whole official base. No offense, but you're nowhere near Chief Li in any respect. At the mention of Li Mingqing, the man was instantly enraged. He whipped out a gun and pointed it at Gu Jiyu. Speak. How did you get in here? He was most afraid of betrayal from his subordinates. Seeing Nan and Gu Jiyu suddenly appear, he didn't even have time to worry about his own safety. His first thought was to suspect the guards downstairs and his own secretary. But before he could process his shock, Nan's lips curled into a smirk and she vanished on the spot. Before he could even react, she reappeared right in front of him. With a light touch, the gun he'd been gripping tightly was suddenly gone. Where's my gun? Where did it go? That's how we got in. And Nan said, pulling a large machete from thin air and pressing it leisurely against the man's neck. Then she added, Deputy Chief Yao, I've noticed you're pretty sexist, aren't you? The man stared at her, thinking her train of thought was completely off the rails. Before he could figure out what she was getting at, Nan continued. You pulled a gun, but you only pointed it at Gu Jiyu and not me? What, you look down on me? Deputy Chief Yao. Psycho. This crazy woman is definitely insane. He stared at the machete that had appeared out of nowhere in Nan's hand, incredulous. How the hell did you do all this? Why did she suddenly appear here? How did she flash from a distance right in front of him? Why did his gun vanish the moment she touched it? Was this some kind of superpower? Hypnosis? Or witchcraft? And Nan shrugged. That's a secret. Are you sure you want to know? As she spoke, she pressed the blade a little closer. Everyone who's learned this secret, except for my Ayu, has ended up dead. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, Deputy Chief Yao shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Madame Yao, however, was frantic. She shouted at Nan. Weren't you at the party? How did you get here so fast? Where's my daughter? What did you do to her? And Nan didn't intend to answer. She was about to signal Gu Jiyu to just deal with her quickly, but the woman started cursing. I'm warning you. Don't you dare touch my daughter. If you so much as harm a hair on Qianqian's head, I'll make sure this entire villa district is buried with you. Puh. You lowlifes aren't even fit to be my daughter's dogs. I should have just bombed that Luoan mountain and blasted you all to pieces. It was as if she was too afraid to hear any bad news from Nan, so she didn't give her a chance to reply, just launched into a tirade. And Nan frowned. Ever since she dealt with Xingye and Lu Xiulian, she'd only killed when necessary, never tortured. But this woman was just asking for trouble. So she casually tossed the corpse of the leopard cat out of her spatial storage. You were asking where your daughter went? The moment Madame Yao saw the little leopard's corpse, it was like she'd been struck by lightning. She gasped for air, her heart twisting in pain. You killed my Qianqian, didn't you? That cat was vicious and always by Qianqian's side. If even it was dead, her frail daughter was surely gone too. The woman went hysterical. Bitch! You killed my daughter. How dare you kill my daughter? And Nan kept her guard up, unconsciously tightening her grip on the blade. Deputy Chief Yao cried out in pain. The woman's expression changed, and she started fussing over her husband. Bitch! Let go of my husband. I'm warning you, this building is full of our people. If you dare do anything, I'll call for help. And Nan raised an eyebrow, a little surprised that even now, Madame Yao still cared so much about her cheating husband. Call for help. She pressed the blade closer. Deputy Chief Yao, who hadn't even reacted to the news of his daughter's death, was suddenly frantic. No. Don't do anything rash. Put the knife down first. The woman looked at her husband, worry all over her face, and obediently shut her mouth. And Nan looked at Madame Yao and shook her head. After all he's done to you, and you still protect him. Takes two to tango, I guess. She paused, then continued, since you're so devoted, you can go with him. As soon as Nan finished speaking, Gu Jiyu stepped forward and, with a crisp crack, snapped Madame Yao's neck. Deputy Chief Yao screamed, his legs giving out in terror. Don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever you want. And Nan shook her head. I told you, you're no match for Chief Li. If it were him, he'd never lose his composure, no matter what. Look at you, such a coward. She glanced at Madame Yao's body on the floor and said earnestly, Old Yao, see? That's what a true wife is. When you get to the other side, treat her well and forget about the mistress. With that, she slit his throat. The man's eyes widened. He struggled to breathe, pain and terror written all over his face. After a few spasms, he stopped moving altogether. And Nan put the knife away and said to Gujiu, let's go. Before leaving, she remembered to retrieve the leopard cat's corpse. The wounds on it were clearly from a wild animal. In the entire official base, only she and Gujiu kept such beasts. It was too obvious, she couldn't leave it here. Even though Yao and Li Mingqing were political rivals, she still didn't want Li Mingqing to know she and Gujiu were behind this. Not only would it be a pain to explain, but this kind of ghostly, unpredictable method would only make Li Mingqing suspicious and wary. That's why she hadn't used her signature triangular blade, just a regular machete. Outside, the sky was still pitch black. And Nan took Gujiu and flashed several times, quickly returning to their car and quietly heading back to the villa district. It wouldn't be long before someone came looking for Deputy Chief Yao, only to find his corpse. And Nan knew things were about to get chaotic. With Deputy Chief Yao D.A.D., there would be a major shakeup in the official ranks. On top of that, with the eternal night descending, Chief Li would be too busy to investigate the killer. Sure enough, word spread fast. A few hours later, Zhao Ping'an and the others showed up at Villa No. 1 after work. Did you hear? That Yao guy was assassinated. And Nan, keeping her achievements hidden, asked, Oh? Which hero did it? Zhao Ping'an shook his head. No idea. Because Zhao Ping'an's team had previously predicted the eternal night disaster, after today's sudden change in the weather, they were also summoned to the residential compound to attend a leadership meeting. If the sun failed to rise in the coming days, it would mean their prediction had been spot on. Their group might then be promoted, split off from the research department to form a dedicated disaster prediction unit, with more resources funneled into their research. Zhao Ping'an was in a good mood, gossiping with Nan. That deputy leader died really suddenly. According to his secretary, when night first fell, he was still at the Yao household, and the couple were both perfectly fine. But when he went downstairs to deal with some paperwork as ordered, and then came back up to the 6th floor, both of them were already dead. And Nan nodded thoughtfully. That Secretary Qian was actually quite lucky managing to avoid the whole thing. Otherwise, as a witness, he might have ended up buried with the Yaos. Chu Peipei, who was standing nearby, chimed in, I even saw the bodies. And Nan raised an eyebrow. You? Chu Peipei nodded. They specifically called someone from our hospital to do the autopsy, and I went along. In the apocalypse, there weren't any dedicated forensic positions. Anyone with the right skills in the hospital would be called up as needed. Chu Peipei just happened to be on the same work team as the person assigned, so she went along. We checked them. The killer's methods were extremely direct. The woman's neck was snapped, and the man's throat was slit with a single stroke. Clean and efficient. The weirdest part is, according to several witnesses at the scene, it was a locked room murder. I heard that Chief Li sent 2 people to call Deputy Chief Yao to a meeting. When they arrived, the door was locked and no one answered. So they went to get Secretary Qian to unlock it. The 3 of them went in together and found the bodies. And Nan let out an oh. If Secretary Qian had the key, then it's not really a locked room mystery, is it? If someone could freely enter and exit the Yao residence, how could it be called a locked room? Zhao Ping'an nodded in agreement. That's why Secretary Qian is the prime suspect now. Chief Li has already detained him. But everyone knew Secretary Qian couldn't have done it. Everyone knew he was Deputy Chief Yao's most trusted aide. If Yao went down, what future would he have? Even if he had some grudge against Yao, he'd at least wait until Yao had toppled Li Mingqing before settling any personal scores. Otherwise, with Yao gone, Li Mingqing would never let his rival's right-hand man off the hook. But if it wasn't Secretary Qian, there really weren't any other suspects. After all, he was the only one with a key to Yao's place. It's not like someone could have just walked through walls to get in and kill them, right? Wait a minute. Walked through walls. Long Tsongin, who had been silent, glanced at Nan and Gu Jiyu. Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei also caught on. A locked room murder. Holy crap. Nan, don't tell me you blinked into the Yao house and did it. And Nan just smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. She simply said, I should have still been at the Liu family villa party at that time. By now, Zhao Ping'an and the others had figured it out, and Nan was almost certainly the culprit. They didn't press further, just slapped their thighs and declared, looks like Secretary Qian definitely did it. Exactly. That Yao guy was a snake in monk's robes, always treating his colleagues poorly. Secretary Qian must have suffered a lot under him and finally snapped in a fit of rage. The already dead Deputy Chief Yao. The already detained Secretary Qian. And Nan smiled, not feeling the slightest bit guilty about letting Secretary Qian take the blame. Since he'd been on the same boat as Deputy Chief Yao, now that the boat had sunk, he was bound to go down with it. Even if he didn't take the fall for this, Li Mingqing would have found other charges to pin on him. Li and Yao had always been political rivals. With Yao gone, not just Secretary Qian, but all his other confidants would be dealt with for one reason or another. To the victor go the spoils. Secretary Qian and his ilk were doomed from the start. That's just the price of being a trusted aide to those in power. You enjoy the perks when things are good, but when trouble comes, you have to shoulder the blame too. A big purge was probably coming. And Nan warned Zhao Ping'an and the others, you all should be careful at work. Things are going to get messy for a while, don't get caught up in it by accident. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Don't worry. I just bury myself in experiments. It won't affect me. Chu Peipei added, I'm just a junior doctor. There's no way it'll affect me. Right now, all medical resources, including skilled doctors, were extremely precious. No matter what kind of power struggle was going on, those at the top wouldn't risk touching them. Long Tsongin glanced at Gu Jiyu and reminded him, Boss Gu, about that Yao Qianqian. He meant, do you need me to take care of her? Working at the supermarket, he was always in the know, and he'd heard that Miss Yao was not someone to be trifled with. Rumor had it that after the incident with Deputy Chief Yao, she'd been driving around all afternoon like a headless chicken, screaming that she'd find the real killer and tear them to pieces. Gu Jiyu thought for a moment. Leave her alone. Long Tsongin was surprised. That wasn't the Gu couple's usual style. They always believed in eliminating the root of the problem. He couldn't help but say that Miss Yao has always held a grudge over what happened before. Now with her family in trouble, she's even more unstable. Who knows what she might do? Before he could finish, and Nan shook her head and sighed. Now that her father's fallen, she's no longer a Miss Anything. She made too many enemies when things were good. There'll be plenty of people lining up to settle scores with her. Sure, the Shulas fear nothing, but you still need to be able to walk. Yao Qianqian probably wouldn't even get close to Nan and Gu Jiyu again. Long Tsongin nodded and said no more. The group changed the subject, turning to the topic of the eternal night. Chu Peipei said, good thing we stocked up on lighting supplies ahead of time. Nan, you and Zhao Ping'an are amazing. Your prediction was spot on. And Nan glanced at the pitch-black window. Whether it's really eternal night or not, we'll have to see what happens in the next few days. Zhao Ping'an sighed. Honestly, I hope our prediction is wrong. Days without sunlight, just the thought is hard to bear. Chu Peipei sighed as well. Yeah, people are used to the cycle of day and night from birth. If it stays dark like this, just thinking about it is depressing. The difference between the eternal night and other natural disasters is that, in addition to the struggle for survival, there's also a mental challenge. Opening your eyes or closing them, it's all darkness. It really is suffocating. We can't solve the problem of the disaster itself, so we can only adjust our mindset and find some fun for ourselves, Annan said, pulling out some small gifts she'd prepared for them. Here, take these. When you're feeling down, you can use them to pass the time. Chu Peipei glanced over and saw all sorts of little things, playing cards, mahjong, ludo, Monopoly, yo-yos, and more. She couldn't help but laugh. Nan, how come you have so many fun things here? Annan laughed too. Spiritual nourishment counts as supplies, so I keep whatever I come across. She and Gujiyu had a manor, and every day they could spend 12 hours in the light, so this eternal night wasn't all that hard for them. But for everyone else, these little things to help relax the mind were truly needed. They divided up the items and agreed to transfer Annan some points as payment. Annan didn't bother being polite or refusing. Chu Pei sighed, at least we have work now. Being busy every day gives us something to do. Honestly, the more tired I am, the better, then I can just fall into bed and sleep and not have to think or worry about anything. As she said this, she reminded Long Songen, if this really is eternal night, with Shirhan and Xiaobao stuck at home every day, you need to pay extra attention to their mental state. Long Songen nodded. I will. Shirhan started teaching Xiaobao to read lately. Every time they do homework together, they end up arguing. The older one thinks the younger one is dumb. The younger one thinks the older one is too strict. The house sounds like firecrackers going off every day. I doubt they have time to be scared or depressed. Everyone burst out laughing at that. Long Songen gave Annan a grateful look. I really have to thank you. You lent me so many textbooks and reading materials so the kid can study. He knew Gujiyu's warehouse had a lot of stuff, but there definitely weren't any elementary school textbooks in there. Those workbooks and practice sheets must have been Annan's. He didn't know about the space ability, nor that Annan liked to collect anything she came across. In his mind, the reason she had so many children's things was because she planned to have kids herself. He figured she'd collected all these things for her own children. That's why he was so grateful and used them very carefully, afraid Xiaobao might ruin them and leave nothing for Gujiyu and Annan's future kids. Annan, of course, had no idea what he was thinking. She just waved her hand casually. No need to thank me. I still have plenty of books here. Let Xiaobao study as much as he wants. She glanced at Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an. If you two need anything for kids, I have some too. Chu Pei was confused. Huh? We don't have any kids. Annan winked at her. I mean the kind of stuff that prevents you from having kids. Chu Pei. Where did this girl's shyness from when she first fell in love go? How is she so bold now? The group chatted and joked around for a while longer before heading home. The next morning, the sky was still pitch black. Annan sighed as she looked out the window. The eternal night really has come. She'd never experienced this kind of disaster before and had no idea how long it would last. From today on, everything was unknown. Gujiyu put his arm around her shoulders. Don't worry. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. No matter how tough things got, the two of them could always share the burden and work things out together. Annan touched the breast milk necklace around her neck and nodded gently. Since the eternal night had arrived, she needed to give Ma Qiangzhuang some careful instructions as well. After breakfast, the two of them went to see Ma Qiangzhuang, offering some suggestions for improving security in the villa area and assigning 2 more people to stand guard at the side gate. Like the 2 soldiers at the main gate, these 2 would work in shifts. In addition to their base salary, they'd get a safe and sound bonus. But these 2 had to follow the orders of the main gate guards and couldn't make decisions on their own while on duty. Seeing how high the pay was, Ma Qiangzhuang immediately picked his 2 most trusted men. Annan recognized one of them. It was Qian Liang, who'd sold her the fur coat and snow treads before. She didn't know the other guy, but as soon as she saw Qian Liang, she knew old Ma had sent over his most trusted people. Before leaving, she reminded him to stock up on lighting supplies. Brother Ma, you'd better be careful. Who knows how long this darkness will last? Ma Qiangzhuang grinned. Don't worry, sis. My guys went out yesterday afternoon to buy up supplies. He paused, then added gratefully, and I really have to thank you for convincing me to keep all that firewood. Now we have extra torches for lighting. Earlier, when the weather seemed to be returning to normal, Ma Qiangzhuang had thought they wouldn't need to burn so much firewood for warmth anymore and considered selling off some of his stockpile. Luckily, Annan had said, it was so hard to gather all that. Why rush to sell it off cheap with everyone else? Better to wait and see what the next disaster brings before deciding. He listened to her advice and held off on selling. Looking at things now, firewood prices would surely stay high. If he'd sold it off cheap, he'd have lost out big time. Without firewood, his men wouldn't even have a bonfire for their meetings. Annan just smiled and waved it off. I was just making a casual suggestion. Ma Qiangzhuang immediately said, no way. Sis, you must have known this was coming, right? Annan was taken aback. Before she could say anything, Ma Qiangzhuang leaned in mysteriously and lowered his voice. I know all about it, sis. You have connections. Annan. Huh? You and your husband managed to get this place. Clearly you're not ordinary people. And I heard your friend works in the official research department, right? I was wondering why the authorities suddenly installed streetlights. Looks like they predicted this would happen. Of course the official news wouldn't get past you. Seeing as you're well connected, you have people above, expression. Annan twitched her lips, but didn't bother explaining. Ma Qiangzhuang, thinking she was tacitly agreeing, immediately cupped his hands and said, thanks again for the firewood tip. If you hear any more inside info from the authorities, please let us know. My brothers and I would really appreciate it. Annan gave a dry laugh. Sure. After leaving Ma Qiangzhuang and settling the new guards, Annan and Gu Jiyu took their flashlights and did a patrol outside the villa area. Unexpectedly, someone blocked their path. Ayo, Nanan, what a coincidence. Annan frowned and looked over. Who the heck is that, calling us so nauseatingly? Most of the woman's body was hidden in the darkness. Annan stared for several seconds, but still couldn't make out who it was. She could only tell from the voice that it was a woman. It was Gu Jiyu who spoke first, frowning. What are you doing here? The woman hesitated for quite a while. In such a remote place, claiming this was a coincidence would be too far-fetched, so she stammered. Well, it's nothing really. Mom just came by to check on you too. The word mom gave it away and Annan immediately realized who she was. He Qingshuang. The woman responded with an took 2 steps forward, and her features, 7/10 similar to Gu Jiyu's, were fully revealed in the flashlight's beam. It was indeed Gu Jiyu's so-called cheap mom. Annan's lips twitched, and she turned to look at Gu Jiyu. Have you two met in private? Gu Jiyu shook his head. No. Annan shivered, goosebumps rising on her skin. Then how could she call herself mom so naturally? The sheer shamelessness was astounding. She couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Auntie, you must be mistaken. Your precious Xinghang isn't here. Annan made no effort to hide her dislike. It wasn't surprising that He Qingshuang knew both her and Gu Jiyu's names. After all, He Qingshuang's brother-in-law, Professor Zheng, was highly regarded by the authorities, so it wouldn't be hard to dig up some basic information. But meeting in person and calling them Jiyu and Nanan was already nauseating enough. How could she so shamelessly call herself mom? Truly, some people are invincible in their shamelessness. He Qingshuang forced a dry laugh. It's not like Shihang is my only son. Jiyu is my child too. Gu Jiyu. Annan. Seeing that neither of them responded, He Qingshuang swallowed awkwardly. After a few seconds, she forced a smile and tried to make small talk. It's been a while. How have you two been? Gu Jiyu said nothing. Annan stepped forward slightly, half-blocking Gu Jiyu, and gave He Qingshuang a quick once-over, her tone unfriendly. Haven't seen you in a year, Auntie, but you look as radiant as ever, haven't changed a bit. He Qingshuang hadn't expected Annan to compliment her. She grinned, about to say something, but the next second Annan continued. Since you're doing so well, did you come all this way to bring us some supplies or points or something? She paused, then added, mock serious, well, thank you very much. He Qingshuang hadn't brought anything at all. Looking at her empty hands, she was at a loss for words. Annan didn't care what she had to say, simply stretched out her hand expectantly. No need to be polite, just hand it over. It's the thought that counts, I get it, I won't mind. He Qingshuang could only force a couple of awkward laughs, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's. I didn't come to bring anything. Annan immediately withdrew her hand, clicking her tongue, her face clearly saying, "You actually showed up empty-handed? So, what did you come for?" she said, dramatically covering her mouth and raising her voice. "Don't tell me you're here to mooch off us? I'm not lending you any money, just so you know." He Shuang had been proud and strong all her life. When had anyone ever humiliated her like this? But today she needed something from them, so she didn't dare argue. She could only force a smile and say, Nan, what are you saying? We're family, as close as can be. How could you call it mooching?" Annan interrupted her in mock surprise. "That's a strange thing to say. Your surname is He, your husband's is Zheng, mine is In, and Jiu's is Gu. None of us share a surname. How are we family?" He Shuang retorted self-righteously. "How are we not? Xiaohang. Jiu is the child I had with my ex-husband. Of course he doesn't have the Zheng surname." "Annan. What was your ex-husband's surname?" He Shuang. "Zhou. Zhou Tian." Annan shrugged. "My Jiu's surname is Gu, not Zhou. His father is Gu Nanfeng. Don't try to force a family connection." He Shuang was so angry she was grinding her teeth. Zhou Tian and Gu Nanfeng are the same person. She had already thoroughly investigated this matter. Gu Jiu was the CEO of the Gu Group, and the ex-husband she'd abandoned, Zhou Tian, was the long-lost eldest son of the Gu family. After learning this, she'd been beside herself with regret. The Gu Group. Everyone here knew about the Gu Group. And she'd actually left the Gu family's only son because she thought he was poor? If she hadn't left back then, and if old Master Gu had found Zhou Tian or Zhou Hang and brought them back into the family, she would have become the Gu family's matriarch. Especially after finding out about the resources Gu Jiu had, and that even after all these years of hardship in the apocalypse, he'd managed to build such a massive private villa district at the official base, her regret only deepened. How wealthy must he be? Who knows how much more hidden wealth Gu Jiu had kept from her? All of this should have been hers, including this heavily guarded, grand villa complex. Annan rolled her eyes at He Shuang. "You say Zhou Tian and Gu Nanfeng are the same person, and we're just supposed to believe you? Where's your proof?" He Shuang thought Annan was being unreasonable. "He's gone now, how could there be any proof?" She pointed at her own face, then at Gu Jiu. "Just look at our faces, they're practically identical. Isn't that proof enough?" Annan shot her another look. "There are plenty of people in the world who look alike. Are they all related? I think you and I look a bit similar. Should I call you Grandaunt and accept you as my wayward descendant?" He Shuang stared at her in disbelief. What was this crazy girl saying? Utter nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense. Seeing that this daughter-in-law was determined not to acknowledge her, He Shuang stopped wasting her breath on Annan and turned to Gu Jiu. "You tell her, am I not the mother who carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you?" Before Gu Jiu could answer, she quickly added, "I gave you life. I went through so much to give birth to you and raise you, for several years. Even if I made mistakes later, you should still be grateful for the gift of life and upbringing." And Nan listened, finding it utterly ridiculous. This wretched woman didn't even remember how old her son was when she abandoned her husband and child all those years ago. And now she had the nerve to come here and demand credit? Hands on her hips, and Nan was just about to unleash a tirade when she suddenly felt Gu Jiu gently tug her arm. Her heart skipped a beat, worried her man might be softening. But when she turned around, she saw Gu Jiu gazing at her with deep affection. Huh? What's with the loving look at a time like this? Little did she know, Gu Jiu had been watching her back with tender eyes for a while now. He'd never known a mother's protection, never felt a mother's love. His father died young, and he grew up in an orphanage, fighting with other kids for food. His grandfather had shown him kindness and taught him, but by the time they met, Gu Jiu was nearly an adult. In all his life, no one had ever protected him like a child. But just now, as soon as Nan recognized He Shuang, she'd stepped forward like a mother hen shielding her chick, putting herself between them and guarding him behind her. That feeling was strange, but wonderful. He knew Nan was strong-willed, but always knew how to protect herself. Yet now, seeing her go all out to shield him without a care for He Qin Shuang's status, Gu Zhiyu's heart melted completely. To have a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Still, moved as he was, he knew he had to face his own problems. He couldn't let his wife fight all his battles for him. Gu Zhiyu smiled, pulled in Nan behind him, and then his expression turned cold as he looked at He Qin Shuang across from him. "Did I beg you to give birth to me?" "Huh?" He Qin Shuang was stunned. After a moment, she realized he was responding to her earlier. "Wasn't I the one who carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you?" He Qin Shuang opened her mouth, glanced at Nan, now being protected behind Gu Zhiyu, and inexplicably grew angry. "What's that supposed to mean? I gave you life and you don't appreciate it." She reached out unreasonably. "If you don't want it, give it back. As long as you kill yourself, I'll consider your debt to me repaid. I've had enough of your crap." Hot-tempered, and Nan immediately rolled up her sleeves. But before her fist could land on He Qin Shuang, Gu Zhiyu's cold voice rang out. "Who do you think you are?" He Qin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone so well-mannered speak to his own mother like this? "What did you say?" Gu Zhiyu repeated. "Who do you think you are? You have kids when you want, kill them when you want. What, can't play God, so you come here to pretend to be God with me?" He added, "If your hearing's bad, go get it checked. Don't come out here just to annoy people." He Qin Shuang, furious, took the moral high ground and started shouting. "Are you even human? You married a shrew and now you've lost all your upbringing, talking to your own mother like this? No matter what I did, I gave you life. I'm your mother, you owe me." Gu Zhiyu cut her off. "You've never done me any favors." He Qin Shuang's eyes bulged. "All the suffering I went through being pregnant." Gu Zhiyu interrupted again. "You didn't get pregnant for me. You did it to secure your status as Mrs. Zhou, to keep your rich wife's life. All the hardship you endured while pregnant was like a student staying up late for exams. It was for your own future. After I was born, you never once fulfilled your duty as a mother. You never cared for me, never fed me, never gave me money." He paused. "You even stole my tuition money. From beginning to end, I was just a tool and a sacrifice for your ambitions. Any price you paid was for yourself, so stop trying to guilt-trip me." At this, he suddenly remembered something Nan once said about Xingye. He looked at He Qin Shuang and said, word by word, "If people could choose their parents, someone like you would never have a child in this lifetime." Gu Zhiyu's words were utterly ruthless. He Qin Shuang was left speechless, forced to take a step back, her mouth opening and closing, but she couldn't bring herself to mention the kindness of giving birth again. But she still wasn't willing to leave just like that. Yesterday, night had fallen suddenly. Zheng Yunchuan told her the authorities had news. It would probably stay dark like this for the foreseeable future. He even warned her that the official base would soon fall into chaos and told her to be careful at home with the child. He Qin Shuang was terrified. She was a helpless woman. How could she possibly protect herself? Zheng Yunchuan worked like a model employee, often staying overnight at the lab. She was left at home with the child, and even if she locked the doors, if thieves or thugs targeted them, a lock wouldn't do much good. After thinking it over, she realized this villa community was the safest place, armed guards at the gate, no strangers allowed in, no need to worry about burglars breaking in at night. Plus, Gu Zhiyu didn't have to work and could stay home to protect her and Shiheng. That's why she came to beg Gu Zhiyu to take her in. But seeing that Gu Zhiyu and Nan were completely immune to her moral blackmail, He Qin Shuang could no longer act like the superior mother. She could only soften her tone. You, don't be like this. Mom really knows she was wrong. Give me a chance. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life making it up to you, taking care of you and your wife. If you're willing, I can move in here with you. I'll do the laundry, cook, clean every day. If you want kids, I can even help take care of your children." And Nan almost burst out laughing as she listened. So this old woman's real plan was to move into the villa? Dream on. Gu Zhiyu, of course, saw right through her. He looked at He Qin Shuang's earnest face and said expressionlessly, "You want me to acknowledge you as my mother again?" He Qin Shuang nodded. Gu Zhiyu said, "All right." He Qin Shuang was overjoyed. Gu Jiyu continued, but you have to agree to one condition. If you do it, I'll let you live here with us. He Qinshuang nodded eagerly. Name it. Gu Jiyu said, have your son apologize to my wife. He Qinshuang knew he was referring to the time Zhang Shenghang pushed in Nan toward the poisoned ice blade, so she quickly agreed. Of course. Kids don't know any better. I'll bring him over tomorrow to apologize, and he'll say sorry 1,000 times to his sister-in-law. But Gu Jiyu shook his head. Saying sorry isn't enough. He Qinshuang looked at him in confusion. You mean? Gu Jiyu said, actions speak louder than words. He can take the poisoned ice blade and cut himself on the same spot on his arm. Then we'll forgive him. He Qinshuang stared in disbelief. What did you say? And Nan, understanding Gu Jiyu's meaning, looked at He Qinshuang and couldn't help but sneer. She was genuinely curious. When it came to her own interests, would this woman abandon her other son all over again? He Qinshuang looked at Gu Jiyu with a face full of fear. She hadn't expected that while Nan had only insulted her with a few harsh words, Gu Jiyu would go so far as to demand her younger son's life. Her face twisted as she opened her mouth several times, but seeing Gu Jiyu's expressionless face, she didn't dare say a word. All she could do was turn to Nan, hoping she would help persuade Gu Jiyu. Nan ignored her completely. Seeing that her son was not someone to be trifled with, He Qinshuang could only redirect all her anger at Nan. What's wrong with you? Why do you hold such a grudge? Isn't an apology enough? Do you really need Shenghang to pay with his life? Nan rolled her eyes. What would I do with his life? He Qinshuang's face lit up, just about to say something, when Nan continued, I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine, that's all. Then she retorted, what? Wasn't your son trying to take my life before? He Qinshuang immediately shook her head. He wasn't. He's just young and didn't know any better. She paused, then added, besides, now that the snow and ice have melted, where are you going to find a poisoned ice blade? I think just using a regular knife for a cut should be enough. Nan smiled. What a coincidence, I actually have some at home. He Qinshuang's eyes widened. You do? Nan nodded. Yes, I've got plenty stored in the freezer. If you're willing, I can provide the ice blades any shape you like. He Qinshuang's face darkened. Why would you keep something like that? Nan curled her lips. Obviously, to deal with people I don't like. He Qinshuang shivered involuntarily, suddenly feeling that the people she doesn't like, Nan referred to as her. Could this woman really be holding onto poisoned ice blades just to get revenge on her and her son Shenhang? That's way too vengeful. She glanced at Gu Jiyu, who stood by with a cold, expressionless face, and felt that this couple was like a pair of wolves and vipers, neither of them easy to deal with. She wanted to leave, but she just couldn't accept it. As long as she could move into the villa district, she would be safe. As long as she could move in. He Qinshuang hesitated for a long time, then gritted her teeth and said, I agree to your terms. Gu Jiyu said nothing. Nan was silent as well. Seeing how she spoiled Zhang Shenghang like a fool, they'd thought she actually cared about her younger son. Who would have thought she could give him up so easily? Nan sneered, just about to say something, when He Qinshuang continued. But you have to inject him with the antidote before the poison takes effect. He Qinshuang put her hands on her hips, speaking righteously, just scaring him is enough. You can't seriously want to take a child's life, can you? Nan glanced at her. Oh, so she's trying to cheat the system. Poison him, then immediately give the antidote. Might as well not poison him at all. It wasn't surprising she knew about the antidote. Professor Zhang's status was special, tied to the base's future agricultural development. Once Li Mingqing got the antidote, of course he'd share some with him. Nan waved her hand. Of course you can use the antidote. But, she smiled. It has to be after the poison takes effect. No way. He Qinshuang raised her voice. If you wait until after the poison takes effect, the chance of the antidote working is only 50%. My son could very well die. Nan nodded. Exactly, 50/50ths. It's a gamble. Want to take it? She glanced at the tall walls of the villa district. If you win, you and your son can move into the villa district. I'll even give you a house for free. If you lose, then you'll lose your younger son. You still have your eldest. You can still move into the villa district. Besides the house, I'll give you a generous amount of supplies as funeral and retirement funds. She looked at He Shuang with great interest. So, do you want to bet? He Shuang glared at Nan, her chest heaving with emotion. Very quickly, she gave her answer with determination. There's no way I'd gamble with Xinghong's life. Don't even think about making me trade my son's life for a place in the villa district. And Nan looked at her, saying nothing. Good news. This woman still had a conscience. Bad news. When it came to sons, she only lacked a conscience toward Gu Jiyu. And Nan didn't know how Gu Jiyu felt at the moment, but she herself felt stifled. Looking at He Shuang's fake show of motherly courage, she just felt disgusted. Such an annoying woman, might as well just kill her. As soon as that thought arose, and Nan glanced at Gu Jiyu. Gu Jiyu sensed her gaze and asked, "What is it?" And Nan looked away. Nothing. At that moment, He Shuang also seemed to realize something. You two were just toying with me, weren't you? Even if I agreed and won the bet, you'd never let me move into the villa district. You'd just laugh at me for sacrificing my son for safety. Before Gu Jiyu could say anything, and Nan snorted and cut in. That's right. You're not as dumb as you look. Now that you get it, don't ever show up in front of us again, or you and your son might both end up dead. He Shuang thought Nan was being completely unreasonable and stopped talking to her, turning her sharp gaze on Gu Jiyu. Zhou Heng. No matter what, Shi Heng is still your own brother. Gu Jiyu didn't want to waste another word on her. Get lost. And Nan found the names Zhou Heng and Shi Heng extremely grating. She shoved He Shuang and snapped. Zhou Heng died in the orphanage long ago. His father, Zhou Tian, is dead too. The man standing in front of you now is surnamed Gu, named Gu Jiyu. He has nothing to do with you. You'd better. Before she could finish, He Shuang's eyes flashed and she suddenly lunged not at Nan, but at Gu Jiyu. Seeing her rush forward like a shrew, hands outstretched to grab Gu Jiyu's hair, and Nan frowned and drew her gun. Of course, Gu Jiyu wasn't about to be hurt by an old woman. He dodged easily. He Shuang, unwilling to give up, lunged again, still trying to grab Gu Jiyu's hair. But she used too much force, missed, and fell hard to the ground. And Nan didn't hesitate. She aimed at He Shuang's hand and fired. With a bang, He Shuang let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling on the ground in pain. A bloody hole had been blasted through her palm, and her whole hand shook uncontrollably from the agony. And Nan ignored her, turning to glance at Gu Jiyu. Seeing him staring coldly at He Shuang, showing no particular reaction, she finally relaxed. She couldn't help but sigh. Now she understood why. Back then, Gu Jiyu had been so infuriated by Xingye, yet still managed to hold back from hitting him. After all, they were the biological parents of her beloved. Even knowing there was bad blood between them, it still felt wrong to resort to violence. And Nan looked at He Shuang, whose face was pale with pain and who kept crying out and frowned in confusion. It was He Shuang who had just threatened her harshly. Judging by appearances, she should have been easier to deal with than Gu Jiyu. So why was He Shuang so fixated on going after Gu Jiyu? And even if she wanted to attack Gu Jiyu, wouldn't it make more sense to slap her or hit her body? Why specifically target Gu Jiyu's hair? Sure, women often pull hair when they fight, but that's because it's convenient. Gu Jiyu was so tall that He Shuang couldn't even reach her hair without jumping up. Was she not worried about throwing out her old back with all that effort? What was even stranger was that after failing the first time, He Shuang didn't switch to an easier method, but still struggled to grab Gu Jiyu's hair on her second attempt. And Nan eyed the woman on the ground suspiciously, feeling certain there was some deeper reason behind her actions. Gu Jiyu, however, clearly had no intention of getting entangled any further. She said coldly, "If we meet again, you and your son will have to pay with your lives." With that, she dragged Nan away. And Nan didn't say much, letting Gu Jiyu pull her along. But after a few steps, she couldn't help glancing back at He Shuang. He Shuang was clutching her left hand, which was bleeding profusely, tears streaming down her face. When she looked up, her eyes met in Nan's. In that instant, she forgot her pain, a chill running down her spine as she shuddered. The look in Nan's eyes was icy cold, making He Shuang's scalp tingle involuntarily. She had felt this way before. Back when the venomous snakes were running wild, being stared at by those snakes flicking their tongues, this was exactly how it felt. He Shuang didn't dare move a muscle. Only when Nan turned away and broke eye contact did her stiff body finally relax, though a wave of unease welled up inside her for no reason. As Gu Jiu and Nan walked farther and farther away, darkness closed in around her. He Shuang gritted her teeth against the pain in her left hand, sobbing as she fumbled to pull a small flashlight from her pocket and turn it on. She had turned off her flashlight earlier when she saw Nan and Gu Jiu, leeching off their light to save her own battery. Now that there was no one left to follow, she could only rely on herself. He Shuang wiped her tears and struggled to her feet to leave. And Nan and Gu Jiu finished patrolling around the villa complex, noting several blind spots where people could hide. They planned to give these locations to Ma Qiangzhuang later, so his people would pay extra attention during their rounds. By the time they returned to Villa No. 1, it was almost lunchtime. And Nan deliberately ordered a few complicated dishes, acting cute to get Gu Jiu to cook for her. Meanwhile, she took the list of addresses they'd just recorded and got ready to find Ma Qiangzhuang. Gu Jiu was worried. "Why don't you wait a bit? After lunch, I'll go with you." It had been dark all day, and the pitch-black surroundings made everything feel unsafe. And Nan smiled. "After lunch, I want to watch a movie with you. I'm just killing time right now, so I might as well drop these off. Besides, I have a few more things to tell Ma Qiangzhuang." Seeing that Gu Jiu still wanted to object, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I'll take a bodyguard with me." She waved at Fugui. "Come with me." Fugui immediately scampered over, eager as ever. And Nan patted its head and said to Gu Jiu, "Relax, with me and Fugui, we could take on 20 people at once." Fugui chimed in happily, "Let's go. Take me for a walk. I haven't been out today." Gu Jiu glanced at them, but didn't stop her, just gave Nan a few reminders. And Nan grinned. "Don't worry, we'll be back as soon as your food is ready." Fugui added, "Don't worry. I'll protect my master." Once they were out the door, and Nan didn't head straight for Ma Qiangzhuang. Instead, she took Fugui back to the spot where they'd run into He Shuang earlier. The place was deserted now, with only some still wet bloodstains on the ground. "Fugui, sniff around. Can you track her down?" The dog didn't understand why its master was sneaking around behind the handsome big brother's back, but it nodded obediently. And Nan was delighted. "Great. Take me to her." Before long, the pair arrived in front of an apartment building. Fugui led Nan through the entrance and stopped outside a unit on the second floor. And Nan knew the person she was looking for was inside. She asked Fugui, "How many people are in there?" Fugui replied, "2. An old man and an old woman." "An old man and an old woman?" And Nan frowned slightly. "Zheng Shiheng wasn't there?" That couldn't be. He was just a child. He Shuang wouldn't let him go out alone. And that kid was so clumsy, there was no way Professor Zheng would take him to the lab. Thinking it over, and Nan realized this probably wasn't He Shuang's home. She continued, "Where are they?" Fugui sniffed carefully. "Both are in the room on the west side." And Nan nodded, put Fugui away into her space, and teleported herself into an empty room in the apartment. As soon as she entered, she could clearly hear the conversation from the next room. "He Shuang, Master, I'm not lying to you. He really has made up his mind to abandon me. I can't be blamed for being ruthless. Just look, what kind of son beats his own mother like this?" A slightly hoarse old man's voice sighed. "What a tragedy." He Shuang continued, "But I really couldn't get his hair. I only have his birth date and the name he's using now. Can you still cast the spell?" The man replied, "I told you before, the effect would be greatly reduced." He paused, then added, "But we can still give it a try." Even if we can't transfer all his luck and lifespan to you and your son as originally planned, we might be able to siphon off a little. After all, you're close blood relatives. Without that connection, and without his hair, it really wouldn't work at all. He Qin Shuang's voice grew agitated. Please, master, do your best. Listening from the next room, and Nan's face darkened. She knew it, there was something off about that woman trying so hard to grab Ayu's hair. But she hadn't expected He Qin Shuang to be so vicious, actually wanting to steal Ayu's luck and lifespan. As his biological mother, abandoning her child wasn't enough, she even wanted his life. Absolutely despicable. Whether or not that so-called master really had such mystical powers, just for harboring such malicious intent, He Qin Shuang didn't deserve to live. And Nan listened closely to the sounds from the other room, her fists clenching tighter and tighter. In another room, the two people inside were completely unaware that an outsider had already broken in. They were still deep in conversation. He Qin Shuang asked, Master, is there any risk of backlash from this thing? If there is, please let it all fall on me. Don't let it affect my son Shahang. The man seemed to chuckle. Don't worry. With my abilities, there won't be any backlash for you too. He paused, then added, but it'll be especially bad for your eldest son. He Qin Shuang sounded unconcerned. That's exactly what I want, to take his luck, lifespan, and wealth. Of course it'll be bad for him. But the man said, it's more than that. What I mean is, his soul will be damaged. He Qin Shuang paused. What do you mean? The man explained, this method of stealing someone's luck is extremely sinister. It won't just take away what he has in this life, it will also damage his soul. If the damage is severe, his soul could be completely destroyed, meaning he won't even have the chance to reincarnate in the next life. He'll just vanish from existence altogether. He paused again, then added, of course, using such a vicious method will also cost me some of my own lifespan. So, about the payment. Despite everything the man had said, He Qin Shuang didn't care in the slightest whether Gujiu would be utterly destroyed. She only cared about the money. Don't worry. I'll pay you every cent we agreed on. Not a penny less. But the man replied, the price we agreed on was if you brought me his hair. Now that you haven't, I'll have to use much more of my energy to make it work. He Qin Shuang's tone grew displeased. So you mean you want to raise the price at the last minute? The master was annoyed too. How is this last minute? You failed to get his hair, so my spell casting will be much harder. Naturally, different rituals cost different amounts. If you want to stick to the original price, then try again and get his hair. He Qin Shuang was clearly troubled. I really can't do that. He's too skilled, I can't get close to him at all. Besides, it seems like he and his wife already want me dead. If I show up again, I'll be risking my life. The man cut her off. Then there's nothing I can do. He snorted. Since you can't get the hair and don't want to pay extra for a different method, there's nothing I can do to help. Suit yourself, madam. He Qin Shuang panicked. No, wait. Just tell me, how much more do you want? The man replied, double. He Qin Shuang exclaimed, what? The man's tone grew impatient. Like I said, if you bring me his hair, it's simple. If not, this is the only way. He Qin Shuang hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll do it. She added, but you have to make sure it works. The man reassured her, don't worry. Even if I can't take all his luck and lifespan at once, I can at least take half. He Qin Shuang thought to herself, Gujiu's luck is so strong that not even the apocalypse could shake his wealth and fortune. Even if I only get half, it's still a huge gain. With his luck, I'll be able to get as many supplies as I want in the future. Not to mention the extra years of life. Just the longevity alone is worth any amount of money. This deal was a win no matter how she looked at it. She made up her mind. All right, we'll do it your way. Master, when can you start? The man replied, give me his birth date and the name he's using now and cut off a lock of your own hair for me. With these, I can begin the ritual. Once you bring me the agreed payment, I'll finish the spell and it'll be done. He Qin Shuang grew wary. Why do you need my hair? The man explained calmly, Hair is the key to making the ritual work. Since you couldn't get his hair, we'll have to use yours instead. You're his mother, so your hair will work, just makes things a bit more complicated. He Qin Shuang was still suspicious. Will this have any bad effects on me? The man replied, of course not. The whole point of this ritual is to increase your luck and lifespan. Oh, and your younger sons too. He Qin Shuang seemed to hesitate, remaining silent for a long time. The man seemed to lose patience. Madam, if you trust someone, use them, if you don't. If you have doubts, you're free to leave. He Qin Shuang quickly replied, of course I trust you. Master, I'll leave it to you. I'll gather the payment as soon as I can and bring it to you. She added, my husband, the professor, has been working overtime at his unit these days. I'll have to wait for him to come home before I can get the payment. It'll be 3 or 4 days. The man grunted. No need to rush, madam. Then He Qin Shuang began reciting Gu Zhiyu's personal information. As his biological mother, she naturally knew his exact birth date. Listening in, and Nan could barely restrain the urge to tear her to pieces. But this woman's identity was complicated. Not only was she Gu Zhiyu's mother, she was also related to Professor Zheng. If something happened to her here, not only would the authorities investigate, but even Gu Zhiyu might end up resenting her. She cherished her relationship with Gu Zhiyu and would never plant a ticking time bomb in it. So, although this woman had to die, it couldn't be traced back to her. With a dark expression, and Nan listened as the two exchanged a few more words, then forced herself to stay calm as He Qin Shuang left and shut the door. Only when the master was left alone in the room did she step out from her hiding place. To be safe, she needed to deal with this so-called spellcaster first. The living room was dimly lit, with only a single candle burning. The master was a short, hunched old man with graying hair, bowing in front of a shrine in the corner. And Nan crept over quietly. As she passed the coffee table, she spotted a slip of paper with Gu Zhiyu's birth details written on it, and a small lock of hair beside it. The hair was both black and white, clearly He Qin Shuang's. She stopped and suddenly spoke up. So, are your spells really that effective? The old man jumped in fright, spinning around so fast he crashed into the shrine, nearly spitting out his dentures. He reached into his mouth to adjust his crooked teeth, then looked at Nan nervously and demanded, who are you? When did you get in here? How did you get in? You couldn't blame the old man for being scared. He hadn't left the house in days and was certain he was the only one home. Now, out of nowhere, someone had appeared without a sound. It was like seeing a ghost. And Nan didn't answer his question. Instead, she repeated hers. Are you really that powerful? Can you actually steal people's luck and lifespan? The old man squinted at Nan for a long moment. What does she mean? Is this a new customer? So he put on his airs again and said, you want to borrow luck too? Just barging into my house like this isn't very polite, you know. And Nan, growing impatient, flashed right in front of him. I'm asking you a question. Just answer honestly. She grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Unable to breathe, his face turned a deep, liver-like purple. Seeing that his attacker was just a thin woman, the old man struggled with all his might, trying to break free from her grip. But no matter how hard he fought, it was useless. Only when he was on the verge of being strangled to death did Nan finally let him go. He gasped for air, fear written all over his face. How did you suddenly appear in front of me like that? And Nan saw he still wasn't answering, so she pulled out a triangular dagger and made as if to stab him. The old man was scared out of his wits. I'll talk. The blade stopped just before his eyes. Panting, the old man replied, of course I can do what you said. The woman who came before you also wanted to steal someone's luck. If I couldn't do it, why would people pay me so much? Don't you think? And Nan said nothing. She wasn't about to believe his claims just because he said he had supernatural powers. So she raised the dagger again and murmured in a low, calm voice, then if I kill you, your spell should be broken. The old man realized then that this woman was here because of Gu Zhiyu. He hurriedly pleaded, no. If you kill me, no one will be able to undo the curse. But Nan had listened to the whole thing earlier and knew the old man hadn't had the chance to do anything yet. There was no way he'd already cast a spell on Gujiyu. He was obviously just saying this to save his own skin. She sneered, "Oh? So you really do have some powers. All the more reason to get rid of you. Today, I'll kill you and see what magic you have left to use." With that, she stabbed at him. But the blade was just a little off, missing any vital spot. The dagger plunged into his flesh and the old man screamed like a stuck pig, terrified out of his mind. No, I'm a fraud. There's no way I can do something as mystical as stealing luck." He seemed afraid and Nan wouldn't believe him, so he emphasized again, "If I really had that kind of power, would I have to work so hard to earn a living? I'd just steal other people's luck and be done with it. I really just talk big to scam some money. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Seeing that he'd finally told the truth, and Nan breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the dagger. Good, no real powers. She'd been worried that Qin Shuang had already conspired with him to do something harmful to Au. As soon as the blade was out, blood gushed from the old man's shoulder. He fumbled for the cloth on the coffee table, trying to wrap it around himself to stop the bleeding. Seeing Nan still hadn't left, he tried to curry favor. "You're with Mr. Gu, right? Is there anything you need me to do? I might not be able to steal luck, but I can make someone unlucky for a while." His original plan was to play a little trick, make Gujiyu unlucky for a bit, and then tell Qin Shuang that all his good fortune had been transferred to her and her son. Once the employer saw that Gu was really having bad luck, she'd believe him easily. As for the scam about extending life, well, there's no way for the client to verify that. By the time she realized she'd been duped, she'd be on her deathbed and wouldn't have the energy to come after him. The old man looked at Nan. "If you need, I can help you reverse the curse and make that lady have a streak of bad luck, get some revenge for you." He paused, then added, "No charge. Consider it my apology." And Nan stared at him for a while, then said coldly, "No need." This old man was just a smooth-talking con artist. Even if he really had those abilities, and Nan wouldn't stoop to using them. Qin Shuang would get what she deserved. There was no need to resort to such underhanded, karma-damaging tricks. She raised the dagger again and stabbed him, this time right into his heart. The old man let out a muffled grunt, staring at her in disbelief. I've already told you everything." And Nan, expressionless, stabbed him several more times. "That's why it's time to send you on your way." The old man struggled unwillingly for a moment, then closed his eyes and breathed his last. To be sure, he didn't have any real powers, like coming back from the dead to curse her or Gujiyu. And Nan took the trouble to cut him into several pieces. After all, she herself had been reborn, so she had to be extra careful about these things. She then put away the slip of paper with Gujiyu's birth details and tossed Qin Shuang's hair into the candle flame to burn. Only after confirming there were no more hidden dangers did she leave. Before stepping out, Nan paused in her personal space and burned the slip of paper to ashes as well. She didn't know much about the occult, so just to be safe, she made sure not to burn Gujiyu's birth details together with Qin Shuang's hair, but handled them separately in her space. Fugue, who had been waiting in the space, leaned against Nan, puzzled by her actions. After cleaning up the ashes, Nan reminded him, "Don't tell Au anything about what happened after we left today." Fugue nodded seriously. Whatever the master said, that's how it was. He was the most loyal dog king. After leaving her space, Nan checked to make sure no one was around, then let Fugue out to continue tracking Qin Shuang. Before long, the pair found Qin Shuang's residence. She was injured and walking slowly from the pain. By the time Nan found her, she had just reached her front door. Nan watched her from the shadows, but didn't follow her inside or kill her right away. Instead, she memorized the location and left. A few minutes later, Nan returned, wrapped up tightly in a hat and mask, driving a big truck loaded with 10 crates of supplies. She parked downstairs, but didn't turn off the engine right away, sitting in the cab for a while. The truck's high beams were especially glaring in the dark. Soon, the abundance of supplies in the back attracted quite a few residents from the nearby buildings. Some came straight down to check it out, while others watched from their windows. Once Nan saw enough people had gathered, she got out of the truck with a smirk. "He-Chin Shuang, your reckoning has arrived." By now, a sizable crowd had gathered around the truck, whispering among themselves. "What's going on here? Why are there so many supplies? Did the government finally send out disaster relief rations? After all these disasters, you're still dreaming? The most the authorities hand out are those mutant sweet potatoes. If they can just keep us alive, that's already something. Where would they get the energy to deliver all this? Besides, even though it looks like a lot, if you split it among everyone, it's nowhere near enough." Exactly. This must be some rich guy's private stash. Which rich guy could it be? This is impressive. There's all sorts of stuff. Look, those boxes up front are snacks and drinks, and the two in the back are candles. My God, there are even canned goods. What a haul. Why so many candles? Don't tell me the sun's never coming up again. Most likely. The supermarket's lighting supplies were sold out this morning. What? Then these candles are. Damn, why aren't these boxes sealed up tighter? You can see them, but can't touch them. How cruel. The discussion grew more heated, and the crowd's mood became increasingly restless. As Nan hopped down from the truck, a group of people with greedy, glowing eyes immediately surrounded her. Everyone was thinking the same thing. If they could just get rid of the truck's owner, all these supplies would be theirs. But soon, the people closest to Nan stopped in their tracks, not daring to get too close. It wasn't that they were afraid of Nan herself, but rather the very conspicuous submachine gun slung across her back. The kind of gun that could mow down a crowd in an instant. Everyone's faces turned grim. No wonder she's so bold. Daring to transport all these supplies alone, not even bothering to seal the boxes. Turns out she's packing serious firepower. If it were just a little pistol, some of them might risk it. Fortune favors the bold, after all. But a submachine gun? No one was willing to gamble with their lives. So the crowd held back, not daring to step any closer. Of course, they weren't willing to leave either, so they just lingered where they were. 10 or so boxes of supplies. The temptation was just too great. Before long, someone couldn't hold back and called out, "Excuse me, miss, which family are you from?" And Nan was bundled up in a hat and mask, dressed in a gender-neutral way. At first glance, it was hard to tell if she was male or female. Only by her build did people guess she was a woman. And Nan didn't answer their question. Instead, she called out, "I've got too much stuff here to move by myself. I need a few people to help carry these up to the 5th floor of that building next door. 1 box per person. Payment is 1 candle each. Who's interested?" The reward wasn't much, but carrying a box was easy enough. Even a small reward was worth it. Besides, helping her move the stuff upstairs was a good chance to snoop around and see whose supplies these were and what the situation was. So, a bunch of people immediately raised their hands. Me. I can do it. I can help too. I'm strong. Pick me. There were so many volunteers that people started competing with each other. Pick me. My brother and I can both help, just 1 candle for the 2 of us. Pick us. There are 3 of us in my family, 3 people, just 1 candle. I don't need money. No reward necessary. Me neither. I've got plenty of strength. Why ask for money for something so easy? And Nan couldn't help clicking her tongue in amazement. She thought the world was competitive enough before the disasters, but even in the apocalypse, people were still trying to outdo each other. She wasn't stingy with the candles. She picked a few of the most eager volunteers, shifty-eyed types who didn't look like good people. After handing out a candle to each, she locked the truck and directed them to carry the supplies upstairs. The ones she picked were all cunning sorts. Each grabbed a box, but instead of heading up right away, they clustered around Nan as much as possible. 2 of the bolder ones took the opportunity to probe about the supplies. "Big sis, are all these things yours?" "We mean no harm, just curious. How'd you get so much stuff?" And Nan smirked, loosened her mask as they climbed the stairs, and replied loud enough for everyone to hear. "They're not mine. I'm just running an errand." Seeing she was willing to talk, they pressed on eagerly. Oh, so the owner must be someone important, right? And Nan slowed her pace to match theirs and shook her head. Not really. Just a widow and her child. The moment they heard it was just a widow and child, their eyes lit up. They kept probing, but not an ordinary widow and child, right? To have this much stuff, and to have someone like you armed, delivering it personally, their background can't be simple. And Nan pretended to be flattered by their words. Isn't that the truth? For them to boss me around, who do they think they are? She paused, then added with a grumble, I'm just following orders from my boss. Had no choice. Then she lowered her voice mysteriously. You know Deputy Commander Yao, right? Not everyone did, but a few well-informed ones nodded quickly. Of course. One person added, I heard he had an accident yesterday. He's dead, isn't he? The others looked at him in surprise. Really? He nodded. Yeah. My neighbor works for the government. The news is all over among the staff. And Nan glanced at him and praised, You're well informed. That's right, Deputy Commander Yao and his wife were assassinated yesterday, out of the blue. Then, with another air of mystery, she added, The person upstairs is Yao's mistress. Everyone exchanged glances. The well-informed guy frowned. I heard Yao's mistress was killed by her own daughter? And Nan lied without batting an eye. You're thinking of the fourth mistress. She wasn't very clever. Yao used her as a scapegoat. She jerked her chin upward. The one upstairs is the real long-time lover of Deputy Commander Yao. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Someone else asked, but if Deputy Commander Yao is dead, why is someone still delivering supplies to this widow and her child? And Nan let out a sigh and said seriously, Our boss is a man of loyalty and gratitude. He received favors from Deputy Chief Yao and this woman before. Now that this woman has fallen ill, he feels sorry for her and her child, all alone with no one to rely on. That's why he asked me to bring these supplies. She paused, then emphasized. Once this debt of gratitude is repaid, we can go our separate ways. We won't have to bother with her anymore. Two people exchanged glances, then casually asked, What kind of illness does she have? And Nan lowered her voice a bit. This woman was a mistress for a long time, but never managed to become the official wife. She's been depressed for years, and it's messed with her mind a little. The group suddenly understood. So, she's mentally ill. And Nan shook her head. Not exactly. She doesn't act crazy, and she seems normal enough. It's just that she's got a bit of paranoia. Sometimes she imagines she has a son who lives in a big villa. Other times, she fantasizes about having a rich daughter. She's even imagined having twins who were taken up to heaven to become immortals. At this, a lot of people burst out laughing. And Nan kept a straight face. Anyway, she doesn't think these are fantasies. She describes them as if they're real, but in reality, she only has one son, and he's a bit slow. Our boss just pities her, so he sent over these supplies. After all, they were brothers in arms, and it's the least he can do for the late Deputy Chief Yao. Two men chimed in, trying to sound clever. Now that Deputy Chief Yao is gone, your boss probably won't have it easy around here either, right? And Nan grunted in agreement, pretending to sigh. Exactly. From now on, this space will be Chief Li's turf. We're already preparing to leave. Sigh, I just hope that mother and son will be all right in the future. The implication was clear. The mother and son no longer had anyone to rely on. No one said anything more. The hallway fell silent, except for the sound of someone chewing gum. And Nan didn't say anything else, leading the group to He Qin Shuang's door. She motioned for them to wait on the stairs, then stood alone in front of the door, turning her back to them as she took off her mask. After a few knocks, He Qin Shuang's wary voice came from inside. What are you doing here? And Nan knew the other woman could see her through the peephole. I'm here to deliver 10 boxes of supplies. 10 boxes of supplies. He Qin Shuang's tone was noticeably different from before. And Nan replied, Boss said these are for you and your son, to help you get by. He's done all he can for you. She knew that with He Shuang's greedy nature, she wouldn't refuse to open the door for supplies like these. Inside, He Shuang was a bit stunned. Boss? What boss? She frowned, thinking for a moment, then realized, boss must mean Gu Jiyu. In some places, people do call the eldest son boss and the youngest the little one. She was wary of Nan, but couldn't resist the lure of the supplies. She'd seen the truck loaded with goods parked downstairs from her window earlier, but for safety's sake, she hadn't dared go down to check it out. She never expected it was all for her. The young couple was really generous. 10 boxes of supplies would cover the fee for a Grandmaster's ritual. If she accepted them, she wouldn't have to make up excuses to get more money from Zhang Yunchuan. Thinking if she wanted to kill me, she would have done it already, she opened the door. She was about to put on her usual haughty mother-in-law act, but Nan cut her off. Nan put her mask back on and turned to instruct the men. You guys, bring all the supplies in for madam. Be careful, don't break anything. He Shuang stared in shock as the group filed in, each carrying a big box. Snacks, drinks, candles, fuel, piling them up in her apartment. Honestly, it felt pretty impressive. She hadn't realized Gu Jiyu had so many underlings. If only they could all be assigned to protect her. He Shuang was both delighted and smug, about to say something, but Nan interrupted her again. All right, the stuff's delivered, and you've got your payment. Everyone, let's get out of here. She was talking to the workers. They glanced at the submachine gun slung across Nan's chest and didn't dare say a word, leaving one by one. Their actions were coordinated, but their eyes clearly showed they each had their own agenda. The one chewing gum even secretly spat it out and stuck it in the door lock. Nan saw it clearly, curled her lips, but pretended not to notice. She even blocked He Shuang's view so she wouldn't see. With the gum stuck in the lock, the door wouldn't close properly. By now, Zheng Xinghang was already happily munching on a bag of snacks. Once everyone had left, Nan took off her mask and hat and coldly interrupted He Shuang, who was trying to cozy up to her. These supplies mark the end of our relationship. We're even now. If you dare show up in front of us again, Ao will kill you himself. He Shuang's eyes widened. What's this? You're just buying off the bond between me and my son in one go. Nan rolled her eyes. What bond? If you don't want the stuff, I'll just take it back. He Shuang panicked. Hey, no way. You all got hurt because of me. These are my rightful compensation. Nan sneered, watching her greedily block the supplies, and said nothing more. This shallow, foolish woman still didn't realize these supplies were her death sentence. Earlier, at the fake master's place, Nan had heard her say that Professor Zheng hadn't been home lately, and that's when she came up with this plan to kill with a borrowed knife. With such a conspicuous pile of supplies, a woman as mean and defenseless as her wouldn't survive for long. She glanced at Zheng Shihang, who hadn't even bothered to greet her or say thanks, just stuffing his face with snacks like a pig. This brat had tried to push her onto the poisoned ice blade last time, and the old woman wanted to harm Gu Jiyu. Neither of them could be allowed to live. Not wanting to waste any more time, she waved her submachine gun around to scare them a bit, then put her mask and hat back on and left. When she went outside, there were still quite a few people lingering by the building entrance. Seeing Nan come out with a submachine gun, they quickly scattered, making way for her. She hurried to the car, unlocked it, got in, and drove away. Inside, as soon as Nan left, He Shuang excitedly dove into the boxes. Canned food, mine. Bottled water, mine. Candles, mine. All mine. After setting aside the payment for the master, she'd still have plenty left for her own stash. But after a short burst of excitement, He Shuang's expression froze. Something didn't seem right. She rummaged through the supplies, her face growing ugly. Zheng Shihang wolfed down a bag of snacks and, grinning, reached for another. He Shuang instinctively stopped him. Put that down. Zheng Shihang looked unhappy. Why? I want to eat. He grumbled, Mom, why are you so stingy? There's so much stuff here. What's wrong with letting me have a couple more? He Shuang's face darkened. We've been tricked. As she spoke, she angrily knocked over all the boxes on the floor and dumped out their contents. She cursed furiously, that damn girl. She actually gave me 10 boxes of trash. Only then did Zheng Xinghang realize that the boxes were full of junk, empty drink bottles, sticky garbage bags, filthy rags, piles of messy stones. Only the very top layer of each box had a thin covering of supplies. The worst part was that most boxes didn't even have enough supplies to cover the top. There were just a few items placed at the opening for show, while the rest of the box was stuffed full of garbage. He Shuang, fuming, directed her son to help her pick out the supplies from the trash. In the end, they found that the actual supplies didn't even fill half a box. That wretched woman. She played me. Was she crazy? Bringing over this showy pile just to humiliate her, to make her happy for nothing? With barely half a box of supplies, she couldn't even squirrel away some for herself, let alone have enough for the master. He Shuang stormed around the room, furious. She'd thought she'd scored a haul, but instead, someone had blatantly dumped a pile of trash in her home. Her hand was already injured, making it hard to move around, and now she had to deal with all this garbage. How long would it take her to clean it up with just one hand? He Shuang stamped her foot and screamed several times in frustration. She'd always maintained the image of a refined lady and virtuous mother, never losing her composure in front of her son. This sudden outburst scared Zheng Xinghang out of his wits. He'd been upset about his snacks turning out to be just a few bags, but now he could only shout, "Who are you? Get out of my mom's body." After both mother and son had vented for a while, He Shuang finally calmed down. She kept telling herself, who cares how much stuff there is? It's free anyway. A little is better than nothing. She just needed to get rid of the trash. Looking around, an idea struck her. "Shihang, Mom's hand is hurt. Can you help me out?" Zheng Xinghang was reluctant. "Do what?" He Shuang pointed at the trash. "Help Mom clean up the garbage." Zheng Xinghang looked even more unwilling. "Mom, those boxes are huge. I can't carry them down the stairs. There are so many. How many times would I have to go up and down 5 flights?" Usually, He Shuang took out the trash herself. She patted his head. "Don't worry, this time we don't have to take it to the garbage station." In the official base, there was a small garbage station every so often for residents to dump their trash. He Shuang usually went once a week. Zheng Xinghang looked puzzled. "If we're not going to the garbage station, how do we get rid of it?" He Shuang pointed at the window. "Just throw it out from there." The apartment had windows on both sides, so they could toss it either way. No one cared anymore, unlike before the disaster, when throwing things from high up could land you in jail. During the floods, she'd just tossed garbage straight out the window. It was a bit uncivilized, but with the sky so dark, no one would notice. Zheng Xinghang grinned. "Mom, you're so smart. As long as I don't have to go up and down the stairs, I'm happy to help." He Shuang patted his head. "Good boy. If my hand wasn't hurt, I wouldn't ask you to do any chores. But there's no other way right now. We just need to pack the trash back into the boxes and toss it out the window." She ran over, flashlight in hand, and looked outside. The crowd that had gathered downstairs when the truck arrived had mostly dispersed. It was quiet, and there didn't seem to be anyone around. Mother and son quickly packed up 4 boxes of trash, each carrying 2, and dumped them out the window. He Shuang was careful to only throw out the garbage, not the boxes themselves. Lots of people had seen Nan bring these boxes over. If she tossed the boxes too, someone might trace them back to her and cause trouble. Besides, the boxes were useful for sending things to the master or for moving house. With 2 boxes each, 4 boxes of trash were quickly dumped. The garbage landed downstairs with a loud crash, and soon someone started cursing. "Damn! Who the hell dumped all this trash outside my window?" He Shuang heard the shouting, but didn't care. She and her son packed up another 4 boxes and dumped them out the window on the other side. "Damn it! Are you done yet? You dumped it on that side. Now you're dumping it on this side. Are you following my house around? Who the hell is throwing this? I'll kill you if I find out." He Shuang quickly pulled her hand back. There was only a box and a half of trash left, but she didn't dare throw any more. If they got caught, it'd be a big hassle. Zheng Shiheng frowned. Mom, what about the rest? He Shuang reassured him. It's fine, we'll throw the rest out when we get a chance. The neighbors couldn't stay up all night, could they? She'd already tossed the dirtiest, smelliest stuff. The rest was mostly rubble, so it could sit in the house for a while. Zheng Xinghang listened to the angry shouting outside and worried. They won't guess it was us, will they? He Shuang shook her head. No way. Everyone in the building knew her family had a high-ranking professor working for the authorities. As a well-educated, respectable family, who would suspect them? All right. Seeing her son still anxious, He Shuang decided to comfort him with food. Didn't you want to eat? Let's have dinner first. She pulled out 2 cans. We're having a treat tonight, canned meat. Zheng Shiheng immediately perked up. Great. Mother and son eagerly opened a can, only to find it was full of mud. He Shuang was stunned and quickly opened the other can. Still mud. God damn it, He Shuang cursed, refusing to give up, and opened all the cans. Every single one was full of mud. Zheng Shiheng was dumbfounded, and soon his lips quivered as he burst into tears. He Shuang didn't have time to comfort her son. She hurried to check the rest of the supplies. The wine bottles were filled with dirty water. The cookie tins were packed with dirt. The small gas canisters contained nothing but air. The shampoo bottles held some unknown chemical. He Shuang sniffed it. The scent was familiar. She suspected it was hair removal cream. That's it. Everything was fake. This time they didn't even get half a box of real supplies. When she counted it up, there were only a few bags of snacks and some candles that seemed genuine. He Shuang picked up a candle, suspiciously lit one, and found it started billowing thick smoke with a pungent stench. Even the candles were tampered with. These weren't supplies at all. They were booby traps meant to hurt people. No wonder that couple suddenly seemed so generous, bringing her all these things. He Shuang glanced at Zheng Shiheng, remembering the bag of snacks he'd just eaten. Her heart skipped a beat. Could the snacks be poisoned? She grabbed her son and shouted, "Quick! Spit it out! Spit it out!" Still bewildered, Zheng Shiheng didn't even have time to react before his mother dragged him to the kitchen, pried open his mouth, and forced a huge gulp of vinegar down his throat. Wah! The poor kid started struggling as he was forced to drink vinegar. For once, He Shuang was tough with her younger son, holding his mouth open and pouring the rest of the vinegar bottle down his throat. Bleg, as soon as she let go, Zheng Shiheng rushed to the trash can and vomited violently. He Shuang patted his back, tears streaming down her face from worry and guilt. Don't blame Mom. If I didn't make you throw up, you could have been poisoned. How would I live if something happened to you? Then she glared hatefully at the now empty vinegar bottle. Damn that Annan. That was the last bit of vinegar they had, painstakingly saved. She'd never even let herself use it, only saving it for Xinghang. And now it was all wasted. Annan. Gujiyu. He Shuang ground their names out between her teeth, so angry she could have shattered her molars. It took a while for Zheng Shiheng to finish vomiting, finally collapsing dizzily on the floor. He Shuang, both heartbroken and furious, cursed Annan with every vicious word she could think of. But as she stared at the empty boxes, she suddenly realized something was off. Would that woman really go through all this trouble, without killing or attacking anyone, just to prank the 2 of them? There must be another scheme at play. He Shuang's eyes widened in alarm. Annan had made such a show of delivering all those boxes, and the neighbors outside had no idea they were full of trash. To the neighbors, those were all real supplies. Earlier, she'd been too caught up in excitement and anger to notice, but now a sense of danger crept in. With that thought, He Shuang jumped to her feet. She told her son to find something for self-defense, while she hurried to check the doors and windows, planning to add more locks. But when she got to the door, she realized it hadn't even been properly closed. She quickly tried to shut it, but after a couple of tries, it still wouldn't lock. That's when she discovered the lock had been jammed with chewing gum. Her heart pounded. Ignoring the filth, she started scraping at the gum. But she'd barely gotten halfway when a mob of fierce-looking men suddenly charged up the stairs. Leading them was the man who'd been chewing gum earlier. When he saw her trying to scrape out the gum and lock the door, his face darkened and he shouted, "Quick! Don't let her close the door." Qin Shuang panicked. She had no time to clear the gum. She could only try to shut the door and brace herself against it from inside. But with the lock jammed and her strength limited, it wasn't long before the men forced their way in. Meanwhile, Annan had already finished delivering supplies to Ma Qiangzhuang and returned to Villa No. 1 with Fugue. Just as she arrived home, Gu Jiu was plating the last dish. The aroma of food filled the house, making Annan's mouth water. She rushed to the dining table. "It's gotta be you, Chef Gu," she exclaimed. Gu Jiu smiled, "Greedy cat." Annan happily sat down, grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork, and stuffed it in her mouth with a satisfied sigh. So good. Then, picturing that mother and son opening cans only to find mud, she couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiu saw her giggling and felt happy himself. "Is it really that good?" Annan grinned and picked up a piece of meat for him. "Yes, it's amazing." Gu Jiu chuckled. "As long as you never get tired of it, I'll cook for you every day." Annan shoveled rice into her mouth, mumbling, "Never get tired of it." The two quickly finished their meal, fed the 4 little ones, cleaned up, and then cozied up in the home theater to watch a movie together. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shuang and her son had already been beaten black and blue. "Where are the supplies?" Still not talking. Inside the house, only Qin Shuang, her son, and 2 men remained. The rest guarded the door outside. There'd been quite a few people helping move the boxes earlier. The man with the chewing gum, not wanting anyone else to steal the loot, had called in a whole gang. But by the time they got there, the 10 boxes of supplies had vanished without a trace. 2 men stayed inside to interrogate, while the others waited in the hallway to prevent double-crossing. Qin Shuang, terrified and in pain, curled up and sobbed, "I really don't have any supplies. I've told you 1,000 times. Everything she brought was trash. I threw it all downstairs." The man spat at her. "Puh. Liar. Still playing tough. Kill her son first, let's see if she still won't talk." Qin Shuang wailed and threw herself over Zheng Xinghang to shield him. "No, no, please. Don't hurt my son. I'm not lying. That woman hates me. She set this up to lure you here to rob us. Why would she give me real supplies? The boxes were all full of garbage and fakes. If you don't believe me, look. The cans are full of dirt. The candles just smoke when you light them." The man glanced suspiciously at the trash on the floor, picked up a candle, and lit it. Sure enough, it was a cheap fake. He snuffed it out in disgust, eyed Qin Shuang, then pulled out the candle Annan had given him as payment from his pocket. He lit it, and it burned perfectly. The man immediately flew into a rage and kicked Qin Shuang. "Liar. I saw her give me this candle straight from the box. Why is mine normal? Tell me, where did you hide the real supplies?" Qin Shuang stared in disbelief at his properly burning candle. How could this be?" Qin Shuang quickly realized what was going on. "I get it. She's meticulous. She must have given you the real thing and gave me the fake, just so you all." Before she could finish, the man kicked her again. "You stupid bitch. You just don't learn until you see the coffin, do you?" He sneered, "Your hand's already injured anyway. Healing it's going to be painful, so why don't I just chop it off for you right now?" Qin Shuang stared in horror as the man approached her with an axe, screaming, "No. I'm warning you, don't hurt me. The man of my house is." Before she could finish, the man snorted with laughter. "The man of your house? You think you're still some big shot's mistress? Let me tell you, you've got no one to back you up now, so you'd better behave." Qin Shuang was completely bewildered. What big shot? What mistress? What on earth are they talking about? Of course, she had no idea that after years of practice, Nan had become a master at making things up. The man believed all the rumors he'd heard, and with the evidence of those 2 candles, no matter what Qin Shuang said, he just thought she was too cunning. He only trusted his own eyes. He'd moved the goods himself, and he'd seen those cans, each one sealed, unopened. How could there possibly be mud inside unless someone had superpowers? It had to be the sly woman who swapped them out. Seeing He Shuang still playing dumb, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder she could be a big leader's mistress for so many years. She was really tough to deal with. He raised the axe and, without hesitation, brought it down on her arm. He didn't sever it in one blow, so he chopped twice more. He Shuang screamed in agony, watching in horror as her forearm was chopped off. Unprecedented pain and terror engulfed her. Zhang Shihang, who was beside her, was so traumatized by the bloody scene that he fainted on the spot. Seeing her son pass out, He Shuang was both anxious and terrified. The excruciating pain in her arm made her eyes roll back, and she fainted too. The two men were getting impatient. This woman is a real pain. We need to hurry. We're not the only ones eyeing this stash. If our guys can't hold out, we're in trouble. Damn it. Wake her up. Don't waste water. I've got plenty of piss. Soon, He Shuang was jolted awake. Feeling the wet, foul stench all over her, she thought she'd never been so miserable in her life. She was filled with regret. She never should have gotten greedy and let Nan and those boxes in. The man brandished the axe and threatened, "You bitch. Tell me, where's the stuff? If you don't start talking, I'll let you feel what it's like to lose your son." He Shuang broke down in tears, terrified and aggrieved. "No, please don't hurt my son." She knew now that if she didn't let them leave with the haul, neither she nor Xinghang would survive today. So, sobbing, she confessed, "I have another son. He's rich. He lives in the Villa district. You can find him." Before she could finish, the man cut her off impatiently. Damn it. This woman's delusional. He Shuang was stunned. Huh? Delusional? Who said she was delusional? She was as normal as could be. Fighting through the pain in her arm, she tried to explain, "My older son is really powerful. He doesn't just have a villa, he's got tons of supplies. If you go to him, you can take whatever you want." The man's forehead throbbed. Of all times for this crazy woman to have an episode, it had to be now. Seeing they didn't believe her, He Shuang desperately tried to convince them. "I'm not lying, really. If you don't dare go after him, I can help. I found a master who can steal his luck and fortune. If you let me go, I'll split it with you." A master? Luck? Now the two men were certain she was mentally ill, and seriously so. Just then, a commotion sounded outside. The men guarding the door had gotten into a fight with someone else. Hearing people arrive, He Shuang clung to hope like a drowning person to a lifeline, screaming for help. "Help! Help! Someone's robbing my house." The man looked at He Shuang like she was an idiot. Looks like another gang was here to rob them. They weren't the only ones after the stash. If they didn't hurry and grab the goods, who knew what kind of bloodbath would follow? They stopped wasting time on He Shuang and grabbed the still unconscious Zhang Xinghang, holding the axe to his neck. "I'm going to count to 3. If you don't hand over the goods, your son dies. 3, 2. He Shuang loved her younger son most. Seeing the axe at his throat, she was so terrified she nearly lost her mind. "Don't hurt him. I'll tell you everything." The kitchen, under the floor tiles. And the wardrobe, the innermost compartment in the master bedroom closet, there are supplies there too. The man snorted. "At least you know what's good for you." He searched the places she mentioned, but found only a small amount of supplies, barely enough to fill 2 boxes. With her son in their hands, He Shuang didn't care about her bleeding stump. She knelt on the floor, begging. "I really don't have much. This is all we have, please, take it and let us go." But the two men had lost all patience. "Damn it, we tell you to hand over the goods and you give us this measly bit? No wonder you could be someone's mistress. You love money more than your life. Fine, I'll grant your wish." With that, he swung the axe down, killing Zhang Xinghang on the spot. The once lively boy was gone in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere as He Shuang screamed in terror, watching her beloved son die before her eyes. She threw herself onto Zhang Xinghang's corpse, wailing in despair. "Son, you're okay. You're okay. You can't be dead. My son, wake up. Mommy only has you, my precious." Don't scare mommy. The two men exchanged a glance. See? She's full of crap. Just now she said she had another son. Now she says this is her only precious. They dragged He Shuang over and slapped her twice. Speak. Where's the rest of the supplies? He Shuang didn't respond. She didn't seem afraid anymore, just stared blankly at Zheng Shenheng. My precious, wake up. Please, mommy's begging you. All her life, she'd chased after wealth and gain, never caring for her two husbands or her elder son. She only loved herself. It wasn't until she had a son late in life, after so much effort, that she finally learned to love someone. She poured all her affection into her younger son, cherishing him more than her own life. The two men beside her continued to threaten her with death. If you don't start talking, you can forget about keeping your life. He Shuang sat there like a lifeless puppet, not uttering a single unnecessary word, only repeating over and over again, my treasure. The two men beat and threatened her for quite a while, but got nothing in response. After a while, shouts came from outside. One of their companions was calling, "What's going on in there? Did you get anything out of her? Hurry up. If there's another wave, we won't be able to hold them off." Growing anxious, the two men intensified their blows, punching He Shuang in the face again and again. Talk. Tell us. Where is it? Speak. Come on, speak. He Shuang never said another word. At first, there were a couple of muffled groans, but soon, there was only silence. When the two men finally stopped, panting for breath, they realized the woman's face had been beaten in, her head caved, and she was long dead. Damn. She was tough. We beat her to death and still got nothing. Forget it, let's get out of here. If more people show up, we won't even be able to keep these 2 crates of supplies. We can't go back empty-handed. Let's go. After this group left, several more groups came through. Seeing the carnage inside, they assumed someone else had already gotten the jump on them, but they still ransacked the place out of spite. Clothes, pots and pans, cardboard boxes, the sofa, the bed, everything was taken. Even the floorboards were pried up. If it weren't for the widespread adoption of the mutated sweet potatoes and everyone's fear of the prion virus, even the bodies of the mother and child wouldn't have been left intact. In the days that followed, the sky never brightened. It wasn't just He Shuang's home that was thrown into chaos, the entire base descended into disorder. The first wave of people who rushed to the supermarket frantically snatched up all the lighting supplies. But there were too many people and too few goods, so most ended up with nothing. Without light, it was like being blind in the eternal night. Desperate for a sense of security, people began breaking into homes, smashing and looting, all for a few more candles or some fuel. Darkness breeds evil. Even those who had plenty of supplies stopped feeling safe. They joined the chaos, trying to seize even more resources. The residential areas were in utter turmoil. For the time being, Annan's Villa district remained largely unaffected. The area was already remote, and with armed guards patrolling the gates and walls, shooting first and asking questions later, no one dared approach the villas. As for lighting supplies, Ma Qiangzhuang and his group had acted early, and Zhao Ping'an's group had stocked up at rock-bottom prices as soon as Annan predicted the eternal night disaster. So the villa district stayed relatively stable. Though a tense atmosphere lingered, it was still far better than outside. The authorities tried to maintain order by increasing patrols, but it had little effect. Panic still reigned. Fortunately, the streetlights that had been installed earlier provided some much-needed light in the pitch-black world. But wind power was limited, only enough to keep the lights on for a few hours each day. To make the most of it, the streetlights were divided into groups. Lights 1, 3, and 5 were Group A, 2, 4, and 6 were Group B. Each day, Group A would light up first. When their power ran out, Group B would take over. This system did extend the total lighting time, but it still only amounted to 7 or 8 hours a day, just enough for a 9-to-5 schedule. And, because the lights were spaced farther apart, the illumination was weak. Even during the daytime, the streets remained dim, nothing like the bright nights before the disaster. To be continued.